There is a private club called Ichiyo Ao in downtown Yokohama. Like No Setting Sun, this Ichiyo Ao is one of the Yamaguchi Group properties in Yokohama. On the surface, this private club provides bathing and massage services, but in fact it is an obscene cave controlled by the Yamaguchi Group. There are waitresses of various professions in Yiking, including teachers, policemen, white-collar workers, and even housewives, and these are their real professions. These women are ordinary people during the day, and after nightfall they become Yiking waitresses, providing sexual services to a wide range of guests. It is 9:30 in the evening, which is the most prosperous time of Yiking. There are always various luxury cars going back and forth at the door. There are both well-dressed and successful people who enter Yiking. There are fierce-looking gangsters, as well as corporate employees who buy spring in 2s and 3s, or who accompany the leaders. At this time, a black and bright Rolls-Royce car slowly stopped at the door of Yiking, and the silver goddess statue on the front of the car was even more dazzling under the neon lights. When the doorman of Yiking saw this Rolls-Royce, he hurried forward and took the initiative to open the rear door for his owner. Seeing a handsome young man walking out of the car, he immediately attracted the attention of those around him who really wanted to enter Yiking. I saw this young man wearing a decent and generous black self-cultivation suit, his hair combed greasy and shiny, and he even wore a pair of thin black leather gloves on his hands. Look at his face again, but the lines are tough and the outline is masculine, with sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes, giving a sense of coldness. At the same time, the faint aura exuding from this man also showed everyone his extraordinariness. In addition to him, two men with the same stern face and harsh eyes got out of the car, but stood silently behind him, obviously his entourage. This man who attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared was Zhou Hao. However, he has also gone through Hongye Hina's disguise, and his appearance is completely different from his original appearance, and he looks more like a vicious underworld person. And the two behind him are the gatekeepers of Shungong Yufeng Lu, selected by Hongye Hina. This gentleman, as the doorman of Yiking, people of the 3 teachings and 9 tiers have seen it, so at this time he also realized Zhou Hao's extraordinariness. He was about to speak, but saw the man behind Zhou Hao glared. The doorboy glanced. The person who listened only to this sacred palace imperial wind shouted, "You don't need to entertain you. We know the way, go away." After speaking, Zhou Hao had already taken the lead in walking forward, and the two followed closely. As for the Rolls-Royce, naturally someone would drive into the parking lot. Although Zhou Hao's men said that they don't need a doorman to lead the way, for this kind of distinguished guest, the Yiking person wouldn't dare to neglect. The doorman hurriedly caught up and opened the door for Zhou Hao and the others, and then humbly accompanied and laughed. "Sir, what kind of service do you need? We are most famous here for bathing and massage. The craftsmanship of the waiters is also top-notch. I guarantee your satisfaction, sir." Zhou Hao still didn't speak, but one of the people behind him hummed to the door boy. "Everyone said that I don't need you here. Our husband can directly find Kosaburo Shibata. Is he in the manager's office above?" Kosaburo Shibata was the person sent by the Yamaguchi Group to manage the Ichiyo Green. He was a low-level cadre in the Yamaguchi Group, and one of the right and left hands of Kurosaki Minagi. When the boy heard that Zhou Hao knew Shibata Kosaburo and knew that the manager's office was here, he thought that Zhou Hao and the others were friends of Shibata Kosaburo, so he didn't even dare to neglect at the moment, and quickly led Zhou Hao's trio. Walked to the manager's office. Along the way, Zhou Hao saw that at the end of the corridor over there was a very spacious and large bathing area. On the other side were rooms, and the waiters were all bunny girls with exposed clothes and rabbit ears. When they came to the upper floor, Zhou Hao and the 3 people saw a room at the end of the corridor at the exit of the stairs, and there were 2 men guarding the door. It was the manager's office if they wanted to come. Seeing Zhou Hao and others, the 2 guards stopped the door boy. "Shout out, who are they?" "Brother Sanada, they are Mr. Shibata's friends. They came to Mr. Shibata sincerely. This doorman named Kojima, please Kojima." "Mr. Shibata's friend?" The 2 gatekeepers looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously. One of them said, "Mr. Shibata never mentioned that a friend will come to him today. The 3 of you will wait for a while. Let me ask Mr. Shibata first." After saying that, He took out a mobile suit from his arms. When I was about to make a call, there was a scream of women and men's lewd laughter behind the door. Zhou Hao frowned and said to the two behind him, "Rush in." Since Zhou Hao spoke Chinese, neither the door boy nor the gatekeeper could understand him. And the two, Shun Gongyu Fenglu, people acted immediately after hearing Zhou Hao's order, and both rushed forward, and before the two gatekeepers made any move, they pinched theirs. With a little force on the neck, they fainted. The boy was shocked when he saw this, only to realize that Zhou Hao and the others were bad people, but it was too late. Before he could scream, he was slammed with an elbow on his face, and he immediately fainted. Then, Zhou Hao's two men raised their feet and kicked the door of the manager's room open, allowing Zhou Hao to see the scene inside. A single glance was enough to make Zhou Hao angry. There are almost 10 people in the manager's office, 8 men and 2 women, all naked. I saw that the 2 women were both hugged by a man from behind, and there was a man lying on her in front, and both men moved their bodies at the same time. In addition, there was a man standing beside him, squeezing the thing from his lower body into the woman's mouth, and it also loosened before and after desperately. Another man held a candle and placed it on the woman's chest, letting hot wax drip onto the woman's chest. In this way, the 2 women were tortured by 4 men at the same time. Although their faces were full of tears, they could not resist at all. Moreover, they had a lot of bruises and bloodstains on their bodies. They were obviously inhumane. Abuse. The 8 men were all laughing wantonly, and the more miserable the 2 weak women who had no power to restrain the chicken, the more arrogant they laughed. And when the door of the manager's office was kicked open, they were all taken aback, and they couldn't help but follow their reputations. And they also saw Zhou Hao and the 3 with a gloomy look. Zhou Hao yelled, "Shibata Kosaburo." Seeing that one of the men who forced a woman to give him oral turned his head subconsciously and looked towards Zhou Hao determined that it was Kosaburo Shibata, and then said to his 2 subordinates, "Except for Kosaburo Shibata, others all men are killed." "Yes, sir." The 2, Shun Gongyu Fenglu, people responded, and they rushed forward in unison, or broke their neck bones, or burst their hearts. After a few hands and feet, the 7 were incomprehensible. The martial arts man was killed. Shibata Kosaburo was shocked when he saw this, but he immediately reacted and immediately pushed away the woman beside him and turned to grab the pistol on the desk. But before he touched the pistol on the table, a man appeared in front of him and then directly gave him an uppercut, knocking him off the ground and slamming him in front of Zhou Hao. On the ground, the 2 women who had been abused were also stunned for a while, unable to react to the sudden change. "Are you the ones who were thought by the Yamaguchi group to kill Kurosaki Dig Village?" Zhou Hao asked them. The 2 women were indeed Chinese. After hearing Zhou Hao's question in Chinese, they nodded subconsciously. Zhou Hao also understood that for Kurosaki's death, Shibata Kosaburo and the Yamaguchi group tortured them to extract a confession. The Japanese methods of abuse of women have always been world-renowned, so the 2 of them have suffered unimaginable bullying in the past 2 days. Shibata Kosaburo also raised his head with difficulty at this time, looked at Zhou Hao with a grim face, gritted his teeth, and said, "Who are you? Do you know who I am? Do you know where this is?" Zhou Hao doesn't understand Japanese, so he has to rely on his translator to talk to this perverted and vicious Shibata Kosaburo. "Of course I know, Shibata Kosaburo. Don't think you are the Yamaguchi group, so no one dares to mess with it. Our 5 Lakes gang is looking for you today." 5 Lakes gang. Are you members of the 5 Lakes gang? Shibata Kosaburo asked in surprise. Didn't you have reached a cooperative relationship with our Yamaguchi group? How? What's wrong with reaching a cooperative relationship? Whoever stipulated that our 5 Lakes gang will always stand in the same camp as your Yamaguchi group? Zhou Hao sneered. Tell you, Kurosaki Dig Village is where we let people kill. Not only that, from now on, it is enough to have our 5 Lakes gang here in Yokohama. Go back to me wherever your Yamaguchi group comes from. After that, Zhou Hao waved his hand, and the 2 men immediately grabbed Shibata Kosaburo and threw a sharp small sword in front of the 2 women. Just listen to Zhou Hao saying to the 2 of them, "This guy has bullied you for so long. Now is your chance for revenge." The 2 women were startled. Their naked bodies were still covered with scars, wax juice, and the body fluids of those men, and their eyes were full of despair. But this despair soon turned into a raging anger, and this anger was aimed at the tightly held Shibata Kosaburo. Just listen to Shibata Kosaburo shouting to them. What do you want to do? Bajie, be careful, I will let you survive and die. Regarding Shibata Kosaburo's intimidation, these two ill-fated women shrank instinctively, because in these 2 days, they were indeed insulted by Shibata Kosaburo, and there was an indelible fear in his heart. However, more unforgettable than this fear, it is anger. So they only hesitated. One of them stretched out a trembling hand and picked up the knife on the ground. Then, when she looked at Shibata Kosaburo, her eyes burst into chilling hatred. The other woman crawled up to Shibata Kosaburo with both hands and feet, grabbed the thing on his lower body with one hand, and said to her companion, "Come on, this dog who killed 1,000 swords treated us like that, and we will die. I can't let him go." The face of Shibata Kosaburo, who was caught by the woman's life roots, changed drastically, struggling hard. But there was no way to win the two Jingu Yifengli masters. I saw the woman with the knife slowly approaching. The point of the knife pointed at Shibata Kosaburo, and the gaze at Shibata Kosaburo became more and more angry. "Smelly itch, dare you." Shibata Kosaburo caught a glimpse of the sharp edge of that kodachi, only to feel chilled. "Ah!" Hearing the woman scream, she slashed with a knife in both hands. Following Shibata Kosaburo's heart-piercing screams, thick blood spurted from his lower body, and the woman who had grasped his life root was cut off because of too much force. After that, she fell to the ground. Her upper body and face were stained with Kosaburo Shibata's blood, and her hand was still holding the ugly thing tightly. She was stunned, and then opened her mouth wide, and actually ate Kosaburo Shibata's thing and chewed fiercely. Seeing this scene, Shibata Kosaburo, enduring the heart-piercing pain, hissed and roared, "Give it back! Give it back to me!" He. After the woman swallowed Shibata Kosaburo's things, she let out a terrifying laugh. The other woman who chopped off Shibata Kosaburo's lifeline also held the knife and smiled very strangely. Looking at the two of them, Zhou Hao felt nervous, because the inhuman treatment they had suffered had caused their mental disorders to some extent. Because of this, Zhou Hao hated the Five Lakes gang and the Shenku group that caused this tragedy even more. Jingyu Yifengliu, the two people, let Shibata Kosaburo loose. Shibata Kosaburo fell softly to the ground. His hands tightly covered the wound in his lower body, but they couldn't stop the gurgling blood. Zhou Hao looked at him coldly and said, "I will save your life and tell you the people above. If you have the kind, come to me, and I will wait for them to come." After that, Zhou Hao turned around and walked out of the room, and the two women were also clothed by the Shun Gongyu Fenglu people and helped to leave here. The other people in Yiking didn't even know what happened on this floor, so when Zhou Hao brought people out, no one stopped him. After leaving the Yiking, they went straight into the Rolls-Royce, waiting at the door, and left calmly. In the car, beside Zhou Hao sat a mature and beautiful beauty. It was Hong Yehina. "Master, is it all going well?" Hong Yehina asked as he took the gloves that Zhou Hao took off. "Well, basically I don't need to take action. The two of them are very capable," Zhou Hao said. Then, he looked at the two women who were still trembling sitting opposite, and asked, "Where are you from? How did you come to Japan? And how did you get sold to Yamaguchi by the Five Lakes gang?" "Group up." The two women glanced at Zhou Hao in fear, and the one on the left said, I'm from Hubei, she is from Shaanxi, both from the countryside. We came to Japan by ship 2 years ago. Yes, the person who helped us smuggle said that it is easy to make money here in Japan. If you make money, you can send it home to build a house. If you are lucky, you can marry a Japanese man. Then you will not worry about life. Zhou Hao sneered in his heart. Basically, all smugglers were driven by this concept to smuggle. Those smuggling groups tricked them to go to the United States, Japan, and other countries, but after they arrived, they cruelly squeezed their blood and sweat, even a lot. Female stowaways were directly tricked into prostitution. Then the woman continued to say, "But after we came here in Japan, we realized that life here is not much better. Because we have no legal status, very few people dare to ask us to work, so we have many illegal immigrants. At that time, we can only do the dirty work that the Japanese don't want to do. We have tried to clean the sewers or fish for dead bodies in the rivers." Another woman also said, Later we learned that the people who helped us smuggle into Japan were from the Five Lakes gang. We owed them a lot of money to come to Japan. And here in Japan, they are illegal workers. If you want to have a job, you must arrange them. Moreover, no matter whether we can get the wages or not, the wages are more or less, we must give them commissions. In the end, only 50% is left. With a long sigh, she said, even though we have been so bad, we still think that as long as we can work harder, we will definitely be able to make money back in the future. Who knows? The people of the Five Lakes gang added to our debt. They were loan sharks. No matter how we worked, we were not enough to repay the interest. Later, in order to make us repay the money, they forced us to sell us to the Yamaguchi group as prostitutes, and they paid us back before they sold us. It violent us, not just us, many people have the same fate as us afterwards. They were sold to other gangs to become prostitutes, or directly became dancers in their nightclubs. Speaking of this, the two women began to cry miserably. Zhou Hao's expression was gloomy, but the Hongya Hina next to him was very calm, not sure if he was used to such tragedies or lacked sympathy. Are those people in the Five Lakes gang oppressing and bullying their compatriots in this way? Zhou Hao asked. The two women nodded. The Yamaguchi group often goes to the Chinatown or other Chinese shops to collect protection fees, but those Chinese rarely obey because there is the Five Lakes gang behind them. Here in Yokohama, the protection fees of the Chinese have always been given to the Five Lakes gang. For this reason, the Five Lakes gang and the Yamaguchi group have had several big conflicts. Although the Five Lakes gang asks for it, the protection fee is more than that of the Yamaguchi group, but because they are all Chinese, those Chinese would rather give them to them than the Yamaguchi group. They continued, but later, we discovered that the protection fees were divided between the Five Lakes gang and the Yamaguchi group. If there are any Chinese who do not pay the protection fees to the Five Lakes gang, the Yamaguchi group will come to the door and deliberately engage in trouble, forcing those Chinese to lean towards the Five Lakes gang. So the Five Lakes gang and the Yamaguchi formation are on the surface hostile opponents, but secretly they are embarrassed and treacherous. After listening to them, Zhou Hao coldly snorted. These guys squeeze and bully their compatriots. They work harder than dealing with foreign enemies. It's really unexpected. The Hongya China next to him said, Master, in addition to what they just said, the Five Lakes gang will also kidnap the families and children of wealthy Chinese businessmen, extorting huge amounts of ransom, and then take the initiative to come to the door and say that they can take their money. The relatives were rescued, and they took the opportunity to ask for higher remuneration. Ha ha ha. Really talented. This Five Lakes gang, people are really talented. Zhou Hao's smile became even more grim. Hongya Hina said again, the person in charge of the Five Lakes gang is a Chinese named Pu Shogang. He was originally from Hunan, and most of the gang members he collected were from Hunan. Pu Shogang came to Japan by smuggling in the late 1970s and moved to Osaka, Kobe, in Nagoya, Tokyo, and other places. The Five Lakes gang was finally established here in Yokohama, and the Five Lakes gang has grown from an unknown small gang to the most powerful Chinese gang in Yokohama, and it also joined the Yamaguchi group. There is also the Inagawa Association, forming a three-legged situation in Yokohama. This Pu Shogang is also the owner of 2 trading companies and 4 building material shops, and even has a listed company, and through these companies help him whitewash the Five Lakes gang money. After a pause, Hongya Hina said, besides, Pu Shogang also has a deep relationship with the deputy mayor of Yokohama City, Yamana Mori. We found that when Yamamori was fighting for the position of deputy mayor, it was Pu Shogang provided him with the black gold for rectification. Therefore, the deputy mayor of Sanseizen is also escorting what the Five Lakes gang is doing in Yokohama. She looked at Zhou Hao. Master, according to your instructions, we have already opened a steel ball gambling shop in China Street. I believe people from the Five Lakes gang will come soon. Zhou Hao said with a smile. Then I can use this to clash with them, and then have a good encounter with them. By the way, Miss Hongya, didn't her sister say that she would come with me to Yiking earlier? Why did you suddenly change your mind again? Hongya Hina smiled and said, because Madam has an important visitor temporarily. Madam went to receive him. In the center of Yokohama, there is an 80-story building called Tai Plaza, which is an industry owned by Japan's Toshiba Electric. The top floor of this Tai Plaza is an office dedicated to Kara Nanami. In addition to general office equipment, there are also luxuriously decorated suites. There is a spacious swimming pool outside on the rooftop and a surf-type indoor big bath. Nanami Karu, who originally wanted to go to the yeeking scene with Zhou Hao to enjoy the excitement of the underworld battle, but changed his mind temporarily, now sits in this office. The wall behind is a huge glass window. It can not only overlook the panoramic view of Yokohama, but also can automatically adjust the degree of filtering according to the intensity of outdoor light. Today's Yokohama is shining neon at night, reflecting on the glass curtain wall like a beautiful background, and Kaoru Nanami, sitting in front of it, is like a beautiful goddess. In addition to Nankai Kaoru, Shinji Kenzuki is here, standing next to Nankai Kaoru, waiting for Nankai Kaoru's instructions at any time. Ting bell. The phone on the table rang. "Madam, the guest you want to meet has arrived," Nanami Kaoru faintly said. "Bring him up." Shinji Kenzuki asked softly. "Ma'am, is that Dong's surname?" Nanami Kaoru nodded, with a look of disgust between her eyebrows. "If it wasn't for this guy to have some cooperation, I wouldn't be too lazy to see him. If it weren't for this guy, I would have gone to play with Huaishi now." The place. Soon, the office door was knocked, and Nanami Kaoru said, "Come in." I saw a young and beautiful secretary with 3 men pushing the door in, bowed to Nanami Kaoru 90 degrees, and said, "Madam, your guest has arrived." The young man who looked less than 30 years old at the back also nodded to Nanami Kaoru, and said with a smile, "Mrs. Tokugawa, it's been a long time. How are you doing?" Nanami Kaoru waved his hand, and the female secretary bent over and walked out and closed the door. Nanami Kaoru got up and walked over and smiled at the young man. "Dong Gongzi, welcome you to Japan. Please sit down. Shinji, bring my 1961-foot Paytas red wine." "Yes, ma'am." Kenzuki Shinji nodded, then turned and walked into the room over there to get the wine. The man surnamed Dong also sat on the sofa by the glass curtain wall at the invitation of Kara Nanami, and his 2 cold-faced entourages took the initiative to stand behind him. Kaoru Nanami turned his eyes around the 3 of them and said with a smile, "Dong Gongzi, these are the 2 masters of Shilong and Shirhu. Compared with what they saw last time, their martial arts seem to be pure." Many. Hearing Nankai Kaoru's appreciation, the 2 men who were both over 50 years old showed a little smile, and this Dong Gongzi also smiled. Yes, since their master was abolished by Zhou Hao, 80% of martial arts. After that, I put all my heart and energy on both of them. Now they have improved a lot more than before. I am afraid that they are not much better than Mrs. Jin Gong, yours. This son of Dong is indeed the only son of Dong Yi, a member of the Central Committee, who tried to compete with Zhou Hao for Zhao Yuqin and even poisoned his father Dong Qishan. Back then, he invited a top master, Shilong and Shirhu's master Xiaohou, to deal with Zhou Hao. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hao realized the ultimate martial art of transforming meaning into form in the hands of dissatisfied with Xiaohou. Instead, he defeated Xiaohou dissatisfied and abolished his martial arts by 80%. Also after that time, Dong Qishan was frightened by Zhou Hao and immediately left China for Europe. Zhou Hao did not see him later. Perhaps he has been frustrated repeatedly in Zhou Hao's hands, and now Dong Qishan is a lot more mature than before. "Dong's son, I don't know why you came to me this time." Nanami Kaoru smiled elegantly. "You know, your cooperation with our Tokugawa family, since the last time my husband has handed it in. I'm responsible for the Tokugawa Kodron, which means that I am no longer responsible for the cooperation between you and our Tokugawa family. If this is the case, I think you should go to the Tokugawa Kodron." Dong Qishan also laughed. "Madam, you and I are an acquaintance anyway, and can be regarded as old friends. Could it be that we can only talk about business and cooperation, not get together? Besides, we cooperated well at the beginning. Yes, if it weren't for your madam, you suddenly carried the burden. Where would the 2 of our cooperation be hosted by Tokugawa Kodron? Talking about business with that guy is far less pleasant than cooperating with you, madam." Although he has matured a lot in dealing with matters, Dong Qishan's enthusiasm for female is even greater than before. When he first cooperated with Nanami Kaoru, he coveted Nanami Kaoru's beauty. Now that Kaoru Nanami is more charming and charming than before, especially the endless amorous feelings in her, Dong Qishan's heart is shaken. Dong Gongzi joked, Kodron is one of the most capable talents in our Tokugawa family. Companies such as Sony Corporation, Panasonic Electronics, and Nippon Steel in our Tokugawa family are all managed by him. Now they are all thriving. Nanami Kaoru smiled and said, I believe that the cooperation between Dong Gongzi and our Cod Dragon must be very smooth. And I have also heard that under the auspices of Cod Dragon, the cooperation between our two companies has created huge benefits. My husband is also very satisfied. Dong Qishan just smiled, not commenting on it, and then asked, Madam, to be honest, we worked so well before. Why did you suddenly withdraw and give the courage to others? With all due respect, tell us Dong's cooperation should also help you consolidate your position in Tokugawa's family. It will benefit you without any harm. Listening to Dong Qishan talking about this, Nanami Kaoru remembered the hostility with Zhou Hao. At that time, she devised all kinds of conspiracies with extraordinary scheming to harm China's interests everywhere. The vicious and interlocking design was far inferior to Zhou Hao, but it was often destroyed by Zhou Hao. The same was true for Mr. Zhao, and the same was true for Hong Kong underworld and even its financial market in the early stage. But in the process of fighting against each other and repeatedly frustrating, Nanami Kaoru was moved by Zhou Hao. The incarnation of Hai Qixuan in Hong Kong was first frustrated by Zhou Hao, and then rescued by Zhou Hao. Before leaving, she promised not to participate in the interests of China. After returning to Japan, Kaoru Nanami did the same. He immediately withdrew from the cooperation with the Dong family and returned the courage to the Tokugawa family. At this time, when Dong Qishan asked, Nankai Kaoru certainly wouldn't say that this was Zhou Hao's cause, but smiled slightly. This is because of my personal reasons. Please forgive me for inconvenience. At this time, Kanzuki Shinji also walked over with red wine and a glass, and skillfully poured wine for Nanami Kaoru and Dong Qishan. But when handing the red wine to Dong Qishan inadvertently touched her boneless jade hand. Kanzuki Shinji frowned, but because Dong Qishan was Kaoru Nanami's guest, he didn't say anything, but gave Dong Qishan a cold look. It said that beautiful things attract each other. Dong Qishan smiled at Kaoru Nanami. Madam is a great beauty who is full of the country and the city. Even the assistants around you are so beautiful as a fairy, which is really admirable. Nanami Kaoru smiled and sipped some wine, and then said, Dong Gongzi, you haven't said why you came to me? I know that Dong Gongzi is very busy. You come to me. I am afraid that it will not really be for visit old friends. Madam, you are right. Actually, I really have other things this time. Dong Qishan shook the glass in his hand. Madam, do you remember Zhou Hao? Nanami Kaoru's heart moved, and a smile appeared on his face. Of course I remember. How could I forget that guy repeatedly undermined our plan? Why, Dong Gongzi, you are against him again. I heard that before. You were scared by Zhou Hao to go to Europe, and Zhou Hao led Hong Kong to defeat the Soros group a few days ago and became the world-famous new stock god. If Dong Gongzi meets Zhou Hao again, the odds of winning may not bigger. When Dong Qishan heard the words, the muscles at the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, but he quickly returned to his smile. No matter how capable he is, he will not be so lucky in his life. Madam, the U.S. authorities secretly arrested China some time ago. A group of spies planted in the United States caused heavy losses to China's intelligence network in North America. Do you know this? Slightly heard. Thanks to the great power of the Tokugawa family, Nanami Kaoru knew about this top-secret news. Do you know madam? Those Americans have also captured the leader of our Chinese yellow-carded unit, the First Army. Dong Qishan laughed and said, they also imprisoned them in the Nimitz. Nimitz? Nanami couldn't help but exclaimed, didn't they just reported it not long ago, because their nuclear power furnace exploded, causing the Nimitz to sink? The smile on Dong Qishan's face grew stronger. Madam, you are also a dragon and phoenix. Don't you know that the media has always been a horn of the government? The Nimitz is because of nuclear power. The furnace exploded and sank, but it was not an accident that caused the explosion, but man-made. Someone got into the Nimitz and rescued the leader of the First Army and other spies. Wait, don't you mean? An unbelievable thought flashed in Nanami Keiru's heart. Listening to Dong Qishan mentioning Zhou Hao and talking about the explosion and sinking of the USS Nimitz, Nanami knew that there must be a connection between the two. Recalling that Zhou Hao had drifted from the sea to the island of Karanangkai with an Indian master, Kairachikai had a bold guess in his heart. She stared at Dong Qishan and slowly said, "You mean Zhou Hao has something to do with the aircraft carrier Nimitz?" Dong Qishan nodded. "Yes, although there is no substantive evidence. According to the information I received, it is indeed the case. Moreover, the Americans are now looking for clues about this matter." "The news you got," Nanami Keiru sneered. "I can't believe the things that are trying to catch the wind. Why do you say that this matter is related to Zhou Hao? Even if you tell the Americans this news, the Americans may not believe it." Facing Nanami's mocking eyes, Dong Qishan made a gesture of surrendering his hand and smiled. "Well, I admit that I can really be sure that Zhou Hao participated or even led by Zhou Hao." He looked at Keiru Nanami with a smile on his face. "Madam, tell you the truth, not only the United States, but also China, are also looking for Zhou Hao nervously." "Why? Did Zhou Hao rebel?" Nanami Keiru couldn't help asking. "To be precise, he is missing," Dong Qishan said, after Zhou Hao and the others rescued the man. In order to avoid the pursuit of the Americans, they fled to Colombia first, and then transferred from Colombia to Malaysia. Malaysia went home. However, when Zhou Hao's plane arrived west of Australia and approached the Pacific Ocean in the Sea of Japan, it exploded and crashed. It crashed. Nanami Keiru listened to Dong Qishan's words, not letting go of a word. Just listen to Dong Qishan continuing. "Everyone else on the plane survived, but Zhou Hao was missing. According to the survivors who were rescued at sea, Zhou Hao gave them the parachute. He stayed on the plane alone. After the plane exploded, he disappeared. After that, the Chinese military sent a large number of people to search for Zhou Hao, and even dispatched cruisers and submarines." At this point, Nanami Keiru finally understood how Zhou Hao drifted to the island he was on, and why he developed a congestion tumor because of a concussion. It turned out that he fell from a plane to the sea after the explosion. It was caused by the explosion. It is caused by the shock force and the impact force of falling into the sea. Shinji Kantsuki said, "It's no wonder that there was a naval ship conflict between China and Japan before. This conflict was once a big mess. It was the Chinese leaders and our Japanese who came out first and barely calmed down. Now look at it. Come, I am afraid that the Chinese military searched for Zhou Hao and found Japan's territorial waters that led to this incident." Nanami Keiru also nodded. When they were on the island before, there was a gunboat disguised as a fishing boat to ask them if they had ever encountered a shipwreck. Those people should have been sent by the Chinese military to look for Zhou Hao. She squinted at Dong Qishan and said, "Dong Gongzi, although my father is a member of the political bureau of the Central Committee, where did you get this top-secret information that only national leaders can know? Also, Zhou Hao and the others. Why did the plane on board explode suddenly? There should be a hidden strange in this. I really can't hide anything from you, madam." Dong Qishan smiled. "Madam, that's why I came to you. I want to tell you the good news. Zhou Hao and the others took the ride. The plane exploded during the flight because the people we sent out put bombs on it. Humph. I don't know how Zhou Hao found the parachute from the plane, otherwise the people on the plane would definitely none can survive." After a pause, he said again, "Fortunately, the Su Junping who knows our secret has been successfully killed by the people we sent, so our affairs with your Tokugawa family will not be exposed. There is also Zhou Hao. Jun Fong hasn't found him yet. I'm afraid he has already fallen into the ocean." Speaking of this, he couldn't help it anymore, laughed loudly, and leaned forward and backward with laughter. Even tears came out. The Shirlong Shirhu behind him also sneered, because it was Zhou Hao who had abolished the 8 success strengths of their master Xiao. There was a smile on Nanami Keiru's face, but his eyes were cold. Kanyue Shinji looked at Dong Qishan, who was holding his belly coldly, and sneered in his heart. "Madam has been investigating the sacredness of the guy who caused Zhou Hao to be so miserable. It's okay for you to take the initiative to send it to the door." After laughing for a long time, Dong Qishan couldn't even smile, and finally calmed down, and said to Nanami Keiru, "Madam, Zhou Hao was killed by us. He has repeatedly undermined our plans, and not long ago, our Dong family targeted Hong Kong. The stock market was completely destroyed by him, and the loss of your Tokugawa family was not small. This guy is really our confidant, and now we have finally got rid of it. Nanami Karu raised the red wine in his hand. It is indeed something to be celebrated. Yes, come, let's do it for Zhou Hao's death without a place to bury him. Dong Qishan laughed loudly. Sure Long, sure who? You guys come to have a drink too. That guy is the culprit who caused Mr. Xiaoho's misery in his later years. The two brothers Shilong and Shirhu were also welcome and poured a glass of red wine one after another, and Keiru Nanami also asked Shinji Kanzuki to pour a glass, and the five of them clinked their glasses and drank it. Master Dong, I don't know how long you want to stay in Japan this time. Nanami Keiru asked. Well, let me see. It will take about a week to talk about business with Tokugawa Kodron. Dong Qishan smiled. There will be no problem afterwards. If it is Mrs. Tokugawa, how long would you like me to stay here in Japan? Time doesn't matter. Nanami Keiru smiled. Of course it's okay. I will definitely take Dong Gongzi to have fun with you. Thank you then. Dong Qishan smiled. Actually, as long as there is a wife with you, I am willing to go anywhere. Nanami Keiru certainly did not respond to Dong Qishan's words. Moreover, compared to before, Dong Qishan is now much more restrained. After all, he can't rush to the brink. After chatting for a while, seeing that Keiru Nanami did not intend to stay, Dong Qishan said, Then let's do this first. Mrs. Tokugawa, I will talk to Tokugawa Kodron about future cooperation, and then call Madam after that. Let's make an appointment again at that time. Okay, then I'll wait for your call, Dong Gongzi. Nanami Keiru gave Dong Qishan a small smile. But just a smile can fascinate Dong Qishan, and said with a fascinating face, Okay. Shinji, send Master Dong out for me. Kanua Shinji nodded, and said to Dong Qishan, Dong Gongzi, please here. Nanami Keiru was still sitting there, looking at the night view of Yokohama outside the curtain wall, with a cold expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Kanua Shinji returned soon, and said with a look of disgust, This surname Dong is really not a good thing. When I left just now, I shook hands with him politely, but he took the opportunity to wipe the oil and clung to me. My eyes are still clasped on me unscrupulously, as if to take off my clothes. Shinji is too damn. Nanami Keiru just chuckled, and then his eyes became cold. Unexpectedly, it was Dong Qishan who caused nostalgia to be like this. It was really nowhere to look for it after breaking through the iron shoes. It took no effort at all. That's right, young Master Huaishi was even tricked by such a guy. It's really worthless. Kanzuki Shinji said angrily. What I didn't expect was that Huaishi was the one who turned the United States upside down. He also sank the USS Nimitz. This enemy, I knew he was not a peaceful place. The person who divides. Keiru Nanami's eyes filled with a smile. Kanzuki Shinji was also shocked by G. They had heard the news before, so they probably knew what happened in the United States. However, they only heard that the U.S. authorities had captured some important intelligence personnel in China. They did not know that those intelligence personnel had been rescued, let alone that the explosion and sinking of the Nimitz was the work of Zhou Hao and others. Now I know from Dong Qishan that Zhou Hao turned out to be the one who caused this series of turmoil. Even the naval ship conflict between China and Japan some time ago was caused by the Chinese military in search of Zhou Hao. I had never seen Zhou Hao's strength before, but I felt that Zhou Hao was a little white-faced Shinji who was pampered by Nanami Keiru. Now I finally realized that the man who was jealous in his heart was really a vigorous hero. This is not to mention that Zhou Hao defeated the Soros group in the previous world-famous Hong Kong War, which directly led to Julian Robertson's escape and George Soros' suicide. None of these things was a record that was enough to cause a sensation in the world, but Zhou Hao did it all. At this moment, Kanazuki Shinji somewhat understood why Nanami Keiru loved him so much. After returning from Hong Kong, he has never forgotten him, and now he has done so much for him. Kansuki Shinji was thinking about it, and Nanami Keiru said, Shinji, inform us of the people who are on the Tokugawa Kodron side, and ask them to report the cooperation between Tokugawa Kodron and the Dong family. Also, give me a report. Collect all relevant information about the Manhwa company. Not long after Dong Qishan left, Nanami Keiru went back to his manor, because the people in the manor told her that Zhou Hao had returned. Nanami Kaoru was anxious to see her beloved man, so he didn't stop at all and hurried back without stopping. On the way, Nanami Kaoru did not forget to order Shinji Kanzuki. No one is allowed to mention Dong Qishan's matter to Huaishi, nor can Huaishi know about Dong Qishan's existence, no? Although Kaoru Nanami's tone was calm, Shinji Kanzuki knew that she was absolutely not allowed to defy this order. By the way, did Huaishi go to play the Yamaguchi group game today smoothly? Nanami Kaoru asked. Kanzuki Shinji nodded. Miss Hongya has already fed back the news, and it went well. Master has achieved the expected goal. Nanami Kaoru smiled. I originally wanted to go with him, but that Dong Qishan was delayed. Madam, that Dong surname dared to plot against the young master like this. You plan to? Kenwa Shinji stopped talking. Speaking of which, I should be grateful to Dong Qishan, because if it weren't for him, nostalgia would never return to me. Kaoru Nanami's face showed a bit of coldness. But I don't want anyone who hurts nostalgia. I will let it go. I caught a glimpse of Kaoru Nanami's cold face rippling in beauty, and Shinji Kanzuki did not speak anymore, because she knew that Dong Qishan and even the Dong family would suffer. At this time, Kaoru Nanami was like a female tiger guarding the calf. Zhou Hao is unfavorable. She must tear it up. When returning to the manor, Kaoru Nanami saw that Zhou Hao was already waiting for herself in the room. Sister, what kind of guest is so important? Do you need to alert you to personally receive it? Zhou Haofeng usually came to Chikai Kaoru and took Chikai Kaoru's soft jade body into his arms. Nanami Kaoru smiled and pointed at Zhou Hao's nose with you pointed out, and said with a smile, Why? I'm angry? Blame sister didn't accompany you to play the Yamaguchi group field? No, but sister, you didn't see, those people from the Yamaguchi group are too damn. Thinking of the people from the Yamaguchi group insulting those two Chinese women, Zhou Hao couldn't bear the anger in his heart. Live broke out again, and even though was blurted out. Nanami Kaoru said, Since they dare to make us so angry, let's kill it. My sister will support you. Obviously, her hostility to the Yamaguchi group was not what the Yamaguchi group did, but because the Yamaguchi group made Zhou Hao angry. That night, Zhou Hao and Nanami Kaoru remained entangled, because Nanami Kaoru's body has already adapted to Zhou Hao, and the endurance has also improved a lot, so the two of them have enjoyed themselves 2 or 3 times in a row before they are considered to give up. Finally, it fell into Zhou Hao's arms as soft as mud, and a jade finger focused in circles on Zhou Hao's chest. Sister. Zhou Hao kissed Kaoru Nanami's cheek, sighing contentedly. Reminiscence, you are so good. Nanami Kaoru pressed tightly to Zhou Hao's chest, listening to the powerful heartbeat. After meeting you, my sister's life has become more colorful. My sister's life for more than 20 years. It's not as happy as being with you this time. Feeling Nankai Kaoru's dependence on her love and emotions, Zhou Hao is satisfied and happy in his heart. It is extremely fortunate for any man to be able to provide a solid shoulder for a woman like Nankai Kaoru. The next day, Zhou Hao left the manor and went to Chinatown with Hongya Hina. According to his estimation, the Five Lakes gang should have found out that the newly opened steel ball gambling shop was controlled by foreign forces and had to go there. Kick the field. Steel ball gambling is a very popular way of gambling in Japan. Winning steel through game consoles is similar to a slot machine. Those steel can be exchanged for gifts or cash in designated places. An ordinary-sized steel ball gambling shop can house dozens of steel ball gambling machines and can make tens of millions of dollars a month. It is an extremely efficient money-generating machine. Of course, like other gambling shops, the steel ball gambling shop is also under the control and support of the underworld, otherwise it would not be able to sustain it at all. The people who Zhou Hao sent to look after the store were all Shungong Yufeng Lu people, and they had already received Zhou Hao's order to be ready for people from the Five Lake gang to come and make trouble. And the one who was selected for the temporary guest role of the store manager was Jingushiro's main disciple Kenzaki Masago. Early that morning, as soon as Masago Kenzaki commanded several seniors to open the store door, they saw 5 or 6 big men standing outside the store door. Among these people, the head was a man in a white suit with sunglasses on his face, a thick gold necklace hanging from his neck, and a cigarette in his mouth, with a very arrogant expression. Kenzaki Masago knew that these were members of the Five Lakes gang. He sneered in his heart, but with a sophisticated smile on his face, he asked in that fairly fluent Chinese, "A few gentlemen, how can I help? How about you?" The frivolous man at the door sprayed a puff of smoke at Kanzaki Masago and sneered, "Your store started the war yesterday." "Yes, yes." Kanzaki Masago deliberately smiled. "Several people. During the new opening of our store, if you buy enough 10,000 yen, you will immediately add 3,000 yen worth of steel balls, which is very cost-effective." "Hee." The white-clothed man sneered. "You are just here in Chinatown. Don't you know if you open a store in Chinatown, do you have to say hello to our Five Lakes gang first? Without us, Five Lakes gang's consent, do you dare to go to war?" Staring at Kanzaki Masago, the man said, "Tell you, ordinary shops only need to pay a monthly protection fee, but for entertainment venues like nightclubs, bars, and steel ball shops, we need our Five Lakes gang to participate in 40% of the shares. Only the above can open." Actually, it is for your good to let us participate in the Five Lakes gang, because in this way, your store will be the place of our Five Lakes gang, whether it is other local gangs or Japanese gangsters like Yamaguchi Group and Inagawa Club are afraid to come to your house and disturb you. Then dare to ask, "What price do you plan to buy 40% of our shares?" Kanzaki Masago asked. "What? How much do you ask us to pay for your shares?" The man seemed to hear a funny joke and laughed loudly. The men behind him also laughed. In the end, he stopped laughing and stared at Kanzaki Masago and said, "Our Five Lakes gang has never tried to spend money to buy your shares, You don't need to pay protection fees after we participate in the shares. Can get the care and protection of our Five Lakes gang. Even if you are taking advantage of it, you still dare to ask us to pay? Your brain is flooded, you." After a pause, he said again, "I tell you, boy, we are for the good of your store. If you don't have the care of our Five Lakes gang, you will be bullied in the future, so don't come to us and cry. Everyone, you are obviously intimidation and blackmail." Kanzaki Masago sneered. "What's more, there is no law in Japan that requires you to participate in shares. I really don't believe it. Without the care of your Five Lakes gang, ours the shop can't go on." Seeing Kanzaki Masago's cold expression, the man's face outside the door immediately became difficult to look at. He pointed to Kanzaki Masago and said, "Boy, don't be shameless. Let's tell you that we are here to give you face. No one here in Chinatown dared to challenge our Five Lakes gang. There was no before, doesn't mean there is no now." Kanzaki Masago snorted coldly. "Oh, you little Japanese devil opened a shop in our Chinatown. How dare you be so arrogant?" The man said angrily. "Go, smash their shop for me." I saw the big guys rushing in the door aggressively, with a steel rod in their hands. Obviously, they had made up their minds a long time ago. As long as Kanzaki Masago did not submit, he would immediately use force. However, before these people walked into the store, Kanzaki Masago lifted his foot and kicked the person who was in the front violently, and the juniors behind him rushed out immediately, even without weapons. So he beat those 5 big and 3 thick guys to the ground with his bare hands. The man from the Five Lakes gang was shocked when he saw this, but he didn't expect that these people would dare to fight their Five Lakes gang so blatantly. The people in the surrounding shops also ran out to watch the excitement. Here in Chinatown, the Five Lakes gang is a veritable emperor who speaks better than the Japanese police, and no one has ever dared to confront them like this. Kanzaki Masago slammed into the man's front and strangled his neck as soon as he reached out. "Goo. You dare to openly confront our Five Lakes gang like this, you don't die." Kanzaki Masago sneered, "I'm just waiting for your Five Lakes gang to come over." The eyes of the Five Lakes gang were everywhere in Chinatown. Seeing that something was wrong there, someone immediately notified the Five Lakes gang headquarters to send people to support. It didn't take long before dozens of people from the Five Lakes gang gathered in front of Kanzaki Masago's shop, surrounded them aggressively, and they all had murder weapons in their hands. At this moment, the people in the shops around were afraid to watch the excitement and hurriedly returned. The man who was pinched by Masago Kanzaki smiled triumphantly. "You little Japanese devil, don't let go of me." But at this moment, a group of men in black suits walked towards Chinatown from a distance. They were from the Yamaguchi Group. There were hundreds of people in black suits who came towards Chinatown. It was easy to identify those who belonged to the Yamaguchi group because the Yamaguchi group lost a finger, and there is a golden badge on the neckline of the clothes with the word Shanku on it. Seeing this group of menacing Yamaguchi group gangs, the people in Chinatown were stunned, especially after seeing the murder weapon in their hands. The shopkeepers closed the door more quickly, lest the gang fight would spread yourself. The people of the Five Lakes gang are also very confused about these uninvited guests. The person who was caught by Kenzaki Masago even muttered to himself, "The people of the Yamaguchi group are coming today. Why didn't we notify us in advance?" Only Kenzaki Masago and several other Jingu Yufengliu people showed a sneer, and Kenzaki also let go of the little leader of the Five Lakes gang. This little boss now has no time to pay attention to Kenzaki Masago, and hastened to let someone report back the fact that the Yamaguchi formation came to a large number of people. Then he shouted to those Yamaguchi group gangs who were constantly approaching, "Hey, you are from the Yamaguchi group. What do you want to do? Don't you know this is the site of our Five Lakes group?" The people of the Yamaguchi group were all grim-faced and were indifferent to the Five Lakes gang. On the contrary, they accelerated their pace and ran to this side hurriedly. After the head of the man rushed through the archway of China Street, raising the Japanese sword in his hand and shouting, "Vengeance for Mr. Kurosaki and Mr. Shibata." Hey, wait. The little boss stopped drinking again and again. The people who saw the Yamaguchi group didn't listen to the advice at all. He gritted his teeth and shouted to the surrounding Five Lakes gang members, "Leave it alone. First, if you drive these people out, the headquarters has already sent someone to support." Each of these gangs absorbed by the Five Lakes gang are brave and ruthless people, so although the Yamaguchi group came fiercely, they did not scare them at all. Many of them were even shaking with excitement. "Smell a strong smell of blood. Brothers, drive these Japanese devils out of Chinatown." The little boss roared and took the machete handed over by his hand and brought the dozens of members of the Five Lakes gang to greet him. The two men and horses immediately collided together, and there was a fierce fight, lit up pieces of swords, lights, and swords, as well as bursts of screams. The shops in the entire Chinatown have closed their doors tightly, and there are almost only people from the Five Lakes gang and the Yamaguchi group on the street. The continuous splashing of blood stains the roads red, and occasionally they can still be seen. Some fingers even flew out of the crowd with broken palms, and the smell of blood enveloped the entire sky over this area. Kenzaki Masago had already returned to the steel ball shop with his juniors and watched the rallying scene outside through the glass door. All of them had pleasant expressions on their faces, as if they were watching a real movie. With only the sword, the scene is still worse. A junior behind Kenzaki Masago laughed. Kenzaki Masago also smiled, because there are unwritten rules in the underworld. In any such large-scale conflict, both parties to the conflict are not allowed to use guns and ammunition and can only use cold weapons. Otherwise, not only will the government severely punish both parties to the conflict, even the inside of their gang will severely punish those who use guns. This is their bottom line. His junior said, now the conflict between the Yamaguchi clan and the Five Lakes gang is not acting. In this way, the enmity between the Yamaguchi clan and the Five Lakes gang is ended. Now, even if Pu Shoging's old guy denies that he was the one who killed Kurosaki Digging Village, it won't help. Yes, in this way, our young master's plan can proceed smoothly. Kenzaki Masago laughed. The gang fire that took place in Chinatown has lasted for more than an hour. The Yokohama police sent a large team to suppress it. The increase in the number of conflicts between the Yamaguchi group and the Five Lakes gang made the police for a while. He couldn't suppress it, and the self-defense force was about to be dispatched. After such a major event, the Five Lakes gang has no leisure time to pay attention to the newly opened steel ball gambling shop in Chinatown. After the incident, senior figures from the Yamaguchi group and the Five Lakes gang were taken back to the Metropolitan Police Department in Yokohama for investigation. In the police inspector's office of the Yokohama Metropolitan Police Department, a middle-aged man in uniform is sitting on the sofa in the center, but it is Sujihira Nakamori, the head of the Yokohama Metropolitan Police Department, sitting on the left and right sofas. In the Yamaguchi formation, Junichi Sato, who temporarily replaced Kurosaki Minamura to manage the Yokohama subdivision, and the young leader of the Five Lakes Gang, Pu Shogun's son, Pu Chuanfang. Sugihara Nakamori looked gloomy, and his cold eyes swept across Sato Junichi and Pu Chuanfang. Sato Junichi and Pu Chuanfang didn't care about Mori Sugihara's gaze at all, but stared at each other angrily. Pu Chuanfang stared firmly at Nakamori Shanpei, gritted his teeth, and said, "Our Five Lakes group and your Yamaguchi group have always kept the river water from the well water. Why did you suddenly attack us today? Huh? Do you still dare to say?" Nakamori Shanpei coldly snorted. "You freak out and killed our cadres in the Yamaguchi group. We haven't settled this account with you yet. Are you talking about Kurosaki Digging Village?" Pu Chuanfang said angrily. "You are talking nonsense. Kurosaki Digging Village's death has something to do with us. Don't think that our Five Lakes gang is a bully. Don't die. All cats and dogs pour on us." Sugihara Nakamori slapped the coffee table fiercely and stood up quickly and glared at Pu Chuanfang. "Who do you say is a cat or dog? Humph. Not only Kurosaki Mining Village, but our Ieching was kicked by your Five Lakes gang yesterday. Now, Kosaburo Shibata, the person in charge of Ichiyo AO, was seriously injured by you Chinese pigs. You have repeatedly challenged the endurance limit of our Yamaguchi team. Really think that our Yamaguchi team dare not touch you? When are we going to kick your place?" Pu Chuanfang said angrily. "We never sent anyone to Yiking yesterday. Whatever your Shibata Kosaburo was seriously injured, it has nothing to do with us. Humph. You want to move our Five Lakes gang, right? Then come and see who has the last laugh." 2. Nakamori Sugihara coughed and said, "I see if there is any misunderstanding in this. The death of Mr. Kurosaki Minamura is still under investigation by the Metropolitan Police Department. Mr. Sato, you can't say anything. Mr. Pu and the others did it." Jun Sato waved his hand fiercely. "Where is it necessary to investigate? Kurosaki Minakura was killed by the two women sold by their Five Lakes gang. This is undeniable. Moreover, Shibata Shaosaburo also said that last night it was your Five Lakes gang, and those two women who killed our man and wounded him seriously. Pu Chuanfang, do you despicable Chinese pig want to quibble? Who the are you talking about that pig, you little Japanese devil?" Pu Chuanfang furiously reached out and took out a Black Star pistol from his arms. The muzzle was facing Junichi Sato. Sato Jun was not surprised and angry, and without showing any weakness, he drew a silver revolver from his waist and aimed at Pu Chuanfang on the opposite side. In the office of the Metropolitan Police Department, the two of them dared to draw their guns and confront each other. As the person in charge of the Yokohama police, Sugihara Nakamori was also furious and said, "I said you too. You guys don't let our police go in your eyes. Do you think that the government recognizes your legal status as a gangster? It means it can let you go wrong?" Hearing the anger in Sugihara Nakamori's words, Pu Chuanfang and Jun Sato had a slight meal before they remembered that this is the Metropolitan Police Department. If they really angered Sugihara Nakamori regardless of their bottom line, I am afraid that neither the Yamaguchi group nor the Five Lake Gang are good fruit. After all, anyone who knows the inside story understands that Sugihara Nakamori is the confidant of Yokohama Mayor Kinji Igarashi, and he himself is a force that cannot be underestimated in Yokohama's political circles. Therefore, although the Yamaguchi group and the Five Lakes Gang have considerable power in the political circles of Yokohama, they dare not completely offend Sugihara Nakamori. I saw Pu Chuanfang snorted coldly. "For the sake of Mr. Nakamori, I don't have the same knowledge as you." After that, he put the Black Star pistol back in his arms, and Junichi Sato also glared at him, retracted the revolver, and sat back on the sofa, but his anger was not quenched, and he still stared at Pu Chuanfang. Seeing both of them sitting back, Nakamori Suppei said, "In my opinion, is there such a possibility? Perhaps someone deliberately separated the Yamaguchi group and the Five Lakes Gang? I wonder if the two have thought about it." Both Pu Chuanfang and Sato Junichi's expressions changed, only to hear Nakamori Sugihara continue. "Those who hurt Shibata Kosaburo claim to be members of the Five Lakes Gang, and Mr. Pu said that the Five Lakes Gang is simply no one was sent to Ieching. So I think someone is deliberately instigating the friendly relationship between the Yamaguchi group and the Five Lakes gang. The key to this matter is that the two killed the black in Saki Minu village, the Chinese women who hurt Shibata Kosaburo again. As long as they can be found, the truth of this matter will be known. However, Pu Chuanfang squinted his eyes and said, even if someone is really instigating a discord in this matter, their Yamaguchi clan suddenly sent a team of people to attack us in Chinatown today. Is this the account? At the time when Junichi Sato of the Yamaguchi group and Pu Chuanfang of the Five Lakes group clashed in the office of Sujihira Nakamori, the head of the Five Lakes group, Pu Shogun was invited back to his own by the deputy mayor of Yokohama. In the residence, Yamada Mori graduated from the University of Tokyo, Japan. He started as a small government member and worked hard, and finally became the deputy mayor of Yokohama at the age of 36. He is also considered young and promising in Japanese politics. A promising representative. Few people know that when Sean Ningson was vying for the position of deputy mayor, Pu Shogun of the Five Lakes gang provided its activity funds. Therefore, the biggest reliance of the Five Lakes gang in the political arena is that the mountain is next forest. The residence of Yamagami Mori is in downtown Yokohama. It is a 100-year-old traditional Japanese manor, covering an area of 3 to 4 acres. In the golden city of Yokohama, the land of this manor alone is worth 2 to 3 billion Japanese yen. At this time, a black Lincoln car slowly drove into the residence of Sean Dixie and Son, and then saw a man wearing a blue tang suit, who looked like he was in his 50s and 60s, stepped out of the car. He was also leaning on a smooth pearwood crutch, and it looked like a traditional and dignified old-school man. However, this old man with a cold face and serious look is surprisingly the owner of the Five Lakes gang, Pu Shogun. Mr. Pu, please here. Mayor Yamashita has been waiting in there for a long time. Yamashita's assistant made a pleased gesture to Pu Shogun. Pu Shogun didn't say anything and followed the man into the inner room. The layout of the inner house is very elegant, with green bamboos and green stones scattered in different patterns, and sometimes 1 or 2 beautiful servants in kimonos are passing tea in the corridor. When passing by Pu Shogun, these maids would bow their waists and say hello immediately. On the surface, Pu Shogun was only slightly chins, but the gazes from those eyes were staring at the maid's chest spring light because of bending down. His expression was a kind of suppressed, intense desire. Until the maid left, he squinted his eyes and stared at the swaying figure of others. Sean Dyson's assistant quietly paid attention to Pu Shogun's ecology, sneered in his heart, but showed no clues on his face. Under the guidance of Sean Dyson's assistant, Pu Shogun came to a room close to the backyard. There was a man in a kimono sitting cross-legged beside the coffee table with a cup of fragrant tea in his hand and looking out. Courtyard. Shanxiasen's assistant knelt down at the door and bowed deeply to Shanxiasen before saying, Mayor Yamashita, Mr. Pu is here. Sean Nyson saw no action, but his assistant already understood what he meant and said to Pu Shogun, Mr. Pu, please come in. Pu Shogun nodded slightly and stepped into the room, and Shanxiasen's assistant closed the door respectfully and sat outside the room, waiting for Shanxiasen's instructions at any time. Yamada Mori is only 41 this year and has served as deputy mayor of Yokohama for 3 years. His features are well-defined and tough, giving a sense of being a soldier, but he has never served in the army. Pu Shogun knew this man's ambitions. He would never be satisfied with the post of deputy mayor of this district, and even the mayor of Yokohama is by no means his ultimate goal. Mayor Shanxia. Pu Shogun stood behind Shanxiasen and called him faintly. Sean Neeson looked back at him and said, Sit down, I have prepared your favorite tea guinyan. Thank you, Mayor Yamashita. Pu Shogun sat down and picked up the cup of fragrant tea that was obviously prepared for him on the coffee table. After taking a sip, Pu Shogun did not speak either, and also quietly looked out to the courtyard, listening to the sound of the water beating a bamboo tube. Neither person made a sound, making the atmosphere in the room a bit dull. In the end, it was Sean Ningson who broke the silence. Old Pu, how many years have I known you? Pu Shogun's expression was faint. It should be 10 years ago. Yeah, it's been 10 years. Sean Nianxian smiled slightly. When you first met you still had only 3 or 2 punks, and I was just a small head of the secretary class. Haha, that at that time, you were in your 40s, and you actually told me that you want to achieve a big cause, and you can't lose to the younger generation. Pu Shogang looked at Shan Ningxian. His lips moved, but after all he didn't speak. So Shan saw Pu Shogang deeply next time. Lao Pu, you and I have always been in the same boat. This fact has not changed in the past, it has not changed now, and it will not change in the future. I know, Pu Shogang said, narrowing his eyes. As an old friend, I hope you can tell me honestly. Yamaguchi stared directly at Pu Shogang. Did you kill Kurosaki Minu village of the Yamaguchi group? Pu Shogang slowly shook his head. No. Although I had some disputes with the guy from Kurosaki Daimura before, it hasn't reached the point of death or death. Moreover, although my Five Lakes gang has a big family, if I get into the Yamaguchi group, the odds of winning are still not great. I don't have to push the Five Lakes gang onto the cliff for the sake of a small Kurosaki village. Yamaguchi frowned next time. Since you know how to think so, why did you have such a big conflict with the Yamaguchi group today? It made TV Tokyo report it. You know, the Ministry of Finance just called asked me what's going on, and if Yokohama under my jurisdiction has become a capital of sin. Lao Pu, you can tell me what can I say to those people in the Ministry of Finance. It's okay to just say it straight. What's the big deal? Pu Shogang curled his lips. Besides, it's not my Five Lakes gang who took the initiative to pick things up. The Yamaguchi group, guys sent dirty water to us for no reason. I splashed on my body, and now I am sending someone to step on our Chinatown side. Do I have to swallow my breath? Lao Pu, you are my person. Both the mayor and the Yamaguchi group know about this matter. Shangshi said in a deep voice, so I hope you can handle everything. Otherwise I will be very passive. But I saw Pu Shogang sneered. Why? Mayor Yamashita, are you afraid that I, a gangster, will jeopardize your reputation? Hey. I said that the mountain is next forest. You don't think of yourself so clean. I know. If it wasn't for my surname Pu to provide you with funds, would you be able to sit in the position of this deputy mayor? Shan Xiaosan looked cold. What do you mean by that? I do it for the good of everyone. You have to know that the Yamaguchi group is not easy to provoke. The forces behind him even dare not provoke me. If they are true, if you are determined to deal with you, then even I will not be able to keep you. Not only that, but I will be troubled by you. I am afraid that I will not be able to protect myself. Speaking of it, aren't you afraid that I will hurt you? Pu Shogang raised his eyebrows. The mountains are next to the mountains. Don't pretend to be so high. You know, our Five Lakes group spends nearly 30% of the money every year it's on you. Also, your secret account's on our side. What do you mean? Shan's expression immediately became cold. Although Pu Shogang didn't say anything further, it was easy for Shan Dyson to hear that he was threatening himself. Just listen to Pu Shogang sneered. I don't mean anything else. As you just said, we are on the same boat, and it's not good for each other if something goes wrong. So, Mayor Yamashita, if we're the Five Lakes gang, if you really want to be the enemy of the Yamaguchi group, whether you like it or not, you must stand on the same front with us. Shan next time closely stared at Pu Shogang, with a gloomy expression, almost gritted his teeth, and said, Pu Shogang, you really want to be an enemy of the Yamaguchi group? You can't think about the consequences? You will drag me like this. I got into the water. What good is it for you if I suffer? Shan, next time you will be ungrateful. Pu Shogang picked up his eyes and stared at the next time. I was the one who pushed you to the position of the deputy mayor. Now I can also pull you down. Humph. It's not that I am going to be the enemy of the Yamaguchi group, but they are not willing to let me go. Those guys now insist that I killed Kurosaki Mining Village, and they will sacrifice our Five Lakes gang. Flag, do I still want to kill? Taking a deep breath, Pu Shogang said stiffly, I will tell you next time in the mountains, don't think about staying out of this matter. If our Five Lakes gang is over, we will definitely not be lonely. The first one to cushion us with a coffin. Without waiting for Shan's answer, Pu Shogang stood up quickly and said coldly, Mayor Shanxia, I still have something to do, so I won't bother you, and leave. After that, he opened the door of the room and walked out without looking back, and the assistant of Shan Dyson who was guarding the door was startled. Shan Xiansen looked at Pu Shogang's leaving back with stunned mouth, and did not respond for a long time. And his assistant was still sitting at the door, looking at him in astonishment. After a long while, Shan Ningxian yelled Baga Alu. and waved his hand to lift the whole coffee table next to him. Just at this moment, a maid wearing a kimono trot to the door of this room, knelt there, and said to Yamashita Mariji, "My lord, there is a visitor outside who wants to see you." Shan Xia-sun was still exhaling in a big mouth. To calm the anger in his heart, he ignored it at all, and after a while he asked the maid who was kneeling at the door, "What kind of guest? I don't know if I don't just meet guests." "Is it?" the maid said hurriedly. Then, the guest said that what he wanted to tell you was related to the Wuhu gang, and he said his last name was Zhou. Hong Yehina looked at Zhou Hao in front of her with a complicated expression, because there were very few confidants who knew Zhou Hao's true origins around her, and Nankai Karu had told her before, let her be careful not to let Zhou Hao touch when it comes to things about his life experience, so as not to cause his lost memories. However, Zhou Hao now needs to forge an identity to deal with the Five Lake Gang and the Yamaguchi Group forces. When Hong Yehina asked him to invent a fake name, he subconsciously said the name Zhou Hao. Perhaps it was the lost memory that affected his subconsciousness. Hong Ye-young guessed that way. But it can also be seen from this that Zhou Hao's previous memory was not completely lost, but was deeply hidden. This made Hong Yehina very worried, and immediately reported the situation to Nanami Keru. Never reveal any abnormalities. Just treat that name as the most common name, and definitely not allow Huaishi to be stimulated by other memories about him. Nanami Keru said to Hong Yehina after a long silence. Hong Yehina was thinking about these things in her heart, and Zhou Hao in front said with interest to her, "Miss Hongya, what's the annual salary of the deputy mayor of Yokohama?" I think even if he works hard, in 10 years, his salary can't afford such a private house." Today, Zhou Hao, whose pseudonym is Zhou Hao, has been disguised with the help of Hong Yehina. His hair is combed greasy and shiny, and he is wearing a decent black suit, just like a young underworld novice. On the other hand, Hong Yehina wears an equally black executive dress, with her slender hair twisted into a simple and generous bun. She also wears a pair of exquisite glasses and holds a Hermes briefcase in her hand. An intellectual breath. In particular, she has an outstanding figure. Her chest is as high as a cloud peak, and under her short skirt are a pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings, which can arouse the jealousy of any woman. At this time, the male assistant of Shangxiasen walked over with 2 maids quickly, bowed to Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina, and said, "You must be Mr. Zhou. Please come with me. Yamashita City long agreed to see you." Then his gaze passed Zhou Hao and fell on Hong Yehina. First, he was amazed by this mature and charming woman, and then he came back to his senses and said, She is my secretary." Zhou Hao smiled. The man immediately looked at Zhou Hao with an ambiguous look, because in his knowledge, such a beautiful secretary must have been forbidden by the boss, Zhou Hao, because of this situation, whether in shopping malls or in politics. They are all too common. "Please here." He gestured to Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina and walked ahead to lead the way. What Shan Yinxian used to receive Zhou Hao is another spacious room. This room is decorated with various Japanese-style artworks, but the style is much more serious than the room that Shan Yinxian met with Pu Shoging before. Shangxiasen is specially used to receive people who don't know each other well. Under the leadership of Shanaseason's assistant, Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina came to Shanaseason's room. When Shan Yinxian saw the Hong Yehina behind Zhou Hao, he couldn't help but stunned for a moment. He was a little lost, and it took a long time to recover. However, a fire rose involuntarily in his heart, and his eyes were even more tightly attached to the Hong Yehina was on her body. Because of being in a high position, there are countless people in and out of Yokohama who are flattering to Shan Ning's senator as long as Shan Ning's son is the woman who fancy, whether it is a lady or a singer star. It is always easy to get a hand. Even there is no need for him to do anything, because a lot of women will embrace him. As time passed, Shangxi felt a feeling in his heart that all women in the world, as long as they liked them, they couldn't get them. Therefore, it is difficult for Shan Xiaosen to curb his desire for women, and he is even a little sloppy in women. Reaching the unscrupulous gaze of Shan Xiaosen, Hong Yehina frowned immediately, feeling a little disgusted in her heart. Zhou Hao in front also sneered secretly. Looking back and forth on Hong Yehina, Shang Xingxin turned his attention to Zhou Hao and said with a smile, "This is Mr. Zhou. Please sit down. Come and make tea." So Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina sat opposite the mountain next to Mori. At the same time, a beautiful woman in a kimono walked in slowly and knelt down beside the coffee table, making tea gracefully. I have to say that the Japanese are very particular about the tea ceremony. Even though Zhou Hao disagrees with the red tape they deliberately added to the tea culture, and Chu also admires the seriousness of the Japanese in this regard. Please. Sean Dyson smiled at Zhou Hao. This is our Japanese oolong tea. Please try, Mr. Zhou. Thank you. Zhou Hao nodded and took a sip of the cup of tea. It should be the first time I met Mr. Zhou. Sean Dyson said again. I haven't asked Mr. Zhou's name yet, and this beautiful lady. Zhou Hao introduced himself with a smile. Mayor Yamashita, my surname is Zhou, and my name is Zhou Hao. Not long after I became a Japanese citizen, I am currently running an investment company called 7 Seas. This is my secretary called Hong Yehina. Yes, Mr. Zhou is of Chinese descent, right? Shan Xiaosan said casually after taking a sip of tea. Yes, Mayor Yamashita, I am a native Chinese. The smile on Zhou Hao's face was very kind, but his heart was filled with sneers. He had conducted an investigation on this Shansa Mori earlier, and he knew that Shansa Mori is a right-wing politician who has strong hostility towards China, but is willing to cooperate with the Chinese for his own purposes, such as Pu Shogang. So this mountain is a typical example of unscrupulous means to achieve the goal. Sean next time Sin squinted at Zhou Hao and asked, I don't know what kind of business Mr. Zhou's 7 Seas investment company is doing. It's mainly for financial investment. Now we plan to invest in the entertainment industry. Zhou Hao smiled and said, we just opened 5 steel ball gambling shops here in Yokohama, and one of them is in Chinatown. Oh, haha. Mr. Zhou can favor our Yokohama investment environment and participate in our Yokohama's economic construction. I am honored and very happy. Yamada Mori smiled. Mr. Zhou, you just said you are 7 Seas. One of its stores is located in Chinatown. As far as I know, it seems to be the sphere of influence of the Five Lakes gang. Could it be that, Mr. Zhou, you came to me to let me help you pull the bridge so that you cooperate with the Five Lakes gang? In fact, Sean Zison is very clear. Although Zhou Hao said that he runs an investment company, it is impossible to operate an entertainment venue like a steel ball gambling shop without a background in the underworld. So what Zhou Hao actually did was the underworld. However, although Japan recognizes the legitimacy of the underworld, many companies with the nature of the gang have not registered clearly, because once registered as an underworld, the various approvals and monitoring will be much stricter. Therefore, these companies generally indirectly manipulate other gang forces to help themselves deal with gang-related matters. Obviously, the 7 Seas, operated by Zhou Hao, is this type of company. Just listen to Zhou Hao said. Of course, we don't want to cooperate with the Five Lakes gang, because we have no cooperation or coexistence with the Five Lakes gang. It is precisely because of this that I will open the store. Go to Chinatown. Oh, hearing Zhou Hao said that it is impossible for him to coexist with the Five Lakes gang, Shangxi immediately became interested. Why can't you coexist with the Five Lakes gang? Or the family named Pu has a holiday? Zhou Hao nodded. That's right. Next, Zhou Hao talked about the hatred between himself and the Five Lakes gang. According to Zhou Hao, his family was originally a middle-class family in Hubei. Although it is not a rich family, it has a good life. However, Zhou Hao's younger sister ran away from home because of an accidental quarrel with her parents. Zhou Hao and the others thought she was only running away for a few days, but they did not expect that she would be missing. After searching for it, Zhou Hao's family learned that his sister was abducted to Japan. After being forced into prostitution for half a year, she finally couldn't stand the torture and committed suicide by jumping off the building. Zhou Hao's mother couldn't stand the stimulus at the time and died of a heart attack. Zhou Hao and his father finally found out that someone from the Five Lakes gang abducted his sister, which led to her miserable end. However, the Five Lakes gang also has umbrellas in Hubei. The Zhou family has repeatedly reported petitions, but they have repeatedly been suppressed by officials who have been embarrassed by the Five Lakes gang. Later, the Five Lakes gang also sent people to create a fake car accident and kill Zhou's father. Zhou Hao finally escaped, but he was already ruined by the Five Lakes gang, so he swore in his heart that the Five Lakes gang would be uprooted. In the end, after several hard work, Zhou Hao became a figure in the underworld and immigrated to Japan, intending to deal with the Five Lakes gang through violence and violence. After listening to Zhou Hao's past, Shan Nianxian understood why Zhou Hao could not coexist with the Five Lakes gang. Of course, he would never believe Zhou Hao based on Zhou Hao's one-sided words, but Zhou Hao was not afraid, because he had already made this past camp with Hong Yehina's help long before that. It's the same, and deliberately created a lot of evidence. Not afraid that Shan will check it next time. Obviously, Zhou Hao and Pu Shogang and the Five Lakes gang all had great feuds, and Zhou Hao would definitely not let the Five Lakes gang go. Although Shan Saisin was still not sure whether Zhou Hao's past was true or false, the irreconcilable relationship between Zhou Hao and the Five Lakes gang was basically confirmed. I saw that Shan Nianxian stared at Zhou Hao deeply and saw all the changes in his expression. It seemed that he was about to catch Zhou Hao's feet, but he didn't get any results. After a long time, he said, "Mr. Zhou, dare to ask, do you know my relationship with the Five Lakes gang? Or, do you know my relationship with Pu Shogang?" Zhou Hao smiled calmly. "Of course I know. Mayor Yamashita is the biggest backer behind the Five Lakes gang. Because of the Mayor Yamashita, the Five Lakes gang can run wild here in Yokohama." In fact, Zhou Hao said that it was a coincidence, because Shanxia-sun had no control and use of the Five Lake gang at all. He and Pu Shogang were only combined because of their interests. And Zhou Hao said that with the existence of the mountain next forest, the Five Lakes gang was able to run wild in Yokohama. He said that among them, the mountain next forest is in a dominant position, and it can be regarded as the next forest. A kind of compliment. Sure enough, Shangxi immediately smiled when he heard the words, "Since you know my relationship with the Five Lakes gang, and you and the Five Lakes gang have a big feud, why are you here? Looking for me? Are you not afraid that I will work with Pu Shogang to deal with you? Because I know that the current mayor of the Five Lakes, Yu Shanxia, has become a sharp knife that doesn't hurt others and hurts yourself first." Zhou Hao smiled confidently. "Before, the old fellow Pu Shogang, Mayor Yamashita is indeed your greatest help, but Pu Shogang is an old and cunning guy and will never be willing to live at the feet of Mayor Yamashita. The current Five Lakes gang is no longer a big deal." He glanced at Shanxia-san and saw that his face was already low. Zhou Hao continued to smile. Pu Shogang is not listening to Mayor Yamashita's advice now, and he is still using Mayor Yamashita unscrupulously outside. The name is everywhere, doing things without regard to the consequences, without knowing how negatively his actions will have on Mayor Yamashita. Listening to Zhou Hao's words, Shan Dyson's expression was very cold, and he drank a cup of oolong tea, but it did not affect the spread of anger in his heart. As Zhou Hao said, Pu Shogang is now becoming more rebellious and rebellious as he gets older, and Shanxia-sun also knows that his influence on the Five Lakes gang is becoming less and less. He knew very well that if Pu Shogang was able to serve him in a persuasive manner, it would be the best sword in his hand. However, once Pu Shogang was against him, it would immediately become a deadly weapon against him, an untimely bomb that lurks around and will explode at any time. It's useless for a disobedient dog to be ferocious, Mayor Yamashita, right? Zhou Hao's voice came at this time. Shanxia-sun raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Hao meaningfully. "Listen to what you mean. Do you want to take Pu Shogang instead and become my person?" "No." Zhou Hao slowly shook his finger. "I am discussing with Mayor Yamashita as an equal partner." "Huh." Shanxia-sun suddenly laughed, with deep disdain in his laughter, and it took a long time to gradually converge, staring at Zhou Hao with a sneer. "With Pu Shogang's power in Yokohama, I have not released in my eyes, let alone you. Especially you are just a foreigner who just came to report. I haven't seen your strength yet. Can you take Pu Shogang and replace it with no one can know? You even wished to follow me talk about equality." Zhou Hao did not show any signs of sarcasm at Shanxia-sun, with a faint smile on his face. "Mayor Shanxia, I believe you will see my abilities soon. Besides, I really want to take Pu Gingsho. Instead, I am not going to replace him as Mayor Yamashita's your dog, but to replace his power in Yokohama. The reason why I came to Mayor Yamashita is because you know the weakness of the Five Lakes gang best. People, with your help, it will be much easier for me to deal with the Five Lakes gang. Why do you think I will help you?" Shan next raised his head to look at Zhou Hao, and then glanced at Hong Yehina, who was sitting quietly behind Zhou Hao. He couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement, and said to Zhou Hao in secret, Should I use this woman to make me promise him? If it is this woman, it is not without discussion. Seeing Zhou Hao snapped his fingers, Hong Yehina took out a document from his briefcase and placed it on the coffee table in front of the mountain next to Mori. Sean Nexon's gaze first turned around Hong Yehinano's body, and then fell on the document, and saw that it was all densely packed in English, and there was a stamp of Morgan Bank on the page. And at the bottom of this page, there is a striking number $30,000. Seeing this line of numbers, the next time Sean Sen's heartbeat went faster. Mayor Yamashita, this is a bearer bond worth $30 million. As long as it can be converted into $30 million at any branch of Morgan Bank. Hong Yehina rang with a charming voice in his skill. Stand up. Listening to Hong Yehina's alluring voice and seeing this bearer bond worth $30 million, Sean Nessison was really moved. This $30 million is much more than the annual tribute given to him by the Five Lakes Gang. Looking coldly at the next time that Sean is staring at the bearer bond on the coffee table, Zhou Hao smiled and said, after eradicating the Five Lakes Gang, I can at least provide you with this number for Mayor Yamashita every year. If you get rid of the Five Lakes Gang, Mayor Yamashita, you will also lose a major worry. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Sean Xiaosan's eyes kept turning, weighing Zhou Hao's proposal in his heart. In fact, even if he repeatedly emphasized his friendship with him in front of Pu Gingshou had no place in his eyes. Apart from his naked interest, Pu Gingshou Yushan next forest, even the servants of the family if you don't, Shangxi will never make love to Pu Gingshou. The reason why Shan Yinsun dare not agree to Zhou Hao casually is because Pu Gingshou has a lot of his own vital handles. If Pu Gingshou is aware of his thoughts, it is difficult to guarantee that Pu Gingshou will not disclose the evidence. In that case, the next forest will be dead. Up. After taking a look at this unregistered bond and squinting at Hong Yehina's beautiful face, Shan Niangxiansen said to Zhou Hao, it is not impossible for me to cooperate with you, but I have one more condition. Zhou Hao frowned, as if he had guessed what conditions Shan would want next time. Sure enough, Shan Ningxian pointed his finger at Hong Yehina behind Zhou Hao and smiled happily. I admire Miss Hong Ye's talents, just because there is one less satisfactory secretary beside me. Mr. Zhou, as long as you are willing to let Miss Hong Ye act as my secretary, I will agree to your request and join hands with you to deal with Pu Gingshou and his Five Lake Gang. Judging by the appearance of Shangxi-san, letting Hong Yehina be his secretary, he will definitely not only do the work of secretary. And after Hong Yehina heard the shameless request of Shan Ye-san, he felt a deep hatred for Shan Ye-san and looked at Zhou Hao's back with some worry, because Nanami Care once said that Zhou Hao's anything, she must follow all orders unconditionally. Hong Yehina has long seen many people who sacrifice their relatives and even lovers in order to achieve their goals, so she has only been with Zhou Hao for a short period of time. There is really no confidence that Zhou Hao will not be able to achieve their goals. Order yourself to commit yourself to the next forest. However, Zhou Hao's expression was gloomy, and his fierce gaze stared at Shan Xiao-san, and the chill in his eyes made Shan Shi-sun tremble. Just listen to Zhou Hao's unsatisfactory words. Mr. Yamashita, I believe that besides you, there must be many people who would like to see the collapse of the Five Lakes Gang, such as the Yamaguchi Group, or the city of Yokohama. The mayor of Japan, Mr. Shimizu Riko. If I go to them, I believe they will definitely not reject me. The next time Yamamori heard the words, his face changed, because the mayor of Yokohama, Shimizu Riko, is his biggest political enemy at this stage. The two are fighting secretly in Yokohama, and both want to push each other down to completely control Yokohama. Shimizu Riko is well aware of the relationship between the Yamaguchi-san and the Five Lakes Gang, and he has a close relationship with the underworld forces like the Sanxia-san, and Shimizu Riko's partner is the Yamaguchi Group. However, unlike the Yamaguchi Group, Shimizu Riko and the Yamaguchi Group are more inclined to have a colleague relationship because he and the Yamaguchi Group are both members of the Mitsubishi family and are controlled by the Mitsubishi family. The Mitsubishi family is one of the top giants in Japan. It has been overwhelmingly in the political and economic fields of Japan. If it weren't for other reliances, Yamagami would not dare to challenge Shimizu Riko to compete for the right to speak in Yokohama. Since Zhou Hao can come up with a huge sum of 30 million US dollars with a single shot, his strength is also evident. If he really goes to Shimizu Riko for cooperation, then the threat to Shan Xiaosan is even greater. How about, Mr. Yamashita? Have you finished thinking about it? Zhou Hao said coldly. Someone in Zhou is very simple to deal with people in the world. It is not my friend, that is my enemy, and I will definitely do my best to deal with me. Of the enemy. Under Zhou Hao's hard work, Shan Dyson finally agreed to cooperate with Zhou Hao. In fact, it was not his turn to refuse, because as Zhou Hao said, there are many people who want to deal with the Five Lake Gang. Even if Shangshi Sun does not agree, Zhou Hao can go to Shimizu Riko to form an alliance. And in this way, as Shimizu Riko's biggest political opponent, once Shimizu Riko and Zhou Hao form an alliance, the first to bear the brunt is Shan Xiaosan. Shan Dyson personally sent Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina out of the house, and the servants in his family were very surprised, because there were very few visitors who could let Shan Dyson send off in person. When he got into his car and left the residence of Shanaseason, he could still see Shanaseason standing there watching him. Zhou Hao sneered and said, "This Japanese is really a cheap bone. He always wants carrots and big hands. It's a great ability to move, It's true that the Americans are experienced in dealing with these little devils." The red leaf young Nai next to Zhou Hao quietly looked at Zhou Hao, with a slight smile on his lips. Zhou Hao didn't allow Shan Nina's son to get involved with Hong Yehina. This moved Hong Yehina very much. If Zhou Hao really ordered Hong Yehina to meet in Shan's next forest, Nanami Karu's order would be in front of Hong Yehina. Dare not defy. Because of this, she had previously obeyed Zhou Hao's orders because of Nanami Karu's orders, and her psychology had changed, and she became willing to follow Zhou Hao to do things. After all, there are too many superiors who sacrifice their subordinates without hesitation for this kind of purpose. Well, Miss Hong Yi, is there anything on my face? Seeing Hong Yehina staring at his face, Zhou Hao touched his face a little strangely. Hong Yehina lightly shook her head, and then smiled. "Master, don't call me Miss Hong Ye. Call me Hina, or call me Xiao Hina." Xiaoxin. Zhou Hao was a little surprised, because Hong Yehina was already 27 or 18 years old this year. Although she was not much older than herself, she was still a little awkward to call her a Xiaoxia. Seeing Zhou Hao's shameful face, Hong Yiyang was moving her index finger. She originally had a good impression of this majestic and cute little man, but now this affection is even stronger. Especially whenever she saw Zhou Hao showing that shy look, there was always an impulse in her heart, wanting to hold this 6 or 7-year-old man in her arms and take good care of her. She knows that this is a kind of motherhood hidden in her heart, but as the second in command of Jingu Yifengliu after the gatepost Jingu Kaishiro, Hong Yehina has a lot of blood on her hands. He is a Japanese Budo. There is a famous female Rakshasa in the world, so ordinary people have no chance to see her motherhood at all, and they can't even imagine that she has such a humanized side. Hong Yehina didn't know why Zhou Hao was able to inspire a motherhood she had never had before. Seeing Hong Yehina's eyes look more and more strange, Zhou Hao blushed slightly, avoiding her gaze slightly, but from the corner of his eyes he caught a glimpse of Hong Yehina's plump thighs wrapped in black stockings in a dimly lit car. The spring light in that short skirt is also looming, which is very fascinating. Perceiving Zhou Hao's gaze, Hong Yehina would have seen herself like this if someone else had changed her gaze, but the person in front of her was Zhou Hao. She was a little excited, and she deliberately opened her legs. Let the spring light inside burst out even more suddenly. Zhou Hao's heart jumped. Knowing that Hong Yichi Nai had noticed his bad gaze, he turned his head quickly, but the attractive scenery of Hong Yichi Nai's skirt still lingered in her mind. "My son, your face is so red. Is it uncomfortable?" Hong Yehina smiled ambiguously and stretched out his jade hand to touch Zhou Hao's forehead. No. Zhou Hao shook his head quickly and sat a little away. And the more Zhou Hao was like this, the more ripples occurred in Hong Ye-sanai's heart, and she sat right there, and intentionally or unconsciously used her towering and plump to gently rub Zhou Hao's arm. This car has been specially modified. Not only does it have excellent anti-ballistic performance, there is also a window between the driver's seat and the rear seat, so the front can't actually see the back. Because of this, Hong Yehina dared to mouse Zhou Hao in this way. "My son, What's the matter with you? Is it because Xiao Qi's body stinks, making you feel disgusted? Hongye Hina doesn't babble like those cardamom girls, but her voice will always bring one in her voice. This kind of charming, after people hear it, even the bones are lightened a bit. No, no. Smelling the scent of Hongye Hina and feeling the stunner on her chest rubbing her arms, bringing a soft texture, it was really ecstasy. Zhou Hao has lost his previous memories, so now he only has the experience of Nanami Keru as a woman. That is still the case of Nankai Keru taking the initiative to attack. So at this time, under the teasing of Hongye Hina, a mature and beautiful woman, Zhou Hao the whole person is stiff. Even if there are frequent waves in his heart, he dare not do anything. And Hong Yi Chunai likes to look at him in embarrassment and gets closer and closer to Zhou Hao and laughs softly. My son, do you hate Xiao Xiao? Otherwise, why don't you want to look at Xiao Xiao? I don't hate you, Miss Hongye. It's a young man. Hong Yi Hina straightened up and corrected. Oh, little chick. Zhou Hao felt a little helpless. I saw Hongye China stretched out his hand to hold Zhou Hao's face and asked him to turn around to look at him, and asked, my son, is Chuck so ugly? Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. No, you look very beautiful, Xiao Xiao. Then why don't you look at Hina? Hongye Hina chuckles. Looking at this handsome little man, Hongye Hina was trembling in her heart, and finally she understood why Nanami Keru loved Zhou Hao so much. I also remembered what Nanami Keru said when Zhou Hao fought her at the beginning. It was so energetic, it made people hate and love. In the dim, Hong Yi Hina's bright eyes were shining like two stars. Zhou Hao couldn't bear Hong Yi Hina's gaze. He wanted to look away, but was blocked by her hands. He just turned his eyes to avoid him. Hongye Hina's gaze. Suddenly, Hongye Kunai leaned over and kissed Zhou Hao's cheek gently, leaving Zhou Hao with a refreshing fragrance. After that, Hongye Hina immediately shrank back and sat in a precarious manner, with a very dignified appearance, as if nothing had happened, making Zhou Hao think that everything that happened just now was his own illusion. Subconsciously touching the cheek, Zhou Hao smelled a scent of fragrance, and then looked at Hongye Hina who was sitting next to him. Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile wryly. Little young. Huh? What's the matter, son? Hongye China looked at Zhou Hao nonchalantly. It's okay. Zhou Hao really didn't know what to say. Although Nanami Keru had said that both Hongye Hina and Kenzuki Shinji were able to get Zhou Hao to take their bodies, and Zhou Hao said that he was not tempted, it was false, but he had this lust, but temporarily there is no such gall. At this time, the driver's voice in front came from the stereo in the car. Master, Miss Hongye, there is a car behind us for a long time. Zhou Hao and Hong Yi Kunai were startled and turned around to look at them, and they saw a black Mercedes car not far behind them. Zhou Hao frowned and said, could it be that fellow Shan Yin's son? It doesn't look like it. Hongye Hina said, since he agreed to cooperate with us, he won't even change his mind so quickly. I doubt it is from the Five Lakes gang. Zhou Hao shook his head. No, the people of the Five Lakes gang will not know our existence yet. While talking, the Benz behind suddenly accelerated past Zhou Hao's car, and then blocked in front of Zhou Hao and the others, and flashed the rear lights, obviously wanting Zhou Hao to follow it. Just listen to the driver in front asking Zhou Hao, Master, what should we do? Do we want to keep up with him? Zhou Hao squinted his eyes for a moment, then nodded and said, follow them, see who it is, and what tricks you want to do. The driver responded and drove up with the Benz ahead. Soon, the two cars entered a parking gate and stopped, and two grim men in black suits walked out of the Benz sedan and went straight to the back seat of Zhou Hao's car, and bowed to Zhou Hao inside. Hongye Hina pressed the window, looked at the two people outside the car coldly, and asked, who are you? The two people bowed their waists to look at Zhou Hao in the car, and said, hello, Mr. Imo, we are Mr. Tokugawa's subordinates, and our Mr. Tokugawa wants to see you. Which Mr. Tokugawa? Zhou Hao asked. It's Mr. Genshin Tokugawa, the two people replied. Zhou Hao frowned when he heard this. Tokugawa Genshin wanted to see himself? Previously participated in the banquet hosted by Tokugawa Genshin for Nanami Keru. Nanami was afraid that Tokugawa Genshin and others would recognize Zhou Hao, so he asked Hongye Hina to dress Zhou Hao beforehand. This is what it is now. So Zhou Hao's the appearance is mo huaishi in the eyes of Tokugawa Genshin. My son, Why does Tokugawa Genshin want to see you? Hongyea Hina asked with a frown. I don't know either. Zhou Hao shook his head and then asked the two men outside. Where is Jinta Tokugawa now? Is it in Yokohama? Yes, Mr. Mo, Mr. Tokugawa is on Yokohama now. One of them said, If you want, you can see Mr. Tokugawa right now. Zhou Hao lowered his eyes in thought, while Hongyea Hina leaned into his ear and said, My son, or else, let's inform the wife first and ask her opinion. However, Zhou Hao raised his hand and said in a low voice, No, I don't need to trouble my sister with everything. Hongyea Hina frowned when he heard this, feeling that Zhou Hao's hiding from Nankai Kiru was inappropriate, and he couldn't explain it clearly. Zhou Hao immediately saw her worries and whispered, I don't want to hide my sister. I just want to figure out what Tokugawa Genshin is doing. After that, Zhou Hao looked at the two men outside and said, Okay, I'll see Genshin Tokugawa. The two men immediately helped Zhou Hao open the car door and made a pleased gesture. Mr. Mo, please get in our car. Zhou Hao Yin got out of the car, and Hongyea Hina immediately followed. When the two men saw Hongyea Hina also follow Zhou Hao, the expressions on their faces immediately changed. Mr. Mo, Mr. Tokugawa only wants to see you. She is my assistant. If she is not there, then I will not go either, Zhou Hao said without hesitation. Seeing Zhou Hao's resolute attitude, the two men couldn't make up their minds and immediately called Tokugawa Genshin. They called to ask Tokugawa Genshin for instructions, and Zhou Hao and Hongyea Hina waited here. Looking at Zhou Hao, Hongyea Hina said softly, Master, thank you. You are welcome. I just want you to testify to me to prove that I did not want to betray my sister when I went to meet Tokugawa Genshin. Hearing Zhou Hao's cold and indifferent voice, Hongyea Young Nai suddenly changed her color, nervously grabbed Zhou Hao's arm, and quickly explained, My son, I don't doubt you. I'm just worried about Dichuan Jinsheng. It's not good for you. Young master, you have to believe in Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao has absolutely no meaning. As soon as Zhou Hao's attitude towards her turned indifferent, Hongyea Hina suddenly lost her composure, fearing that Zhou Hao would alienate herself. Even Hongyea Hina couldn't notice this extraordinary tension. When Zhou Hao saw Hongyea Kanai's anxious and panicked look, he suddenly smiled. Don't be so scared. I'm just joking. I know you don't miss me that much. If we don't even have such a trust, how will I partner in the future? My sister will not rest assured that you will help me with things. Hongyea China breathed a sigh of relief, and then gave Zhou Hao a white look. My son, you will be scared to death by you, so you won't be allowed to scare her like this in the future. If the disciples in Shun Gongyu Fenglu saw Hongyea Hina's little daughter, I'm afraid they would be stunned. At this moment, the two Tokugawa Genshin's men had finished the call and came over to Zhou Hao and the others. Mr. Mo, Mr. Tokugawa said, Agree to let this lady go with you, please here. So Zhou Hao and Hongyea Kunai got into the two men's car and drove toward the darker night. In the area east of downtown Yokohama, there is a Japanese-style pub named Bo's. It occupies a spacious area and a quiet environment, which is unique in this modern concrete forest. Moreover, this Bo's pub has very few guests, but the number of waiters is extraordinary. Most of them are young and beautiful women in kimonos. They are almost the same as those beautiful maids in the Sanxiusin family. Upon entering the door of the tavern, more than a dozen waitresses on both sides immediately bowed and shouted, Welcome. A charming woman in her 30s came forward and nodded to Tokugawa Genshin's two subordinates before smiling at Zhou Hao. Mr. Mo, the adults have been waiting for the two for a long time. Please come in with me, both of you. Then, Zhou Hao and Hongyea Hina followed the woman into the interior of the tavern, while the two Tokugawa Genshin's men stayed there and did not follow. Along the way, Zhou Hao and Hongyea Hina discovered that the environment of this Bai's tavern was very beautiful, with peach trees as the main plants in the yard. It was already late autumn, but these peach trees were actually full of peach blossoms, and there was a night breeze. When it blows, it is the sky full of pink petals, which is truly charming, like a paradise. I didn't expect that Tokugawa Yuanshin would quite enjoy it, Zhou Hao said to himself. Hongyea Hina also nodded, but did not speak, only silently following Zhou Hao. The two of them followed the Japanese woman to the innermost part of the pub. They saw that it was a two-story wooden house with very elegant decorations, and the crafts used to decorate them would be superb. The pieces are very valuable. However, what made Zhou Hao and Hong Ye stunned was that Tokugawa Jinsheng did not sit quietly and wait for them, but lay down comfortably on a long bamboo bed, with only a cloth covering on his buttocks, body, revealing his ugly fat and rough skin. At the same time, a plump, beautiful woman was sitting on her knees next to Jinsheng Tokugawa and devoted herself to massaging him. I saw only a thin short kimono on this woman, and the skirt was loose with an open collar, and the spring light on the chest and under the hips was looming in the moving room. Her slender hands were on Jinsheng Tokugawa's body, kneading his loose fat. Such exposure and even some ugly scenes were displayed in front of Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina, making them feel depressed and uncomfortable. Tokugawa Jinsheng, who was lying on the bamboo bed, did not raise his head to look at the two of Zhou Hao, but asked indifferently, "Here?" The woman who was responsible for bringing the two of Zhou Hao to sit on the ground just now, and respectfully said to Tokugawa Jinsheng, "My lord, the two guests are here. Since it's here, Fangzi, go and relax for Mr. Mo, and show your hospitality in the Beau's Tavern." Jinsheng Tokugawa still didn't raise his head, his voice dull. "I see, my lord." The woman named Fangzi answered, and said to Zhou Hao, "Mr. Mo, please come and change your clothes for a bath. The water in the bath in our Bay's pub is from the hot spring." Seeing the clearly provocative look on this woman's face, Hong Yehina stared at her sharply, opened her hand extended to Zhou Hao, and said coldly, "Go away, don't touch him." "Oh, it hurts. Mr. Mo, your female companion is jealous." Fangzi rubbed the reddish hands of Hong Yehina, but he didn't forget to wink Zhou Hao. So Zhou Hao said to Tokugawa Jinsheng, "Mr. Tokugawa, let's get straight to the point. You invite me here. What do you want to talk to me? Since Mr. Mo doesn't like the reception at the Beau's pub, don't force him." Jinsheng Tokugawa said, "Mr. Mo, I haven't finished this massage yet. If you don't mind, just wait. Wait for me." Zhou Hao frowned, but sat down cross-legged, just waiting for Tokugawa Jinsheng, and Hong Yehina also took the initiative to sit behind Tokugawa Jinsheng, looking coldly at Tokugawa, who was enjoying the massage. Source: Tokugawa Jinsheng was lying prone on the bamboo bed with his head resting on his arms. He didn't face Zhou Hao at all. He only left the back of his head for him. He didn't even mean to face Zhou Hao. In order to clarify this guy's intentions, Zhou Hao, even though he felt unhappy, put it down for the time being. On the contrary, it was the glamorous woman who helped Dechuan Yuansheng massage. She glanced at Zhou Hao with interest from time to time, with a slight smile on her mouth, which was clearly a silent tease. Zhou Hao frowned, and Hong Yehina, behind him, also squinted at the presumptuous woman. If it wasn't for the environment, she would have to draw the knife and split the woman in two. But in Hong Yehina's warning gaze, the woman not only failed to constrain, but became bolder and bolder, even deliberately turning her body to let Zhou Hao see the alluring scenery under her collar. "Okay, Asahina, give me concentration, help me massage, and not forget to seduce others. You are not brave enough." Tokugawa Jinsheng's words immediately caused the luddy woman named Asahina to converge, but the corner of her eyes still flew towards Zhou Hao from time to time. Like the wild bee-wave butterfly who found the nectar, she refused to give up the prey in front of her. It was in this atmosphere that Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina quietly waited for Tokugawa Jinsheng. After a long time, this Asahina finished the massage for Tokugawa Jinsheng, and Tokugawa Jinsheng also sat up on the bamboo bed. Although Jinsheng Tokugawa looks only in his 40s, he is a man in his 60s after all. There are obvious age spots on his skin, and he also looks very loose. It's just his piercing eyes. The burst of light bursts out, indicating that he is different from ordinary men. He didn't care what he was almost naked in front of Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina. Instead, he stared at Zhou Hao deeply and didn't take the initiative to speak. Zhou Hao stared at him in this way, also silently. The atmosphere was so stalemate. Momiji Hina's eyes flashed a bit of worry, because this Bay's Tavern was clearly a stronghold of Tokugawa Jinso in Yokohama, and the people from Nanami Care didn't even notice its existence. Moreover, Tokugawa Jinsheng came to see Zhou Hao today, and he was definitely not simply interested in Zhou Hao. In the end, Tokugawa Jinsheng broke the deadlock and saw him staring at Zhou Hao shiningly, saying almost every word. Mr. Imo, I hope you can take refuge in me and help me board the Tokugawa family. As the owner of the house, Zhou Hao and Hongya Hina did not expect that Tokugawa Jinsheng would be so directly wooed. Zhou Hao and Hongya Hina looked at each other and heard Zhou Hao smile at Tokugawa Jinsheng. Mr. Tokugawa, we were originally, it's just for the Tokugawa family. How can it be said to take refuge? In addition, Mr. Tokugawa, you are the eldest son of the old man. Isn't it logical to inherit the position of the head of the family? Besides, we outsiders seem to be unqualified. Please tell me what happened to the Tokugawa family. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Hao said to Tokugawa Jinsheng, So Mr. Tokugawa, I think you have found the wrong person. I am not so capable. Hearing what Zhou Hao said, Tokugawa Jinsheng's expression remained unchanged, and he was very calm and calm. I saw him staring at Zhou Hao closely and slowly said, Mr. Imo, I know you are a rare talent. Because of this, I feel that you are under the hand of that woman Nankai Kuru. I know, my side is the best platform for you to show off your talents and gain prosperity. Mr. Imo, I am very sincere. Having said that, Tokugawa Jinsheng snapped his fingers, and the house just now came in with a tray of money, kneeled down in front of Zhou Hao, and handed the tray in his hand to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao looked down and saw a dark gold bank card on the tray, which belonged to Citibank. This is an account with Citibank in the United States. The password is 9 zeros, and there are $100 million in deposits. Jinsheng Tokugawa said in a deep voice, As long as you work with me, you can get this every year. Number of annual salary. Zhou Hao's face remained silent, but Hongya Kunai secretly gasped. Although Jinsheng Tokugawa and Keiru Nanami control hundreds of billions of funds in their hands, Jinsheng Tokugawa immediately sold $100 million in order to win Zhou Hao, and the shot was really bold. Seeing Zhou Hao's refusal to express his position, Tokugawa Jinsheng winked at Asahina and Fangzi, and saw that Asahina and Fangzi came to Zhou Hao at the same time and grabbed his arm. Asahina said in a charming voice, Mr. Imo, we adults are so sincere. So you agreed. As long as you invest in them, not only the money, but the two of us, as well as any woman in the Beau's pub, you can take it. Both of these women were very plump, and they were tightly attached to Zhou Hao. And Hong Yihina stared at the two women who entangled Zhou Hao with fire-breathing eyes, and because Zhou Hao didn't speak, she didn't dare to move. I saw Zhou Hao staying indifferent under the entanglement of these two beautiful snakes, and said to Tokugawa Jinsheng, Mr. Tokugawa, Madam is kind to me, so I can't betray her. In addition, I will do my best. Help Madam protect Madam. Anyone who intends to hurt Madam, I will not let it go. Jinsheng Tokugawa's face finally changed, becoming more and more gloomy. The corners of his mouth trembled, and he said, You know, Keiru Nanami is just a foreigner in our Tokugawa family. She wants to take our Tokugawa family. My father's wealth is simply wishful thinking. My father was only bewitched by her for a while to let her take care of some things in the family. However, my father is very old, and the Tokugawa family's affairs will be handed over to us sooner or later. Immediate family members. Speaking of this, he sneered, you should know how many people in the family has been offended by Keiru Nanami over the years. Although the people in our Tokugawa family are fighting openly and secretly, we will end up as a family if we don't get along. Nanami Keiru is different. This foreign woman, our family will definitely not allow her to behave. She is an extremely powerful woman, but if we from the Tokugawa family work together, she will only be able to subdue. Glancing at Zhou Hao and Hongya Hina, Tokugawa Jinsheng continued. At that time, those of you who work under her will certainly not end. Mr. Imo, the power of our Tokugawa family in Japan must be you. We also know that if we become our enemy, we will have no place in Japan. Tokugawa Jinsheng's remarks can be said to be a threat to the horses and horses. Hongya Hina looked at him with a green face, and Zhou Hao also said, Mr. Tokugawa, I have already said, I will do my best to protect his wife. Whether I am from the Tokugawa family or the Mitsui family, as long as I am trying to hurt my wife, I will not let it go. Huh? You mean, you are going to fight our Tokugawa family by your own efforts? Jinsheng Tokugawa raised his voice, and his eyes looked at Zhou Hao with mockery. Even Keiru Nanami, I'm afraid I don't dare to say such things, he. Imo Huaishi, your tone is too big. Since you refuse to be my person, you can only become my enemy. Genshin Tokugawa's eyes burst with sharp killing intent, and the two women Asahina and Fangzi who were attached to Zhou body, when the jade palms were turned over, there was a sharp blade of cold light flashing in their hands, respectively. He stabbed Zhou severely under his ribs. Master, be careful. Hina's face changed drastically. At the same time as she shouted, she also had a short knife in her hand and rushed towards Kyohina. Laugh. The sharp blades of Asahina and Fang Zi pierced Zhou, but after the tip of the knife hit Zhou's skin, the two women could no longer pierce it, and Zhou stared at the opposite Tokugawa General Shang, laughed coldly. Mr. Tokugawa, you are so embarrassed to become angry. Seeing that Zhou was not afraid of sharp edges, Tokugawa Genshin was also surprised. His first reaction was that Zhou was wearing a protective tool such as a bulletproof vest. At the same time, Hina had already rushed to Asahina's side and kicked her away from Zhou with one kick. Hina was originally annoyed at the Luddy woman's seduction of Zhou before, but now that he has a chance to attack, he certainly won't let it go. So this kick immediately used 100% of the skill. However, Asahina was obviously not an ordinary woman. He raised his hand to resist when Hina attacked. Although the whole person was kicked off the ground by Hina, the injuries on her body were not very serious. She turned around as soon as she landed. With the help of the force of rotation, two rapidly rotating tops were thrown out. Seeing those two spinning tops flying straight to his door, the edges on the tops were clearly sharp blades. Hina was startled, and an iron bridge flashed backwards, which could barely avoid these two hidden weapons. You are a ninja of the IGA faction. Hina immediately recognized that the spinning top was a hidden weapon used by the IGA faction. Asahina stared coldly at Hina, her face also full of vigilance. I didn't expect you to see our school. The other prescription that attacked Zhou had also retreated 3 or 4 meters at this time, a little far away from Zhou. The small sword in his hand was still emitting a gleaming cold light. Obviously, this prescription was also of the IGA school. Female ninja. Hina's gloomy gaze shot directly to Tokugawa Genshin's face. Tokugawa Genshin, you actually colluded with the IGA school. Hey, Nanami Kaoru can collude with the Jingu Yufengliu. Why can't I cooperate with the IGA school? Genshin Tokugawa sneered. If I guess correctly, you are also Jingu Yufengliu. People, is it the younger sister of Jingushiro in the legend? Hina didn't make a sound. It was a tacit understanding. Then Tokugawa Genshin smiled viciously. Hey, that's great. Since the two generals of Nanami are here, then just ask for thee and leave, and stay. Following his words, the paper doors of the screens around the room were knocked down, and at the same time more than a dozen black shadows appeared around the room, all ninjas in black tights, without a single hand, exceptionally holding a sharp knife. And Tokugawa Genshin also put on a robe under Asahina's service, stood up, and said to Zhou, you can still change your mind now. How about, are you agreeing to switch to me, or continue to die? Loyal to Nanami Kaoru. There is no need to think about it at all. Zhou sneered. Hina also smiled, and said, yes, shameless people like you are also worthy of us to work for? Fart. Then don't blame my subordinates for being merciless. Genshin Tokugawa squinted at Hina and smiled. Humph. I've heard that Jingushiro's junior sister is a beautiful woman, and I saw it today. Don't worry, I won't kill you easily. I want to see you trained to become my slave, and let Nanami Kaoru see how her confidant became my toy. Humph. Just relying on you, IGA, ninja who only knows how to use three-legged cat kung fu. I want to take the two of us and have a dream. Hina sneered disdainfully. As soon as the voice fell, I saw a steel chain suddenly launched from behind Tokugawa Genshin and took the key of Hina's chest. One end of the steel chain was a very sharp knife. Hina was shocked and hurried to avoid it, but the steel chain seemed to be conscious, like a poisonous snake chasing Hina. Seeing that the red leaf young is in danger, Zhou sneered, stretched out his right palm and pulled backhand, and immediately uttered a strong energy on the ground, violently sucked the steel chain knife, and firmly grasped it. On hand, Hong Yehina breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly came to Zhou Hao. Although she had heard her senior brother Jingushiro mention Zhou Hao's martial arts unfathomable many times before, she had never really seen it. At this time Zhou Hao showed such a hand. She knew that what her brother said was correct. Just listen to Zhou Hao coldly staring behind Tokugawa Yuansheng. Where is the rat? Is there only this kind of secret attack? Ha! I didn't expect that there would be such a master in Jingu Yufengli. A man's voice suddenly sounded, and that person also appeared from behind Tokugawa Genshin. This is a man in his 40s. He is relatively thin and looks one size smaller than Gunso Tokugawa, and he is wearing a white ninja tights, holding the other end of the steel chain in his hand. It was obviously this person who attacked Hong Yehina just now. In addition to his small size, the most striking thing about this man is that his right eye is covered with a blindfold, which is a typical Cyclops image, and there is a spider pattern on the blindfold, which looks a little horrible. Are you the right patriarch of the IGA school, the one-eyed spider? Hong Yehina said with a grim expression. This person called the one-eyed spider didn't deny it. The healthy left eye stared at Zhou Hao, and Jie smiled and said, "Little guy, you are Chinese. It seems that you have a few skills. My son, be careful, this one-eyed spider is the second master of the IGA school. It has a very powerful skill in hidden weapons and a terrible poison technique." Hong Yehina pressed her voice to remind Zhou Hao. Just listen to the one-eyed spider sneered. That guy Jingushiro Jingu claims to be one of the 3 masters in Japan. I wanted to learn from him a long time ago, but I have been suffering from no chance. Hey, you are his junior. Martial arts also came from the same source as him. And today, I will take your sacrifice knife first. Tokugawa Genshin reminded him. One-eyed spider, don't hurt her, such a beautiful woman. It would be a pity if she gets hurt. I still want to love her well. Don't worry, Mr. Tokugawa, I will definitely be able to give you an intact woman. The one-eyed spider also smiled inly. Not only is it intact, I have 100 ways to make her willing to act as Mr. Tokugawa. What about your slave? Having said that, the 2 men laughed wantonly, as if Hong Yehina had become something in their bag. You will subdue me first. Zhou Hao let out a sneer, and suddenly pulled his hand to this side. A huge force was immediately uploaded from the steel chain, causing the one-eyed spider to fly forward. The one-eyed spider was shocked, obviously unexpected that Zhou Hao's power would be so great. However, although he was not disturbed, his body flew off the ground into the air, but he did not lose his balance. At the same time, 2 other steel chains were shot from his arms. The front ends of the steel chains were also connected to a sharp knife, one left and right like a snake, generally swept towards Zhou Hao from the air. There was a sneer at the corner of Zhou Hao's mouth, and the steel chain in his hand shook, and the shape of the one-eyed spider in the air immediately lost its balance. The 2 chain knives that drove him to shoot out of alignment lost their heads, and they could be seen from Zhou Hao passed by, but didn't touch him at all. Then, Zhou Hao let go of the chain knife in his hand, and disappeared in place in a flash. The one-eyed spider, still staying in the air, only felt a flower in front of him, and he saw that he suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of the cold smile on Zhou Hao's face. Oops, this guy's martial arts is surprisingly high. The one-eyed spider cried out, and the 5 fingers of his right hand immediately caught 4 iron pills and threw them at Zhou Hao. The 4 iron pills exploded before they even touched Zhou Hao, emitting thick yellow smoke, and the shape of the one-eyed spider also took the opportunity to disappear in the smoke. The dozen or so IGA ninjas below did not stay idle either, and immediately rushed to Hong Yehina. Asahina and Fangzi shielded Tokugawa Genshin from the room, and Tokugawa Genshin retreated to those IGA. The ninja shouted, "Don't hurt that woman. I want to catch alive." These more than 10 ninjas are the upper ninjas of the IGA sect, and their power is much higher than ordinary people, and they have a good understanding of each other, although their individual strength is far from that of Hong Yehina. But more than a dozen cooperated, but the Hongye youngsters were helpless, and they couldn't break through their encirclement by bumping left and right. Seeing the yellow smoke from the one-eyed spider, Hong Yehina did not forget to remind Zhou Hao while resisting the attacks of the ninjas around him. "Master, be careful. The yellow smoke is poisonous." This shout made Hong Yehina a little distracted, and a long knife on the left also happened to pierce her shoulder. Seeing that it was unavoidable, Hongye Hina didn't retreat, but instead moved forward, planning to get rid of one of these ninjas if he was injured. However, just as the blade was about to touch her shoulder, the ninja with the knife flew out and slammed into the wall of the room, pierced the wooden wall, and fell to the ground. No, it just died like that. In Hongye Hina's horrified gaze, Zhou Hao appeared in front of her, staring coldly at the surrounding ninjas who were also shocked, and his sharp gaze shocked these ninjas not to act rashly. The sun. Seeing Zhou Hao, Hongye Hina breathed a long sigh of relief and quickly took out a pill and handed it to Zhou Hao. My son, this is the detoxification pill of our Shin Gongyu Fenglu, which can contain that. The poisonous one-eyed spider. But when Zhou Hao raised his hand, he declined. I'm fine. You can eat. He had just discovered that the poisonous smoke released by the one-eyed spider had no effect on him at all. It was just that although the yellow smoke had no effect on Zhou Hao, it continued to spread, blinding the sight of the room. At this time, the 4 chain knives flew silently from all the tricky directions and took the big holes on Zhou Hao's body. Even Hongye Hina couldn't detect these chain knives in the spreading yellow smoke. However, Zhou Hao didn't need to look at it at all. He shook his hands and grabbed the 4 chain knives that were attacking him in succession. He hummed in his mouth, small bugs. After that, he twisted and tugged, and immediately pulled the one-eyed spider that was hiding in the dark to launch a sneak attack, and saw Zhou Hao move his arm to bring the one-eyed spiders all flying in the air, surrounding the dozen or so the ninjas who lived in Zhou Hao and Hongye Hina were swept down. Then, Zhou Hao fiercely pulled the involuntary one-eyed spider over, then lifted his foot and kicked it, hitting the one-eyed spider's chest. The one-eyed spider shook his body, and a blood burst out. The 4 chain knives broke because of this distance. He also flew out of the room and fell into the koi pond in the yard outside. A splash of water. The dozen or so ninjas who were overthrown by Zhou Hao were all surprised. In their eyes, the right patriarch, who was unfathomable, was so easily defeated by the young man in front of them. This completely exceeded their phenomenon. SHD. At this moment, a sharp blade pierced from the floor and hit Zhou Hao directly. Zhou Hao took a step back a bit later, squatted down, and inserted his hand into the floor as soon as he reached out, pulling out the guy who launched the attack from the ground. But it was still a one-eyed spider. It turned out that after the one-eyed spider fell into the koi pond outside, it simply got into the ground from the koi pond, with the intention of attacking Zhou Hao through the technique of earth escape. Zhou Hao pinched the one-eyed spider's neck with one hand and lifted him up, and the one-eyed spider was severely injured by Zhou Hao in the previous confrontation, and blood was still overflowing from his mouth. I can't think that China also has such a powerful master, said the one-eyed spider, but Zhou Hao's eyes were still stubborn and unyielding, which really admired Zhou Hao. Let go of our right patriarch. An IGA ninja rushed towards Zhou Hao with a knife. However, Zhou Hao didn't need to do it at all. Hongye Hina held the knife with his back hand, and with his feet spinning, the whole person passed the IGA ninja like Aemon, and the short knife in his hand also slashed against his neck. The IGA ninja immediately stopped and looked at Hongye Hinano, who was standing there in a daze. His lips moved to say something, but only a cooing sound came from his throat. Puff! A cloud of blood splashed from his neck, and the IGA ninja fell softly. With such an example, the one-eyed spider is in Zhou Hao's hands again, and the other ninjas dare not move anymore. Hongye Kunai glanced at Zhou Hao, a faint excitement in his eyes, feeling that fighting alongside Zhou Hao was a different kind of romantic feeling. You are dead. The one-eyed spider stared at Zhou Hao viciously. Our IGA faction will not let you go. Having said that, the one-eyed spider's right eye, covered with the blindfold, suddenly shot 5 fine needles that reflected the deep blue light. His crippled right eye was turned into a hidden weapon to kill the enemy in a crisis. Zhou Hao could clearly see the 5 poisonous needles flying towards his front door, and it was easy to avoid them. But Zhou Hao didn't avoid it. So he looked at the one-eyed spider so determinedly, letting the 5 poisonous needles pierce his face. Jia. You are dead. The one-eyed spider laughed. This is the venom of our IGA school. A single poison needle can poison an adult in 10 seconds. Elephant, no matter how deep your inner strength is, there is no way to survive. Jia. Hong Yihina was shocked and ran over quickly, staring at the 5 poisonous needles on Zhou Hao's face in a daze. Zhou Hao didn't move. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the poisonous needle on his face. He smiled contemptuously and said, "You want my life with these things?" The one-eyed spider looked at Zhou Hao in disbelief and muttered, "This? How is this possible? This is obviously, it is clearly." Compared with the stunned one-eyed spider, Hong Yehina was very surprised. She just saw Zhou Hao being stabbed by that poisonous needle, and her whole heart was grabbed. It was also at this time that she remembered that Shinji Manhwa had told her that Zhou Hao's physique was different from ordinary people. Seeing that Zhou Hao pierced the 5 poisonous needles into the neck of the one-eyed spider casually, he sneered. "Since you said this poisonous needle is so powerful, let you taste it yourself." The one-eyed spider's complexion changed drastically when his poisonous needle was pierced into his neck, but before he could yell out, his complexion quickly turned purple and black, and the stench of blood flowed out of the 7 holes. "It's terrible." Zhou Hao threw him to the ground casually, and the one-eyed spider curled up, his body convulsed continuously, and the whole body stiffened in a short while. Unexpectedly died like this. Hong Yehina took a breath. Unexpectedly, this poison would be so powerful. And the surrounding IGA ninjas also changed their faces, looking at Zhou Hao in fear, but no one backed away. "Kill him, avenge the right patriarch." I didn't know it was the ninja who yelled, and the dozen or so IGA ninjas raised their swords and rushed towards Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina. Hidden weapons such as cross darts and flying needles were shot out. Hearing Zhou Hao sneered, his palms folded into a knife-like shape, and then violently waved. He issued a stern energy, condensed into sharp blades, and swept the dozens of IGA ninjas who had been killed away. Shichikachichi. The swords in the hands of these IGA ninjas are all made of stainless steel. They are both hard and sharp, but they can't support even a single face under the sword light issued by Zhou Hao. They are cut off after the first touch. Dao Meng also cast their momentum and hit them, like cutting tofu, instantly cutting their flesh to pieces and raining blood in the air. Hong Yehina, who was next to Zhou Hao, watched Zhou Hao kill these IGA ninjas in a few strokes. The shock in her heart was beyond comprehension, and it was the first time that Zhou Hao had such an unfathomable experience. Strength. It is no wonder that even Jingushiro, who has a high self-esteem and never admit defeat, will show discouragement when mentioning Zhou Hao's martial arts strength. In the thick rain of blood, Zhou Hao was lucky for a little bit of real power, and the blood could not touch the two of them. But when they walked out of the room, the two of them still carried a strong smell, as if they had just hunted, like a beast after eating. As they walked out of the messy room and came to the courtyard outside, more than 20 people emerged. But these people are no longer IGA ninjas, but look like Tokugawa Genshing's bodyguards. Tokugawa Genshing must have known that his ninjas were brought down by us, so he sent another group of people over. Zhou Hao sneered. He even dared to attack us like this and intended to incite my betrayal. Sister, this guy is so courageous. Xiaoqi, you follow me and see how I can get that guy out. After that, Zhou Hao slapped the ground fiercely and saw that the ground of the entire yard shook violently. The bodyguards of the more than 20 Tokugawa Genshing immediately became unstable and became swayed. After shaking it up, seeing Zhou Hao's feet sweep again, it aroused dozens of small stones on the ground and flew towards those around them like bullets. These people seemed to be mercenaries or people who had received military training. They didn't know how to martial arts. Under the beating of those little stones, they all yelled in pain and quickly searched for cover. While Zhou Hao and Hong Yiqianai took advantage of the panic of those people, they jumped up to the eaves with their feet and disappeared from the eyes of the bodyguards after a few ups and downs. This base tavern occupies a very large area, and it is difficult for Zhou Hao to imagine that there could be such a large piece of land in the center of Yokohama for Tokugawa Genshing to build such a tavern. As they walked between the walls, Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina could see the tavern waiters panicking and avoiding, as well as the bodyguards of Tokugawa Genshing chasing Zhou Hao and 2 people running below. From time to time, they shot at Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina. It's just that Zhou Hao's movement speed was too fast, and the bullet could not hit them at all. My son, where did the guy Tokugawa Genshing hide? Maybe he ran away. Hong Yehina asked, who was behind Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't say anything. Although he didn't know for sure whether Tokugawa Jinsheng left the Bo's tavern, he intuitively felt that Tokugawa Jinsheng was still here. For some reason, he was convinced of his intuition, and it seemed to have become an instinctive habit. There, Zhou Hao pointed to the Japanese-style building in the distance, and flew past like a night owl with a single move. Boom! Zhou Hao directly broke through the roof of the building and jumped in, only to find that it was a Buddhist hall with golden Buddha statues on both walls, and a huge altar in the middle with only various offerings. As expected, Tokugawa Jinsheng was here. When Zhou Hao broke in, he was escorted by the two women Chao Binai and Fangzi, opening a floor under the altar, trying to leave here through the tunnel. Wanna run? No way. Zhou Hao let out a cold drink and slammed his right foot on the floor. The board made of mahogany was immediately lifted up by Zhou Hao's strength and rolled straight toward Tokugawa Jinsheng and the others. When Tokugawa Ginyu, Asahina, and the others saw their discoloration, Asahina and Fangzi quickly took Tokugawa Jinsheng and rolled aside, and the layers of wooden planks that had been raised rolled straight to the place of the altar, opening the tunnel entrance. Turned over together with the altar, Hongya Hina also came in at this time, sneered at Tokugawa Jinsheng, who was still in shock. Do you want to escape like this? What do you want? Tokugawa Jinsheng stared at Zhou Hao and Hongya Hina angrily. What do you want? Zhou Hao hummed and said, not to mention your unruly heart towards our wife. Just because you want to take our lives today, do you think we have replayed you? I saw Na Asahina shouting to Fangzi beside him. Fangzi, you protect Mr. Tokugawa and go first. I'll hold them. Having said that, Asahina leaped and rushed towards Zhou Hao. The small sword in his hand also shone coldly. Huh! Hearing Chao Binai's shout, he was about to stab Zhou Hao with a knife in both hands. When Zhou Hao waved his hand, he slapped his backhand on Asahina's face. He immediately slapped Asahina around and then fell to the ground. He passed out as soon as his eyes went dark. However, Tokugawa Jinsheng over there was locked in again by Zhou Hao before he could move. Zhou Hao walked slowly towards Tokugawa Jinsheng. Tokugawa Jinsheng also retreated step by step under Fangzi's protection, and finally retreated to the corner of this Buddhist temple. After all, he could not retreat. Tokugawa Jinsheng gritted his teeth and said to Zhou Hao, do you want to kill me? Humph. I tell you, even Nanami Keru will not allow you to kill me, otherwise she will be affected immediately. With the suppression of the Tokugawa family, my father will no longer protect her. Zhou Hao's face became gloomy when he heard that Dechuan Yuanxing Zhouhua. Because Tokugawa Jinso was right. Even if there is no evidence that Nanami Keru killed Tokugawa Jinso, to the Tokugawa family, Nankai Keru is a person with a foreign surname and is most suspicious. Tokugawa Jin lives and dies. Whether or not Nanami Keru killed her, she will immediately fall into a passive position. In order to calm the waves in the family, Tokugawa Naomasa has to take action to suppress Nanami Keru. To catch Zhou Hao's change in expression, Tokugawa Jinsheng heaved a long sigh of relief. He really felt Zhou Hao's murderous aura just now. Today he asked Zhou Hao to come over and lie in ambush in secret, just to kill Zhou Hao if he fails to win, so that Zhou Hao will not eventually become his own confidant. Who knew that the one-eyed spider, the right patriarch of the IGA faction, was so useless under Zhou Hao, and together with those IGA ninjas, they weren't Zhou Hao's opponent at all. This made Tokugawa Jinsheng shocked and angry. Nanami Keru originally had a martial arts high-powered Jingushiro Jingu, and now he has this Imo Huaishi again. Tokugawa Jinsheng will have to deal with her even more suffering in the future. At this time, he saw that Zhou Hao would not kill himself, and slowly became more confident, and sneered at Zhou Hao. How about, come on, come and kill me, and see how Nanami Keru will punish you. Hongya Hina came to Zhou Hao and took his hand. Master, don't be impulsive. This guy really can't be killed, otherwise Madam will be very troublesome. She was afraid that Zhou Hao would kill Tokugawa Jinsheng on his own impulse, which would cause Nanami Keru a difficult predicament. Zhou Hao glanced at Hongya Hina, and Hongya Hina immediately let go of him, because from Zhou Hao's eyes, Hongya Hina could tell that Zhou Hao was calm now, and believed that Zhou Hao would not bring trouble to Nanami Keru. I saw Zhou Hao slowly moving towards Tokugawa Jinsheng, and although Tokugawa Jinsheng expected Zhou Hao not to kill himself, He was still very uneasy as he watched Zhou Hao approaching step by step and thought of his dignified Tokugawa family's eldest son. Now that he was forced to this level by one of Nanami Keiru's subordinates, he couldn't help but become angry. What do you want to do? Stay away from adults. Fang Zixing stared at Zhou Hao vigilantly, afraid that Zhou Hao would harm Dechuan Yuanxing. Zhou Hao ignored Fang Zi's warning and soon came to Tokugawa Genshin. Fang Zi gritted his teeth and raised his hand to give Zhou Hao a knife. However, seeing Zhou Hao's left hand hit her on the forehead, he immediately knocked her out. As a result, Genshin Tokugawa no longer protected him. Facing Zhou Hao's cold eyes like a 12th lunar month, Tokugawa Genshin couldn't help but shiver. I'm telling you. Zhou Hao stared at Tokugawa Genshin and slowly said, whether it is you Tokugawa Genshin or Tokugawa Codfish, or even Tokugawa Naojuan, as long as it is hindering our wife, or trying to hurt my wife's, I won't let it go. I just can't kill you now. After our wife prepares everything, the first one I want to kill is definitely you. You'll wait. Neither Tokugawa Genshin nor Hongyue Hina could think that Zhou Hao would issue such a declaration. According to Zhou Hao, he would not let the Tokugawa family members pass it when the time was right, including Tokugawa General Shang, Tokugawa Kodron, and even Tokugawa Naojuan, the patriarch. He will kill him. Tokugawa Genshin looked at Zhou Hao blankly, touching Zhou Hao's gaze. Tokugawa Genshin didn't think Zhou Hao was just frightening himself. Tokugawa Genshin believed that as long as the conditions were ripe, Zhou Hao would immediately not hesitate. Kill yourself. And this declaration of murder, Tokugawa Genshin has never encountered, and even his biggest enemies in Tokugawa's family, Nanami Keiru and Tokugawa Kodron, have never been so straightforward. The young Hongyue behind looked at Zhou Hao's slender and brave figure in a somewhat complicated manner. In fact, she could understand Zhou Hao somewhat. Just as Nanami Keiru regarded Zhou Hao as his own life, in Zhou Hao's mind, Nanami Keiru was also an irreplaceable existence. The Tokugawa family is actually a cage that has imprisoned Keiru Nanami for many years, especially the identity of the Mrs. Tokugawa, in the eyes of outsiders, is a kind of supreme nobleness, but in Zhou Hao's eyes, it is a shackle. Zhou Hao and Nanami Keiru already had a substantial relationship, so even though Nanami Keiru and Tokugawa Naomasa were just a pair of nameless couples, for Zhou Hao, this still made him unbearable. He wants to completely occupy Keiru Nanami both in name and in substance, and no one is allowed to get involved. So Zhou Hao hated the talents of the Tokugawa family so much that he wanted to kill them all. Although I can't kill you now, I must teach you something about today. Zhou Hao's gloomy voice came again. You want? Snapped. Before Tokugawa Genshin finished speaking, Zhou Hao slapped him on the face. Even though Zhou Hao didn't use his true energy, the intensity was hard for ordinary people to resist. He immediately slapped Tokugawa Yuansheng to the side, but he was supported by Zhou Hao, and then Zhou Hao backhanded again, hit him on the other side of the face. FCK. Just like this, Zhou Hao slapped Tokugawa Genshin's face for more than 10 consecutive slaps, hitting Tokugawa Genshin's face high and swollen. It looked like a pig's head, completely lost the old mature charm. Image of. In the end, Tokugawa Yuanxing sat down in the corner of the wall faintly, looking at Zhou Hao with both resentment and fear, but couldn't even speak. Remember today's lesson. If you want to keep your intact body before you die, don't do so many small movements. Zhou Hao snorted coldly. He was about to take Hongyue Hina to leave, but suddenly heard a terrible scream from behind him. Zhou Hao looked back and saw Chao Hina screaming hysterically over there. Her original snow-white and beautiful face. I don't know when there were 5 or 6 crisscrossing and shocking bloodstains, which instantly turned an originally charming woman into a scary Yasha. Asahina found herself disfigured when she woke up and screamed. After all, for a woman like her, even though she was an IGA ninja who had received inhuman training since she was a child, she couldn't accept this misfortune. Zhou Hao looked at Hongyue Hina suspiciously and listened to Hongyue Hina snorting. Who told her to seduce you son so shamelessly before? How else will she hook up in the future? Hearing Hongyue Hina directly admitted that Asahina's disfigurement was what she did, Zhou Hao couldn't help but be surprised, thinking that this woman was really cruel, ruining Asahina's face. It was more cruel than killing her. Of course, Hongyue Hina is his own person, and Asahina is an enemy and not a friend, Zhou Hao will naturally not blame Hong Yehina for Asahina. He didn't say anything, and took Hong Yehina and left the Beau's pub here. On the way back to the manor, Hong Yechu and I said to Zhou Hao a little nervously, "My son, do you think Xiao Chuan is too cruel?" She was afraid that Zhou Hao would be disgusted by what she did to Asahina just now. "No, being kind to the enemy is cruel to myself. I still know the truth." Zhou Hao smiled. "It's just that if I make you angry in the future, don't ruin my face while I am asleep. It is good." Hong Yechu and I chuckles and smiles, holding Zhou Hao's arm and smiling. "No, son, don't worry. You don't have time to hurt son. So how can you hurt son?" Zhou Hao smiled non-committal and said, "After this time, I am afraid that Tokugawa Jinshin will stop for a while." But seeing Hong Yehina shook his head. It's hard to say that the people of the Tokugawa family have always been vicious and difficult to change. It is difficult to guarantee that Jinshin Tokugawa will not retaliate against Madam and us more frantically. You don't need to be afraid. Soldiers will come to cover the water and soil. Zhou Hao sneered. If he dares to get worse, I will simply kill him and blame Tokugawa Codling Dragon. If it really pushes me, I even killed the old guy Naomasa Tokugawa, lest he hit my sister's ideas all day long. Hong Yehina could hear that Zhou Hao was not joking, but was really intent on killing Tokugawa Naomasa, so he quickly persuaded, "My son, don't be impulsive. Even if you really want to kill Naomasa Tokugawa, it is not. At this time, Madam, she is not ready yet, at least until Madam fully controls Ishikawajima Heavy Industries and Toshiba Electric. Then she has the capital to challenge the Tokugawa family." Zhou Hao sighed, patted Hong Yehina's hand again, and smiled. "I understand. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for my sister. Otherwise I won't have to spend so much thought to calculate the 5 lakes' help." Hong Yehina also knew that the reason why Zhou Hao spent so much time in calculating the 5 lakes gang was to help Nanami Karu through a circuitous method. Today Nanami Karu left Yokohama with Kanzuki Shinji and went to Toshiba Electric's headquarters to handle matters. So Zhou Hao and a group of servants were the only guards in the manor. After returning to the manor from the Bay's tavern, Zhou Hao went straight back to his room with Karu Nanami. Looking at the room without Karu Nanami, Zhou Hao suddenly felt empty in his heart. He wanted to call Karu Nanami to tell Acacia, and he was afraid of preventing Karu Nanami from doing business. "My son, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat dinner first or take a bath?" Hong Yehina came to the room at this time and said to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao pondered for a while, and then said, "Let's take a bath first. There is always a smell on your body, and it smells uncomfortable." So Zhou Hao went to the bathhouse behind the manor. The water in this bath is hot spring water brought by Karu Nanami from the mountains outside Yokohama, and the bath is decorated like a hot spring, surrounded by elegant plants such as bamboo and orchids, so the bubble hot spring here is really one. This kind of superb enjoyment, you can see the deep night and the sky full of stars without any obstruction. At this time, Zhou Hao, who had completely faded his clothes, was sitting in the bath, leaning on a natural boulder, enjoying the hot spring quietly. But at this moment, he heard a ray of light footsteps in front of him. When he opened his eyes, he saw a slender figure with only a long robe on his body, revealing a piece of white jade feet. Seductive. This figure was the Hong Yehina, and saw her walking towards Ying. Her long hair turned into a high bun, and she was holding a wooden basin in her hand with a brush and other bathing utensils. Zhou Hao stared at the beautiful lady who had come in stunned expression. The look on his face was a bit stunned. "My son, I will wipe your back." Hong Yehina came to the pool and said to Zhou Hao, "I don't know whether it was smoked by the hot springs or other reasons. Hong Yehina's cheeks are red and beautiful." "Hina you." Before Zhou Hao could say anything, he saw Hong Yechina blushing and taking off the robe. Zhou Hao took a sigh of relief and saw that Hong Yechina was slender, especially her legs, enough to make professional models feel ashamed. Moreover, the young red leaves are ice muscle and jade skin like a plum in the snow, looming in the steaming water vapor, really like a fox girl and a flower fairy walking out of a picture scroll. In addition, Hong Yechina is a mature woman who is nearly 30 years old after all, and her figure is a little plumper than an ordinary woman, especially the pair of stunners on her chest, round and plump, trembling like a white rabbit with joy. On top, the 2-point bright red buds are also pink and sensitive, and they become more vivid with the slightest stimulation by the cool night breeze. In Zhouhao's startled gaze, Hong Yehina slowly walked out of the bath and swam to Zhouhao's side with a stroke of his hands. As soon as her hand touched Zhouhao's shoulder, Zhouhao couldn't help but tremble, and the lower body immediately reacted, but was hidden in the water. Hong Yechina could not see it. Xiao Chu, this is not suitable. Zhouhao didn't dare to look at Hong Yichu's charming face, turning his eyes slightly. What's not suitable? Hong Yechina Yanran said with a smile. Little Chuck is the sun's servant. It is normal to wipe his back for the sun's bath. Come on, son, you turn around and let Xiaoxian wash you. Wash her back. Under Hong Yehina's fiddling, Zhouhao was turned around involuntarily, revealing his sturdy, broad back. Hong Yehina tremblingly touched it. His cheeks flushed even more, and his heart beat fiercely. Following the muscles on Zhouhao's back, Hong Yeyang was cautious and dedicated, as if touching a peerless treasure. The eyes in her eyes were even more blurred. Zhouhao sat firmly in the bath without daring to move, but the soft and familiar feeling from his back made him a little frightened. Although he didn't see it, Zhouhao knew that Hong Yechina was using the pair of stunners on her chest to massage her generous back. The texture, the smoothness, moved Zhouhao's heartstrings all the time. At the same time, Hong Yehina's slender fingers drew lightly between Zhouhao's waist and groin from time to time, and intentionally or unintentionally stayed on Zhouhao's hip bones. The feeling of cat's claw made Zhouhao feel a throat. Dry tongue. My son, are you comfortable? Hong Yehina leaned to Zhouhao's ear, resting her chin on his shoulder, and sighed gently toward Zhouhao's ear. Zhouhao took a deep breath, then turned to face Hong Yehina, rippling waves in the bath. Hong Yehina screamed, slightly frightened by Zhouhao's sudden action. Before she recovered, Zhouhao's soft body was hugged by Zhouhao's open arms, and the plump jade rabbits on her chest were also tight. It was pressed against Zhouhao's chest and deformed. The sun. Zhouhao took the initiative to attack, but Hong Yehina became embarrassed, lowered her head slightly, and blushed. Little Chi. Seeing Hong Yexinai's coquettish beauty in the mist, Zhouhao swallowed fiercely, stretched out her hand to lift her chin, and moved his face, slowly and firmly kissed it. Her red lips. Hey! Hong Yexinai let out a sweet cry, and fell completely soft in Zhouhao's arms. Since it was the first time kissing, Hong Yehina, who was a master of internal skills, had her lips blocked by Zhouhao, but she didn't know how to adjust her breathing. After a while, she felt suffocating, but the suffocation gave her several copies. The dizziness also made the kiss between the two even more ecstasy. For a long time, when Zhouhao let go of her lips, she was gasping for breath. She was a little embarrassed, and Zhouhao couldn't help but smile. Don't laugh, son. You are good or bad. You bullied others more than just, but you also laughed at them. Hong Yehinai's cheeks were flushed, and Zhouhao's face turned white with a flirtatious look. The expression and movement are completely a cardamom girl who has fallen into first love. Appearance. Seeing Hong Yehina's innocent and charming appearance, Zhouhao's heart swayed, and his hand was even more tightly around Hong Yehina, and his left hand fell directly on her hip. With a slight grasp, Zhouhao couldn't help but marvel. So fat. My son. Although Hong Yehina is still unmanned, she is nearly 30 years old. She is mature both physically and mentally, so she is more sensitive and unprovocative than ordinary women. As soon as Zhouhao touched her, her body was as soft as mud. She couldn't even stand still, and her breathing became anxious. The orchid-like breath was sprayed directly on Zhouhao's face, and Zhouhao was smoked more lustful. Zhouhao's breathing also became heavy, and said to Hong Yehina, Little Hina, I can't help it. Hong Yehina could also feel that Zhouhao's belongings under the water were touching her lower abdomen. Its hugeness and heat caused Hong Yehina's heart to beat wildly and her body to tremble slightly. She lay on Zhouhao's shoulders and said in a dazed tone, Master, come on, Xiao Qi is willing to give it to you. With the permission of Hong Yehina, Zhouhao, who was already bloody, could no longer control himself. He picked up Hong Yehina and walked out of the bath and gently placed her on the bluestone floor by the pool. I saw a slender, exquisite and convex jade body just like this. The face, the shoulders, the hands, and the legs are all beautiful, especially the ice skin. So tender as to pinch out water. Zhou Hao stared at such an alluring stunner, staring at him in a daze. Hong Yihina is also full of red tide, embarrassed, and charmingly said, "My son, what are you waiting for?" Zhou Hao came back to his senses. His eyes touched the charming look of Hong Yichu Nai. He could no longer control himself, and he turned over and pressed him up. On the side of this gurgling bath, the sultry roar of Hong Ye Sanai sounded, which would not dissipate for a long time. In the misty mist, the scene seemed to be a picture of an immortal couple. After a long time, Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina re-immersed in the bath, washing away the dripping sweat from their bodies with the warm, hot spring water. However, Hong Yekunai didn't have any energy and fell softly in Zhou Hao's arms. If Zhou Hao hadn't supported her, she would have fallen into the water. Zhou Hao smiled and took a bath towel and gently wiped Hong Yehina. The process was naturally charming and fragrant. After the passion, Hong Yehina's skin was already covered with a peach-like pink and became more sensitive. Zhou Hao's hand took the soft bath towel across her skin, and Hong Yehina would gently shake a few times. Especially Zhou Hao deliberately stroked her sensitive parts back and forth, which made the mature woman shivering at the beginning of the new melon. A pair of watery eyes looked at Zhou Hao bitterly and begged him to forgive herself. It has to be said that the elder of the Shun Gongyu Fenglu is really charming, especially after Zhou Hao's nourishment. His charming bones are completely aroused. Although there was still a gap with Karu Nanami's level of overwhelming power, it was enough to charm any man. This night, Zhou Hao naturally hugged Hong Yehina to sleep. I don't know if it was the change caused by becoming a real woman. Hong Yehina's body seemed to be fuller. He slept with her, and Zhou Hao felt himself it's like being surrounded by a bunch of soft and warm cotton. Very comfortable. Early the next morning, the bright sunshine came in from outside. Hong Yehina's slender eyelashes moved slightly, and Nuanyuan opened his eyes. I saw Zhou Hao hugging her tightly, his face pressed against her plump chest, sleeping very peacefully, without the fierceness of last night at all, like a pure child lying in his mother's arms. And Hong Ye and I saw Zhou Hao's serene face, and immediately became maternal. Her eyes were full of tenderness. She couldn't help but kiss Zhou Hao's forehead, and then hugged Zhou Hao's shoulders to get him closer. "Yourself." Gently rubbing Zhou Hao's forehead with his fragrant cheeks, Hong Yehina muttered to herself, "Little guy, I have given you everything. I just hope you don't do that messy thing and let me down. Your sincerity is good." "No, little chick." Zhou Hao's gentle voice suddenly came. Hong Yehina was startled and looked down at Zhou Hao and saw his clear star eyes staring at him. Her face blushed. You woke up a long time ago?" "No, you hugged me too tightly. I can't breathe. I was awake by you." Zhou Hao twisted his head as he said, rubbed Hong Yehina's chest, and laughed. "Xiao Hina, you are so big here, almost as big as my face. No wonder I was almost suffocated by you." Hong Yechu and I was immediately extremely ashamed, and said, "It's still. You are not the sun. Yesterday, when you rubbed so hard, it swelled up, and it made the little chicks still swell and hurt." Xiao, you don't want a monk after you finish the ritual. Who has been making harder? Zhou Hao smiled ambiguously. "If I don't tell you, you will bully the youngster's son." Hong Ye youngster said not to. Hong Yi Qunai's plump body twisted slightly, and Zhou Hao's desire was immediately aroused. He rolled over and pressed Hong Yehina under his body, and said to her with the tip of his nose close to the tip of his nose, "Little Hina, it's still early. Let's have another morning exercise." Hearing these words, and feeling that Zhou Hao's thing had reached his private parts, Hong Young Nai was shocked, and said, "No, son, Xiao will not be able to bear it. Son, you just forgive the little chicks. Who made Xiao Qi you look so charming?" Zhou Hao smiled softly, ignoring Hong Yi Qi Nao's grievous gaze, and once again became one with her, and the room was again filled with ecstasy and heavy weight. Gasps. After the intestine war was over, Hong Yehina was soft on the bed and couldn't get up again. Zhou Hao lay next to her, slowly stroking her powder back, which had not yet cooled down. "Xiao Qi, you said, after my sister knows about us, will she be angry?" Zhou Hao asked anxiously, looking at the ceiling above her head. Hongye China was lying in Zhou Hao's arms and said weakly, "No, I and Shinji Kanyue, both my wife arranged to be with the sun in the morning." Well, in Chinese, Kanyue and I Shinji, that's your maidservant, son. But Zhou Hao shook his head. "No, I can't let you be my housekeeper." Hong Yishinai's face changed, and she said in tears, "My son, are you not willing to be with you?" Zhou Hao knew that Hong Yehina had misunderstood what she meant, so she hugged her tightly and explained, "No, I didn't mean it. But as far as I know, the status of the maidservant is very low. I didn't treat you think of it as a maid. You are my wife in my mind, just like my sister. My son, you said Xiao Hina is your wife." Hong Yehina's tears became even more unbearable when he heard Zhou Hao's words, because Keiru Nanami's previous orders were added to Keiru Nanami. Strong personality, especially her possessive desire for Zhou Hao, is terrifying. So after Hong Yehina was tempted by Zhou Hao, she never hoped to be able to sit on the same level with Nanami Keiru, and only wanted to be Zhou Hao's maid satisfied. Zhou Hao hugged the red leaf young girl and said softly, "I only need my sister and young girl, and I don't want Shinji watching the moon, otherwise you still treat me as a stallion." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Hong Ye-young was filled with happiness and said, "My son, Shinji is also a very good girl, and she has been with Madam for longer than me and brother. Now you are Madam's partner. She naturally has to serve both sides." But Zhou Hao shook his head. "I don't want it anymore. I'm not the kind of person who likes to see beautiful women, and I don't think Shinji has that kind of male and female affection towards me. On the contrary, he is a little hostile to me. Don't force it. I will tell her from my sister." "Shinji is hostile to the sun?" Hong Yehina was taken aback. "No, son, you are the master we want to serve, just like your wife. How can Shinji be hostile to you?" Zhou Hao scratched his head. "I don't know too much, but she always feels that Shinji doesn't like me very much." Hong Yehina smiled slightly. "My son, I don't think you should be suspicious anymore. Shinji grew up in the hands of his wife, and he is the one who is the least likely to betray his wife. The wife now treats you like a life. You are the enemy." Zhou Hao shrugged and didn't struggle with this issue anymore. Anyway, with Nanami Keiru and Hong Yehina by his side, he felt satisfied. After spending a day in the manor, Zhou Hao went out with Hong Yehina. Due to the fierce conflict between the Five Lakes group and the Yamaguchi group, more than a dozen conflicts occurred in Yokohama City on this day, which also symbolized the two Five Lakes group and the Yamaguchi group. The once embarrassed gang completely tore their faces. The culprits that caused the break between the two gangs, Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina, were watching a movie comfortably in a theater in downtown Yokohama, without seeing the blood and blood of the Yokohama underworld at all. This is a very high-end theater in Yokohama, and there are special luxury boxes for couples. There is a uniquely designed couple sofa in the box, which is deliberately designed to be very narrow so that two people will sit tightly together. Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina were watching Titanic in one of the luxurious boxes in this theater. Titanic was released in 1997, and although it is already the autumn of 1998, due to the classic of this movie, the enthusiasm in various regions of the world has not subsided. Theaters in many places still regard this movie as a hot topic to reflect, and those men and women who are in love also regard this movie as a god, and watch it repeatedly without getting bored. Looking at the familiar plot and listening to the familiar soundtrack, Zhou Hao always felt that he had watched this movie before, more than once. It should have been watched before he lost his memory. He just didn't know who he watched with him at the time. That's it. However, even though he knew the plot, it was Hong Yehina who was with him now, which was another feeling. In particular, it is the first time for Hong Yi-chu-nai to watch this movie, or because she is in love with Zhou Hao. This is the first time she has watched a love movie, which is very touched by the plot. When she saw the male protagonist Jack painted nudes for the female protagonist Ruth, her face was red. Zhou Hao caught a glimpse of Hong Yehina, who was blushing secretly in the swaying light and shadow, and smiled secretly, originally resting on Hong Yehina's shoulders. The right hand also slipped quietly, went under her armpit, and suddenly covered her chest. Ah! Hong Yehina, who was immersed in the plot of the movie, was taken aback by Zhou Hao's sneak attack. He gave Zhou Hao a white look and said, "My son, Stop making trouble. People are watching a movie. After that, she held Zhou Hao's hand to prevent him from moving, and she leaned back in Zhou Hao's arms and continued to put her attention back into the movie, occasionally pinching 2 or 3 popcorns and feeding them into Zhou Hao's mouth. Enjoy the itchy feeling of Zhou Hao licking her fingertips. Nearly 3 hours passed. The two watched this classic Titanic seriously and saw that Jack was soaked in the icy water to protect Ruth's life and finally froze to death, killing the enemy. Hong Yehina, who was always merciless, couldn't help but shed tears, looking sadly at Zhou Hao beside him. "My son, if it's that time, don't worry about the young chick." She slipped into Zhou Hao's arms and said emotionally, "The son's life is much more important than that of the young chick. The young chick would rather die 1,000 times and 10,000 times no time. Don't let the son take risks for the young ones." Zhou Hao held her face. "Fool, isn't it right for a man to protect a woman? When that happens, you think I will run away by myself? My son." Hong Yichina stretched out her hand to hook her neck, climbed up, and actively kissed Zhou Hao. As many couples have uncontrollable feelings in these luxurious boxes, even though the movie is over, the theater staff will not come in and disturb them. It usually takes half an hour to an hour to remind the guests through the broadcast it's time. Even so, condoms are also prepared in this luxurious box for guests in case of emergency. Of course, this kind of caring service is naturally more expensive than other places. It's just that Zhou Hao and the others didn't care about the price, so after the two were in love, they couldn't help but become affectionate on this sofa. And in this dark space that is not too spacious, it is more exciting and more emotional than the normal environment. Although Hong Yechina was only broken by Zhou Hao last night, she did not know if she had received any training before or, because of Meigu's innateness, she made rapid progress in this area. No. On the sofa, she straddled Zhou Hao's waist and exercised vigorously. The charming appearance of springing affection caused Zhou Hao to be infected, and the blood in her body continued to boil. However, the cost of provocatively provoking Zhou Hao was also huge. After a big battle, Hong Yehina was already exhausted and panting on Zhou Hao's chest. It was Zhou Hao who helped her tidy up her messy clothes. When they came out of the box, both of them were already neatly dressed, but Hong Yehina's face was still full of springiness. An experienced person would know what was going on. "Where shall we go next?" Zhou Hao asked Hong Yehina, who was like a peach blossom beside him. "I heard from Shinji that your gambling skills are very good. I know there are several underground casinos in Yokohama. Or let's go there for a stroll." Zhou Hao nodded and smiled. "Okay, it's best to be a casino run by the Five Lakes gang. Let's find out by the way." So the two went to one of the underground casinos in Yokohama. This was originally an air raid shelter built by the Japanese military during World War II. After the war, it was transformed into an underground warehouse when it was stationed in the United States. Later, it fell into the hands of the Inagawa Kai after several rounds and is now managed as a family. The famous underground casino in Yokohama. Although this underground casino is hidden in the air raid shelter, the ventilation conditions are very good. The various facilities inside are also very complete. The luxury of decoration is as high as those of Las Vegas hotels, and all kinds of gambling equipment are available. Although Zhou Hao had lost his memory, his intuition was not impaired, but he became more agile, so these gambling games couldn't bother him at all. After walking around the casino with Hong Yehina, the chips in his hand changed from the original $100,000 to more than $3 million. Even though the two of them had gone through makeup, they were still outstanding people. In addition, they won so much money, and they became the focus of attention of the gamblers around. "My son, we won so much money. I am afraid that the people in this casino have already been watching us." Hong Yehina smiled to Zhou Hao. "You watch those closed-circuit televisions on the ceiling. Now they are all aiming at us." Zhou Hao sneered. "What else can they do? We won money by luck and didn't pay $1,000. Wouldn't they dare to wrong us in front of so many customers?" Hong Yehina smiled and didn't speak. Casinos run by such gangs often have gambling masters on site, supplemented by high-tech equipment monitoring. So even 1,000 masters can hardly fish in troubled waters. It is precisely because Zhou Hao does not rely on paying thousands to win money. Otherwise, the casino thugs would have come over long ago. Speaking of this Inagawa meeting, the Five Lakes gang fought against the Yamaguchi group, and they are watching the tiger fight from the mountain. I am afraid that they want to make the fisherman's profit. Zhou Hao sneered. It's good to avoid it. Become a variable outside of our plan, adding to our troubles. But at this moment, a man appeared in front of Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina. I saw this man dressed in a luxury brand with a Cuban cigar in his mouth. Two exposed women were standing by his side, and his hands were unscrupulously between the hips of the two women. Knead and stroke. Seeing this man, Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina frowned, because they both knew this man, and he was Pu Shouging's son Pu Chuanfang. It's just that they know Pu Chuanfang because they calculated the Five Lakes gang, but Pu Chuanfang didn't know them at all, thinking they were a pair of ordinary men and women. You are Chinese, Pu Chuanfang said to Zhou Hao in the first sentence. Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows, thinking that Pu Chuanfang's eyesight was also very good, but he did not speak. Pu Chuanfang smiled and said, Me too. I am considered a fellow here in Japan. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. You have hardly lost. You won't be a veteran. From the moment he came to Zhou Hao and the others, Pu Chuanfang's eyes always wandered around Hong Yehina, and even hovered between Hong Yehina's chest and buttocks blatantly. His hands were still kneading the chest and buttocks of the two women around him, obviously. It was just imagining that he violated Hong Yehina, which seemed unscrupulous. Zhou Hao squinted his eyes, and a cold stern flashed across his eyes. For Pu Chuanfang, the crown prince of the Five Lakes gang, Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina had touched on him before. Compared to Pu Shouging's old cunning, Pu Chuanfang is much worse. Although he has passed the years, his temperament is still like that of a healthy young man. He is not educated and skillful and brave, and at the same time he is greedy and lustful. Eating, drinking, prostitution, and gambling are all fine. It is simply a combination of underworld gangsters and dudes. Because of Pu Chuanfang's immature disposition, he was rampant on the underworld in Yokohama and offended many people. If he hadn't been able to cover him, Pu Chuanfang would have slaughtered the streets. The existence of Pu Chuanfang is harmful and unprofitable to the Five Lakes gang, but in Zhou Hao's eyes it is his best tool to deal with the Five Lakes gang. Pu Chuanfang is a very important part of Zhou Hao's plan for the Five Lake gang. Zhou Hao originally wanted to fight Pu Chuanfang in the Five Lakes gang and Yamaguchi group for a few days before taking action, but now this guy has taken the initiative to send it to the door, and Zhou Hao is not welcome. He and Hong Yehina glanced at each other, and both saw the smiles in each other's eyes. Zhou Hao smiled at Pu Chuanfang and said, This gentleman, you are kidding. We are ordinary little gamblers. How can we do anything? Besides, this is the venue of the Inagawa meeting, even if we want to eat together. Nor will he come boldly to provoke Inagawa. I'm joking, of course. Pu Chuanfang took a deep look at Hong Yehina's exquisite and convex body, and then smiled at Zhou Hao. I know the owner of this casino very well. He is a man. I hate those people who rely on Qianshu's side door to fish in troubled waters. If you really did come out, his people would have come to you long ago. Listening to Pu Chuanfang's claim that he knew the owner of this casino, Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina sneered in their hearts. The three biggest forces on the Yokohama underworld, Yamaguchi Group, Five Lakes Group, and Inagawa Association. The Five Lakes Group and Yamaguchi Group have been in a mess, but they are not cooperating in good faith. There are a lot of intrigues between each other, and Inagawa has always been with them. The river water of the two factions does not violate the water of the well, but as the third force, the Inagawa Society invisibly restrains the Five Lakes Gang and the Yamaguchi formation, making the two factions afraid of being too presumptuous. Now the Yamaguchi Group is fighting with the Five Lakes Gang. Without the support of the headquarters, the Yamaguchi Group's power in Yokohama is about the same as the Five Lakes Gang. It is not realistic to defeat the Five Lakes Gang in one fell swoop. The Five Lakes Group also had more than enough defense against Yamaguchi, and they were also afraid that Yamaguchi would do their best to deal with themselves. In this way, the Inagawa Association, as a third-party force, became the target of the Five Lakes Gang and the Yamaguchi Group. However, the Inagawa Association is not good at it. The Five Lakes Gang fought with Yamaguchi. They are the happiest person because they have been coveting the two factions for a long time, but the three forces are on the underworld in Yokohama. Maintaining a relative balance, as long as this balance is not broken, It will be difficult for the Inagawa Association to have the opportunity to compete for the Yamaguchi Formation and the Five Lakes Group on a large scale. And now is the opportunity that Inagawa will have been waiting for a long time, and they will naturally not let it go. Looking at Pu Chuanfang, Zhou Hao knew that when this guy came to the casino of the Inagawa Club at this time, he definitely wanted to win the Inagawa Club for the Five Lakes gang. Of course, he himself had a good time betting on both hands. So Zhou Hao deliberately showed a look of flattery and smiled at Pu Chuanfang. So you know the owner of this casino. Then it seems that you are not rich or expensive, Mr. Gao, and haven't consulted Gao's name. Seeing Zhou Hao's deliberately flattering expression, especially in front of the beauty of Hong Yehina, Pu Chuanfang only felt the light on his face and said proudly, "It seems that you have been in Yokohama for a short time. I don't even know me, but I'm not afraid. My name is Pu Chuanfang. From now on you are here in Yokohama. As long as you say it's my friend of Pu Chuanfang, no one would dare to move you in both black and white." So you are the boss of the famous Prince of Five Lakes, Pu Chuanfang Pu. Disrespectful and disrespectful. The compliment on Zhou Hao's face became even greater, and the Hongye youngster next to him couldn't help laughing in his heart and secretly said. Zhou Hao pretended to be like it. "Ha ha ha, you have heard of me too." Pu Chuanfang let go of the two women beside him and stood between Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina, with one hand on Zhou Hao's shoulder and the other with Hong Yehina. His waist, he smiled. "As the saying goes, I know you met in a different country. Since we are so destined today, you two friends, I, Pu Chuanfang, have made an appointment." "Oh, yes, I don't know your names yet, especially this one." "Miss, what is your name?" Only Zhou Hao smiled and replied, "Boss Pu, and her surname Zhou is Zhou Hao. She is my wife, Hong Yehina." Hearing that Hong Ye-young was Zhou Hao's wife, Pu Chuanfang had a gloomy look in his eyes, but he soon covered it up and said with a smile, "It turns out that it is brother Zhou and his younger siblings. Come here in Yokohama just now." Yes, we just moved to Yokohama and opened a small shop here in Yokohama." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "No, we just closed, and we are a little free. I heard that there is a good casino here, so I came over and took a look. I didn't expect to meet a noble person like you, Boss Pu." Pu Chuanfang walked forward with Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina and asked, "What kind of store is this? Tell me, if it is convenient, I will introduce more business to you. Here in Yokohama, both black and white are available. Give me some face for Pu Chuanfang." "Really?" Zhou Hao pretended to be surprised. "We just opened a steel ball shop in Chinatown." "Chinatown?" Pu Chuanfang laughed when he heard the words. "This is a coincidence. Chinatown is the site of our Pu family. Oh, by the way, I heard from the people below that there was a guy in China the other day. There was a steel ball shop on the street, but somehow they refused to pay us protection fees." Looking at Zhou Hao with a smile on his face, Pu Chuanfang said, "Brother Zhou, in fact, we are not greedy for such a little protection fee, but you also know that there are rules on this road. If you let your family go, open this one. Head, there are endless troubles for our Pu family. What's more, it is not easy for everyone to beg for food in Japan, especially the outside gangs are eyeing our Chinatown site. If we are not united, then we will only be bullied." "That's right, Brother Zhou, are you right?" Zhou Hao nodded repeatedly and said hurriedly, "Boss Pu, you are right. You are right. We first reported, and we didn't understand anything. I offended you. Boss Pu, my brother is here to say sorry to you. Pu boss, don't worry about it." After a pause, Zhou Hao showed a look of embarrassment again. "It's just Boss Pu. If it's just a protection fee, we will definitely be willing to cooperate, but your Five Lakes gang, we'll have to ask. We are only a small business with 40% of our shares. If 40% of our profits are cut off at once, it will be difficult to maintain." This is not a problem. They are all Chinese. Everything is easy to discuss." Pu Chuanfang said and deliberately touched Hong Yehina's waist. "Sister, don't you think?" Watching Pu Chuanfang coldly taking advantage of Hong Yehina, Zhou Hao struggled to suppress the impulse to break Pu Chuanfang's hands. And Hong Yichang's misbehavior towards Pu Chuanfang, even though she disliked it very much, she could bear it for the time being. Then Pu Chuanfang smiled at them. "Just right. I'm going up to see the owner of this casino, or I will introduce you to know each other. There are many friends in many ways, Brother Zhou," you said. I can't ask for it. Then you will have Raopu boss. Zhou Hao quickly agreed. Therefore, Zhou Hao and Hong Yeqianai turned left and right through a long corridor under the leadership of Pu Chuanfang, and finally came to a cavern on the north side of the air raid shelter. There were 2 sturdy men at the door of the cavern, guarding. Seeing Pu Chuanfang, one of them immediately notified the people in the cave with a walkie-talkie. After receiving the reply inside, he said to Pu Chuanfang, Mr. Pu, Team Leader Jianko is already waiting for you inside, please. After that, the sturdy man opened the door of the cave. Pu Chuanfang was not polite and walked in with Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina. The layout of the cave is very simple. A closed-circuit television system is installed on the side of the door. 3 men are sitting there, staring at the more than 10 screens in front of them, monitoring the situation in the underground casino. There is a spacious boss table over there, and a casually dressed man in his early 40s is sitting behind him, playing computer games attentively, and the agitated game music is still echoing strongly in this office. Zhou Hao knows that this guy is the Yangtze River mouth from the Yokohama group of the Manhwa Club. He is very famous in the underworld in Yokohama. He is nicknamed King Cobra and is called the Viper Kuroki Dig Village. 2 poisonous snakes in Yokohama. FCK, I lost again. Why is this big boss so hard to fight? Iguchi Jibwa pushed the keyboard fiercely and cursed angrily. Pu Chuanfang chuckled. Why? I'm playing Street Fighter again. I really don't understand how you are so passionate about this thing. Iguchi Naohiro glanced at Pu Chuanfang. Then why do you like playing with women so much? It's not the same. Why are women the same? When you play that Street Fighter, they are just virtual characters coming and going. Women are different. You can see and touch. You are right, brother and sister. Pu Chuanfang looked deeply. Hong Yehina, next to him, glanced. Hong Yichunai did not speak, but just smiled slightly, but Pu Chuanfang was taken aback by Hong Yichunai's charming smile. Even the expression on his face became dull. Zhou Hao coughed hard. Recovered. Naohiro Iguchi also looked at Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina at this time, and then asked Pu Chuanfang, Who are these 2? They are friends I just met outside. This is Zhou Hao, and this young lady is Hong Yehina. Seeing the millions of dollars in chips in Zhou Hao's hand, Naohiro Iguchi said, Huh? Are you the men and women who just won over $3 million in our casino? Zhou Hao quickly smiled and said, Yes, Team Leader Jianko. It's pretty good luck. Our casino's income in one day is about this amount. Although Naobo Iguchi was smiling, his cold eyes turned around Zhou Hao. It's just that Naohiro Iguchi's eyes didn't stay on Zhou Hao for long. He quickly turned to Pu Chuanfang and said, Hey, what are you doing here this time? You don't want to persuade me to cooperate with your 5 Lakes gang to deal with it. Yamaguchi group, right? You are so smart. Pu Chuanfang sat on the sofa opposite Iguchi Naobo with a grin and unscrupulously pulled Hong Yehina to sit beside him, holding her hand, rubbing and playing. Zhou Hao stood behind Pu Chuanfang, squinting at Pu Chuanfang, who was unscrupulous in taking advantage of the young leaves of the red leaves. His eyes were cold and fearful, but everyone in the room didn't notice it. Just listen to Iguchi Naohiro over there saying, Lao Pu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the friendship is returned to the friendship, but this involves the overall interests of our Inagawa Association. There is no order on it, so how dare I make my mind? You don't know the power of the Yamaguchi Formation. Why are you so irrational that you just fought with the Yamaguchi Formation people? Pu Chuanfang curled his lips. It's not our fault. Their Yamaguchi group insisted that we killed Kurosaki Mining Village. We said nothing. Humph. We didn't say anything. Those guys really took us. Woohoo gang as a soft persimmon? Iguchi, let me tell you. This time it's real. We said nothing will give in. Naohiro Iguchi leaned back, shrugged, and said, Then I will also tell you. It doesn't matter what kind of relationship between the 5 Lakes gang and the Yamaguchi Formation. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Before giving orders, you don't expect anything from me. Iguchi, a friend, don't have to be so ruthless. Pu Chuanfang frowned and said, Don't think I don't know what your Inagawa is going to do. Pay attention. You just want us to lose with the Yamaguchi team, and then you come out and pick that fisherman. That's all. Pu Chuanfang spoke so directly. Naohiro Iguchi had nothing to argue with, and smiled noncommittal. Then Pu Chuanfang sneered and said, Iguchi, don't blame me for not reminding you. If our Woohoo gang and Yamaguchi are both lost, you and Nagawa will certainly be able to make a lot of money. But our Woohoo gang has no roots and does not represent Yamaguchi. The same goes for the team. Do you think their headquarters will watch the Yokohama site be occupied by you? At that time, all you have to face is the revenge of the entire Yamaguchi team. After a pause, Pu Chuanfang said, however, if our two factions cooperate to drive the Yamaguchi team out of Yokohama, with our two factions, even if the Yamaguchi team is unwilling, it will not be so unscrupulous. After listening to Pu Chuanfang's words, Zhou Hao looked at this brave and inexperienced Prince of Five Lakes with some surprise. He didn't expect this unlearned fellow to have this kind of knowledge. However, after thinking about Zhou Hao, he was relieved. Pu Shogang must have taught Pu Chuanfang to say this. After all, Pu Chuanfang had some friendship with Iguchi Jibwa, so Pu Chuanfang convinced Iguchi Jibwa to be more confident. However, Zhou Hao sneered in his heart. Pu Shogang too underestimated the ambition of the Inagawa meeting. The Five Lakes gang and the Yamaguchi team are a rare opportunity for the Inagawa club. How can they let it go so easily? Sure enough, Naohiro Iguchi waved his hand and said, Lao Pu, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that although I am the leader of the Yokohama team, I have to follow the instructions above if I want to do anything. Otherwise, you don't know. How strict are the rules of our Inagawa association? If I violate the rules of the association, my 10 heads are not enough. Pu Chuanfang wanted to say that. The door of this office was suddenly pushed open, and then a few men in black suits came in. The headed man was still wearing sunglasses and looked very cold. Seeing these people, Pu Chuanfang's expression on the sofa changed, because the head of the person wearing sunglasses was indeed Junichi Sato from the Yamaguchi group. Sato Junichi? What are you doing here? Pu Chuanfang immediately stood up and glared at Sato Junichi. Junichi Sato slowly took off the sunglasses on his face and glanced at Pu Chuanfang with a sneer. Is this the site of your Five Lakes gang? Why can't I come? Iguchi Naohiro over there was also very surprised by the arrival of Sato Junichi, but he immediately stood up and smiled. Sato, what brought you here? Seeing this sudden change, Zhou Hao and Hong Yahina secretly smiled, because they were planning behind when Sato Junichi arrived. Just now after meeting Pu Chuanfang outside, Hong Yahina quietly gave an order to the guardian of the Jingu Yifengliu who secretly guarded him and Zhou Hao, and told him to inform Junichi Sato that Pu Chuanfang had come to Iguchi Naohiro. Sato Junichi knew that Pu Chuanfang must be here to persuade Iguchi Naohiro to cooperate with the Five Lakes gang to deal with the Yamaguchi group. Because he was worried that Iguchi Naohiro would really agree to Pu Chuanfang, Sato Junichi rushed over immediately. Regardless of how Iguchi Naohiro is showing respect to Sato Junichi now, the relationship between the Yamaguchi group and Inagawakai is actually much worse than their relationship with the Five Lakes gang. Because compared to the Inagawa club, the Five Lakes gang is only a regional Chinese gang. Although it has a great influence in Yokohama, it is nothing if it leaves Yokohama. The Inagawa club is different. Its power in Japan is not the same as that of the Yamaguchi group. In addition, with the addition of the Black Dragon Club, they are the three major Japanese gangs. Regional Chinese gangs like the Five Lakes gang are not at all comparable to them. Same day, due to the strength of the Inagawa club, the Yamaguchi team was much more afraid of them than the Five Lakes gang. Therefore, the Yamaguchi team and the Inagawa club have always maintained a superficial and non-factual relationship. I saw Jun Sato put a pair of sunglasses in his pocket, and then smiled at Iguchi Naohiro. Iguchi-kun, this person named Pu must be here to convince you to deal with our Yamaguchi team together. Naohiro Iguchi didn't speak, and he was tacitly acquiesced by Junichi Sato's words. I listened to Jun Sato. Iguchi-kun, you should know the strength of our Yamaguchi team. If the Five Lakes gang will stand on the opposite side of our Yamaguchi team for the sake of this small group, I am afraid that your president will not let it go. You're right. Besides, he glanced at Pu Chuanfang contemptuously. Besides, you and I are both from the Yamado nation, and those from the Five Lakes gang are all from China. There is no reason for you, Iguchi-kun, to behave with China's people and to kill your compatriots, right? Sato Junichi, what did you say? Who is the Shina person? If you have a kind, say it again. Pu Pu Chuanfang said angrily. Atsushi Sato stared at Pu Chuanfang with a cold eye and said every word. I said you are the Chinese, the lowest nation in the world. FCK, you little Japanese devil. Pu Chuanfang was furious and immediately took out his gun. Seeing Pu Chuanfang pulling out his gun, Jun Sato sneered and also took out a pistol from his arms, and the three men behind him also immediately took out the guns. Hey, what do you think of this place? Naohiro Iguchi over there also said angrily. But I heard Sato Jun's grimly saying, today I will kill this dog, and tomorrow I will kill Pu Shogun's old dog. I see what you can do without the dog head. Boom. Before Junichi Sato finished speaking, he was interrupted by a gunshot, and everyone present was taken aback. Then they saw Jun Sato standing there in a daze, with a deep bullet hole on the center of his eyebrows. Blood was gurgling from inside, and then he fell straight down. Naobo Iguchi was stunned, and Pu Chuanfang was also stunned, looking at the gun in his hand with a dull expression. Team leader. Seeing that Sato Jun was shot in the head, the members of the Yamaguchi team yelled immediately and pulled the trigger at Pu Chuanfang. Pu Chuanfang still stood there in a daze, seeing that he was about to be hit by Sato Junichi's men, but saw a figure quickly pull him away, and at the same time he lifted the sofa next to him and fell to the men of Junichi Sato and took the opportunity to pull it. Pu Chuanfang ran outside. This figure is impressively Zhou Hao. He held Pu Chuanfang with one hand and protected Hong Yehina with one hand. Taking advantage of the chaos in the office, the three of them rushed out, and the two big men outside the door were also stunned by Zhou Hao's palm. When he rushed out of the office, Pu Chuanfang saw that both of his men had fallen on the floor in the corridor with several bullet holes on their bodies. They were obviously killed by guns. Zhou Hao took the opportunity to say to him, Boss Pu, I'm afraid the Yamaguchi group and Inagawa will have colluded with each other. They are here in ambush to kill you. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Pu Chuanfang was both frightened and angry. Thinking that Sato Junichi would not appear here for no reason, it is very likely that someone would give him a tip. So he believed Zhou Hao's words 80 to 90% and gritted his teeth. Iguchi Naohiro, you despicable fellow. Stop. Pu Chuanfang, stop for me. Naohiro Iguchi's scolding sounded from behind, as well as the scolding of Sato Junichi's men. Zhou Hao took Pu Chuanfang and Hong Yehina swiftly through the long corridor of the air raid shelter, followed by Naohiro Iguchi and Junichi Sato's men desperately chasing after the air raid shelter's broadcast also sounded a harsh alarm. The reason why Iguchi Naohiro was chasing Pu Chuanfang so nervously is because although Junichi Sato was not killed by him, he also died in his turf. He was afraid that the Yamaguchi team would find himself to settle the accounts. In order to give the Yamaguchi team an explanation, he had to hand over the murderer, Pu Chuanfang. But Pu Chuanfang still didn't understand how his pistol would go wrong, even hitting Junichi Sato in the head and killing him. But now this situation does not allow him to think too much. If he falls into the hands of the Yamaguchi group, he can't even imagine what kind of torture he will suffer, so he has to leave. In the sound of the underground casino sirens, people from the Inagawa club came from all directions, but they were all knocked down by Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina along the road. Only then did Pu Chuanfang discover that Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina were so powerful. Those people who were meeting had already been brought down by Zhou Hao or Hong Yehina before they even had time to pull the trigger. They went all the way, but no one could stop Pu Chuanfang and the others. Since the radio will sound an alarm every time they encounter an inspection, the gamblers here are used to it. So now that they hear the alarm, they leave the underground casino from various exits in an orderly manner, and the croupiers and waiters also quickly put away the money and silver chips on the gaming table. When Zhou Hao and Pu Chuanfang rushed out of the corridor to the casino lobby, the gamblers were already gone, so the crowded situation did not hinder their escape. The croupiers and waiters in the casino just thought Zhou Hao and the three were gamblers, and they quickly pointed out the direction of their exit. One of the exits of this underground casino was the back door of a certain shopping mall. Pu Chuanfang followed Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina to escape, only to feel a bit of fear in his heart. After all, this is the site of the Inagawa Club, surrounded by people from the Inagawa Club. It is a miracle to be able to leave safely from the facade. Brother Zhou and younger siblings really thank you. If it weren't for you, Pu Chuanfang knew that he could only leave here safely now only by relying on Zhou Hao, so he couldn't help being grateful. Zhou Hao raised his hand to stop his words. Boss Pu, don't be so happy. We haven't completely escaped the danger. Come, our car is outside. Let's go quickly. After all, the three hurried out of the street through this back alley, and the car that Zhou Hao prepared in advance was at the intersection, less than 50 meters away from them. But at this moment, Naohiro Iguchi rushed out from another exit of the mall with someone. After looking around, he immediately found the three people, Pu Chuanfang, and rushed over. Pedestrians on the street were also attracted by this movement, and at the same time hurriedly avoided to both sides, to make way for those people and Naohiro Iguchi, so as not to be hurt by Chiyu. Pu Chuanfang saw Iguchi Jibua leading people rushing over to him. His expression was shocked. Zhou Hao's words also came from his ears. Boss Pu, they are here to kill. That Iguchi Jibua refuses to let us go. Staring at Iguchi Naohiro who was flying, Pu Chuanfang's teeth creaked. Iguchi Naohiro, you ruthless guy. Boss Pu, we have to drag them. Otherwise we can't escape. Zhou Hao's anxious voice came again. Of course, Pu Chuanfang knows how critical the situation is. If he was caught by Iguchi Naohiro would definitely hand himself over to the Yamaguchi team. Because Sato Junichi also died in the Inagawa Society's site, Iguchi Naohiro. If you want to get rid of responsibility, you must hand over yourself as a murderer. Pu Chuanfang also knew that if it fell into the hands of the Yamaguchi team, it would really be a matter of survival. Zhou Hao's words floated into Pu Chuanfang's ears at this time. It's all like this anyway. Just kill Naohiro Iguchi as well. Anyway, they set an ambush first. No wonder others. In an extremely critical situation, when he heard Zhou Hao's very confusing words again, Pu Chuanfang gritted his teeth, raised his gun, and fired several shots at Jinguchi Jibua, who was rushing forward. Naobo Iguchi never imagined that Pu Chuanfang would shoot himself under all the eyes. When he was caught off guard, he shot many shots on the spot, staring at Pu Chuanfang not far in front with his frightened and angry eyes. Fell down. Murder. When the surrounding pedestrians witnessed the sudden shooting, they were so frightened that they fled around. Instead, they blocked the Inagawakai and Sato Junichi's subordinates and could not get close to Pu Chuanfang and the others. At the moment that Pu Chuanfang couldn't see, Zhou Hao and Hongya Hina smiled at each other, but they soon hid their smiles. Zhou Hao grabbed Pu Chuanfang and shouted, Boss Pu, hurry up. As a result, the group of three quickly ran into Zhou Hao's car, started the car and left. In the car, Hongyechu was in charge of the posture, while Zhou Hao and Pu Chuanfang were in the back seat. Pu Chuanfang's mood was still very excited, and his chest was ups and downs, gasping and muttering to himself. Damn, this is a big game. It's a big game. Killed Sato Junichi and Iguchi all at once. Jibua, the Yamaguchi team in Inagawa, will definitely not let our Five Lakes gang go. Damn, it's a big game. Zhou Hao next to him sneered and looked at the Prince of Five Lakes, who was still trembling with the gun, and smiled leisurely. Yeah, Pu Chuanfang, this time you are playing big. Due to the ups and downs of his heart, Pu Chuanfang did not notice the change in Zhou Hao's tone for a while, and grabbed his hair and said angrily, What should I tell my father now? He knows that after I kill Junichi Sato and Naohiro Iguchi, he will definitely be very angry. Don't worry, your father won't scold you. Zhou Hao squinted and smiled. Because he won't see you again. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Pu Chuanfang raised his head and looked at him in amazement. Brother Zhou, what are you talking about? I mean, that old fellow Pu Shogun will never see you again. Zhou Hao smiled and said, In other words, he has no chance to see your son again. Pu Chuanfang finally found that something was wrong, and stared at Zhou Hao in surprise. What do you mean by this? Zhou Hao let out a sneer, and Pu Chuanfang immediately raised his hand, trying to aim his pistol at him. But just as soon as Pu Chuanfang moved his hand, Zhou Hao had already snatched the gun in his hand. With a strong squeeze, he squeezed the metal pistol to pieces. Pu Chuanfang was shocked, faintly guessing in his heart that he seemed to have gotten into someone else's trap. He turned around and wanted to open the door to escape, but the car was walking on the road at high speed, and he might be killed by jumping out like this. Looking back, Pu Chuanfang asked Zhou Hao in a panic, Who are you? Who do you want to take me to? Zhou Hao smiled slightly. Actually, I did not lie to you. I am really a businessman, and I did open a steel ball shop in Chinatown, and this is indeed my wife. However, I have always been there. I never thought of making friends with you, because you, Pu Chuanfang, do not have the qualifications, and it was my purpose to let the Five Lakes group fall apart. Pu Chuanfang was dumbfounded when he heard the words, and suddenly remembered what had happened, and pointed at Zhou Hao angrily. I understand. You killed Junichi Sato just now. Also, you also informed Junichi Sato to come over. Regarding Pu Chuanfang's words, Zhou Hao did not admit or deny. He sat back and said with a pleasant expression, I really want to see how Pu Shogun will react when he learns about you and discovers you are missing. Seeing the understated smile on Zhou Hao's face, Pu Chuanfang only felt a chill behind his back, swallowed his saliva, and asked with a trembling, You? Why do you count me like this? Count our Five Lakes gang. You can't control this. Anyway, you are now in my hands, and there is no place to turn around. Zhou Hao sneered. I killed you. Pu Chuanfang was frightened, stretched out his hand, and rushed towards Zhou Hao, trying to strangle Zhou Hao. But Zhou Hao grabbed his right hand, and his voice was as cold as a cold wind in the 12th lunar month. Just now, you used this hand to take advantage of my wife. Pu Chuanfang, who was grabbed by Zhou Hao's wrist, only felt as if his whole body was locked by a chain of invisible iron chains. He couldn't move at all. Seeing Zhou Hao's very sordid face, his heart was after a shock. He asked for mercy. Don't. Hey. After hearing a crisp sound, Pu Chuanfang saw that his right hand was bent 90 degrees, and his bones were exposed. Then he felt an unbearable pain spreading from his hands, and the pain made him scream when he opened his mouth. But because the 4 car windows were closed tightly, his screams could not be heard. This black Mercedes-Benz car quickly drove on the road, and the entire Yokohama underworld did not know that the Pu Chuanfang they were looking for was in this car. The deputy mayor of Yokohama, Yamagami Mori, is now being burned because Pu Chuanfang, the young leader of the Five Lakes gang, shot and killed Naobo of the Inagawakai's Yokohama group in full view. Whether it was the many citizens on the scene or the scene's several electronic eyes can clearly see Pu Chuanfang killing Iguchi Naobo with a gun. Recently, the Yamaguchi group and the Five Lakes gang in Yokohama have experienced successive clashes. This has caused a lot of discussion in the society. Since Yamaguchi is the deputy mayor of Yokohama and has close relations with the Five Lakes gang, he is treated in politics. The pressure is also very great. And now, Pu Chuanfang's use of firearms in public places has crossed the government's bottom line for the underworld, and Shan Xiaosun can do nothing even if he wants to keep Pu Chuanfang. In particular, the murder scene of Pu Chuanfang captured by the electronic eye fell into the hands of the media somehow, and was then broadcasted on a large scale, causing a sensation across Japan. The National Public Security Commission of Japan even set up a relevant special investigation team to request a thorough investigation of the ins and outs of this matter. There is only one detail that no one found. Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina, who were disguised at the time, were behind Pu Chuanfang. But every time the video of the electronic, I can only see 2 vague figures, and the media are also very tacit about it. Focusing on Pu Chuanfang, there was no mention of Zhou Hao and Hong Yehina. In order to avoid collusion between the Yokohama underworld and the local government, the National Public Security Commission of Japan directly dispatched personnel to conduct an independent investigation. Even the mayor of Yokohama, Shimizu Riko, and the deputy mayor of Yamagami Mori had no right to intervene in the investigation. Not only that, because Pu Chuanfang was shot and killed by senior officials of the Inagawa Association. On the one hand, the Inagawa Association pursued and killed Pu Chuanfang on the underworld. On the other hand, it also exerted great pressure on the Yokohama city government through political power. Because of the series of disturbances caused by Pu Chuanfang, especially political enemy Shimizu Riko took advantage of this to attack Shang Xiaosun. Shang Xiaosun was very passive and became a target of public criticism. Bad with more than success. In his own residence, Sean Dyson broke several antique vases and cursed angrily, while his secretary stood there tremblingly, dare not say a word. Just now, Pu Shogun came directly to the next forest and asked the next forest to keep Pu Chuanfang. The mountain next time Mori was burnt out because of this incident. But Pu Shoging unscrupulously asked the mountain to go to protect Pu Chuanfang next time, and even threatened. Shan Xiaosan was naturally very angry, but he still had a handle in his hand by Pu Shoging, and it was not easy to refuse it face to face, so he could only use the drag tactics, and first agreed to Pu Shoging. After Pu Shoging left, the anger of Shang Xiaosan completely broke out, and the hideous expression seemed to peel and tear Pu Shoging. All of this, Yamana Mori's assistant Tsuruta Motosuk saw it all. He knew that Shan Nisan had already met with that Zhou Hao earlier, plotting to deal with Pu Shoging. However, Motosuk Tsuruta also knew that Shanamori had not made up his mind to completely tear his face with Pu Shoging. After all, with Pu Shoging's cooperation with Shang Xiaosan for many years, it can be said that it has broken the bones and tendons. If Shang Xiaosan breaks with Pu Shoging, he may face a lot of resistance. In his thoughts, Motosuk Tsuruta's phone rang. Motosuk Tsuruta was startled and remembered that he had forgotten to set the phone to ring. He looked up and saw that Shan Mori glanced at himself impatiently next time. Motosuk Tsuruta's neck shrank, and he quickly lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry," before he took out the phone to answer it. After that, he said to Shan Daisen, "Master Shanxia, that Mr. Zhou Haozhou wants to see you." Shan Nisan frowned. "Huh? It's him again? Let him in." Zhou Hao was the only person who came this time. Hong Yehina was not accompanied. After Zhou Hao came in, he saw the vase fragments all over the floor, and Shan Daisen, wearing a kimono at home, was standing on the wooden corridor, facing the cherry trees in the yard. His face was very cold. Seeing the look of Shang Xiaosan, Zhou Hao sneered in his heart and smiled on his face. "Mayor Shanxia, Pu Shoging just came to you. Did you guys talk very unhappy?" Shan Xiaosan suddenly turned around and glared at Zhou Hao. "Are you monitoring my house?" He guessed that if Zhou Hao hadn't monitored his private house, how could he know that Pu Shoging had come to him? But Zhou Hao smiled. "Don't dare. How dare I monitor your private house, Mayor Yamashita? I just monitor Pu Shoging." After a pause, he said again, "Pu Shoging came to you this time for his son. What happened to Pu Chuanfang?" "Heh. That Pu Chuanfang was so courageous that he shot and killed Naohiro Iguchi of Inagawa Kai in a large crowd. This time he has made a name for himself in the underworld in Japan." Hearing the ridicule in Zhou Hao's tone, Shan Ningxian raised his hand and said, "Okay, Zhou Hao, I don't need to say anything extra. After all, what do you want to do this time?" I saw Zhou Hao sitting unceremoniously in front of the coffee table, taking a sip of the tea offered by Tsuruta Motonosuk, and then smiling. "Mayor Yamashita, because of Pu Chuanfang's incident, Yamaguchi and Inagawa, the meeting and the government have put you under a lot of pressure, and Pu Shoging will definitely not stop there. Mayor Yamashita, now you are caught in the gap between many forces." Seeing the increasingly ugly expression on Shan's next Mori, Zhou Hao's smile became even stronger. This time, Junichi Sato of the Yamaguchi team and Naohiro Iguchi of the Inagawa Kai will die in Pu Chuanfang's hands. If you don't take Pu Chuanfang, if you hand it over, the Yamaguchi team and Inagawa will not give up. Yokohama will definitely be in chaos. At that time, Shimizu Riko, the mayor, will have to assume leadership responsibilities, but you, the deputy mayor, can't escape. Let alone you, and the relationship between the Five Lakes group is so close. Whether it is the government, the Yamaguchi group, and the Inagawa Association, I am afraid that they will not let you go easily. The next time Shansen was silent, he didn't know what Zhou Hao said. The current situation is basically forcing him to deal with the Five Lakes gang by himself. Only in this way can he make up for it and block the government's mouth. You said that I am in collusion with the Five Lakes gang, and I will pull it out by myself. What else do you guys say? However, Pu Chuanfang's whereabouts are unknown now. Even the Yamaguchi team and Inagawa will not be able to find him. If I can't find Pu Chuanfang, or if someone finds him one step ahead of me, the situation will be very unfavorable to me," Shan said with a frown next time. Zhou Hao he laughed. "Mayor Yamashita, that's why I came to you. Pu Chuanfang is now in my hands. I can unconditionally hand him over to you and let you act as a helper of the Five Lakes. Breakthrough point. Pu Chuanfang is in your hand." Shan Nisan looked at Zhou Hao in amazement. How? How could it be? Catching the smile in Zhou Hao's eyes, Shan Ningxin was shocked, pointed at Zhou Hao. and said excitedly, "Difficult? Could it be that you manipulated this matter alone?" Faced with the anger of Shangxisin, Zhou Hao smiled noncommittal. "Mayor Shanxia, things have developed to this point. You have no choice. I know you have never made up your mind to clean up Pu Shogang and the Five Lakes gang. But now, the situation cannot help you hesitate, and now you have no other way to go besides cooperating with me." Speaking of this, Zhou Hao smiled unkindly. "Or, can I give Pu Chuanfang to Shimizu Riko?" Shan next Mori was shaking all over, staring at Zhou Hao firmly. Now he can basically be sure that Pu Chuanfang shot and killed Sato Junichi and Iguchi Naohiro. It is clear that Zhou Hao directed it. His purpose in doing this was not only to push Pu Shogang and the Five Lakes gang to the opposite side of the Yamaguchi Formation and the Inagawa Association, but also to completely tie the Yamaguchi Formation to his boat. "Zhou Hao, you want insidious means." Shan's face turned blue with anger next time. And Motosuke Tsuruta, who stood by, was also shocked. Looking at Zhou Hao, who was always smiling, he only felt a chill in his back and felt that the young man in his early 20s was really terrifying. After many years of rolling in the political circles, Shandaisen, who had been in a high position in the first year of life, was already considered a dragon and a phoenix, but he was also played by Zhou Hao and applauded. Even the battles on the Yokohama underworld turned out to be the big play directed by this man. Motosuke Tsuruta took a step back subconsciously to widen the distance with Zhou Hao, for fear that he would eat no bones without noticing it. I saw Shan Xiansun panting, his chest undulating violently, and it took a long time to calm down. Then, in the eyes of Motosuke Tsuruta, who had always been energetic, Shanxia Mori, his expression revealed a sense of depression, and said to Zhou Hao in a weak tone, "Where is Pu Chuanfang?" "This is not important. I will be able to hand the person to you right away." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "When the time comes, you can hand the person to the National Security Council. In this way, you can temporarily withdraw from the mud. The body is here. After that, when you personally clean up Pu Shogang and the Five Lakes gang, no one will dare to say anything to you, whether it is the underworld or the government." Looking at the frustrated mountain next to Mori, Zhou Hao said, "After Pu Shogang and the Five Lakes gang are destroyed, if you are interested in long-term cooperation with me, perhaps I can help you ascend the position of the mayor of Yokohama." "Is the position of the mayor?" The mountain that had originally revealed a slumped mountain heard Zhou Hao's words. His face immediately became surprised, and he looked at Zhou Hao with eager eyes. What you said is really?" Zhou Hao smiled indifferently. "Of course it is true, but the premise is that you are willing to cooperate with me for a long time and cooperate with me. Otherwise, the world lacks everything. There is no lack of ambitious people. Believe there are many people who are interested in working with me." The next time Shan lowered his eyes and pondered. In fact, Zhou Hao gave himself only one way. What happened to Pu Chuanfang this time? Without Zhou Hao's help, even if he could keep the position of the current deputy mayor, his political future would end here. And if you cooperate with Zhou Hao, he will not only get out of this quagmire, but also have a further opportunity to become the mayor of Yokohama and become the true leader of Yokohama. It's just that, although Shan next son and this time only met with Zhou Hao for the second time. But Zhou Hao's terrible, Shan next son has already fully understood. Cooperating with such a terrible person is tantamount to seeking skin with a tiger, and you don't know when you will be eaten as dregs. Thinking of Zhou Hao's seemingly welcoming smile, the next time the mountain felt like being in an ice cave, he couldn't help but shiver. After a long time, Shan Xiasun took a long breath and said to Zhou Hao, "Okay, I promise you." After receiving the promise of Shangxiasun, Zhou Hao smiled with satisfaction, and Chong Shangxiasun extended his right hand. "Mayor Yamashita, happy cooperation." The flowers bloomed with 2 flowers and 1 branch. As Pu Chuanfang killed Junichi Sato and Naohiro Iguchi successively, the Yamaguchi group and Kai Inagawa instantly formed an alliance and joined forces against the Five Lakes gang. Suddenly facing the joint attack of the 2 factions, Pu Shogang also seemed to be hard to deal with. While searching for his son, he had to avoid the assassins sent by the Yamaguchi group and Inagawa Association. Due to the attack from the Yamaguchi group and Inagawa in the dark, Pu Shogang, the leader of the Five Lakes gang, did not dare to stay in the base camp of Chinatown, and went into hiding under the protection of his men. Originally, he wanted to leave Yokohama directly, avoiding the fire, but Pu Chuanfang was missing and Pu Shogun was uneasy, so he would not leave until he found Pu Chuanfang. Without the Five Lakes Gang, where Pu Shogun is seated, its strength is greatly reduced. Not only the Yamaguchi group and Inagawa outside will be pushing each other, but even those in Chinatown who have been suppressed by the Five Lakes Gang are weaker. The Chinese gangs took the opportunity to raise their heads and competed for various small sites in Chinatown, causing a lot of trouble to the Five Lakes Gang. No, a Chinese gang called Hua Fu Tang came to the steel ball shop opened by Zhou Hao to ask for protection money. The shops in this neighborhood originally handed over the protection fees to the Five Lakes Gang, but now the Five Lakes Gang can't protect themselves, so naturally they have no time to pay attention to them. Hua Fu Tang took this opportunity to try to make a fortune. In order to buy safety, the surrounding shops also paid them obediently. This gave the people of Hua Fu Tang a taste of the sweetness. I heard that this steel ball store just opened just before the Woohoo Gang. Without giving face, he came over boldly to ask for protection money, to show that his face is better than Woohoo help. The leader was Zheng Guodong, the leader of Hua Fu Tang, and saw him swaggering into the steel ball shop with more than a dozen of his men. Those customers who were entertaining in the steel ball store saw this menacing group of people and immediately knew something was going to happen. In order not to hurt themselves, these customers hurriedly left after cashing the steel back in their hands. Masago Kenzaki, who was sent by Zhou Hao to serve as the shopkeeper, looked at Zheng Guodong, who was thrusting in his waist and looking arrogant and proud. When all the customers in the shop were gone, he took a few juniors with him. Walking towards Zheng Guodong, there was a deliberate smile on his face, and he asked, "This gentleman, what do you want to? Don't do so much nonsense. We are here to collect protection fees." Zheng Guodong yelled coldly, and the two men behind also pulled down the rolled iron door of the steel ball shop, blocking the outside eyes. Seeing these Wafutang, people so arrogant, Kanzaki Masago sneered at each other with a younger brother beside him. The guests who ran outside looked at the iron door of the steel ball shop, and they all felt that the owner of the shop was going to bow to the gang after all. Hearing the sound of scolding and fighting from inside the iron gate, the people outside sank and said, "It's over. Those steel ball machines must have been smashed by the people of Wafutang. The store will suffer heavy losses." No one doubts that an ordinary steel ball shop can have any suspense under the impact of the gang, so all the customers outside have no hope for this shop. However, what was completely different from what they had imagined was that on the other side of the iron gate there were indeed more than a dozen people lying on the ground, but none of them were from the shop, but the thugs of Hua Fu Tang. Even Zheng Guodong, the leader of Hua Fu Tang, was escorted by two Jingonja Fengliu doormen and kneeled in front of Kanzaki Masago. His face full of triumphant expression was also swollen and embarrassed. Kanzaki Masago sat in front of Zheng Guodong, looking at him with disdain. But Zheng Guodong didn't know that he had kicked the iron plate at this time, and he understood why the store refused to pay the protection fee of the Five Lakes Gang. "Old boss, I don't know Taishan, so please forgive me. I will not dare anymore." Zheng Guodong knelt there, begging to Kanzaki Masago. Kanzaki Masago glanced at Zheng Guodong in disgust, thinking that it was the same Chinese. Why Zhou Hao was such a hero, and these Chinese gangsters in Chinatown are so despicable and vulgar. It is simply a difference. He stared at Zheng Guodong and said coldly, "How many gangs are there in China Street, like your Hua Fu Tang, who sprang up while the Five Lakes Gang is weak?" Zheng Guodong didn't know the purpose of Kanzaki Masago asking this, but in order to make himself suffer less, he did not hesitate to answer. "Counting our Hua Fu Tang, there are a total of more than 20 small gangs taking the opportunity to emerge. Our small gangs were previously suppressed by the Five Lakes Gang. Under the influence of the Five Lakes Gang, we were very much suppressed, and there was no room for development. This time we saw something in the Five Lakes Gang, and we thought about it. Those who seized the opportunity, like our Hua Fu Tang, other small gangs are all starting to help the sheep in the Five Lakes." Kanzaki Masago naturally knows that what Zheng Guodong refers to as the sheep are those merchants who pay protection fees to the Five Lakes Gang. For the Five Lakes Gang, these merchants who continue to use money to support them are very fat, and very plump. When the palm of his hand was turned, Kanzaki Masago's hand had an extra small sword, reflecting a gleaming cold light. Zheng Guodong was stunned, and he felt a chilling sensation in his neck, and saw that Kanzaki Masago's small sword hit his neck. With its sharp and cold sharpness, a few traces of blood spilled out of his skin. Zheng Guodong didn't dare to move at the moment, and at the same time tremblingly said to Kanzaki Masago, "Boss, you just stay a little longer. What's the order for you? Just speak up. I'm such a dog. It's not worth getting you dirty my hand, boss." Just listen to Kanzaki Masago sneered. "It's good to know. Killing you such a villain will really touch my hand. You listen to me. I will let you go back later, and then you will regard you as Wafutang in the name of. I would like to invite those small gangs who have sprung up in the near future like you, saying that everyone will have a meeting to discuss together how to clean up the Five Lakes gang, and then divide the Chinatown site." Zheng Guodong was shocked when he heard this. Although his Hua Fu Tang is only a small gang, but under the oppression of such a behemoth like the Five Lakes gang, he believes that other gangs who have the same experience will definitely be the same as his Hua Fu Tang. The one with the same anger. What surprised Zheng Guodong was why Kanzaki Masago asked himself to do this. He looked at Kanzaki Masago's cold smile, and couldn't help but tremble, faintly guessing that this steel ball shop is not as simple as it seems. Kanzaki Masago and the others might want to use themselves to achieve some purpose. Huh? Do you agree or not? Kanzaki Masago snorted coldly, and the kodachi was even closer to Zheng Guodong's neck. With a light stroke, he could easily cut his carotid artery. A layer of cold sweat leaked from Zheng Guodong's forehead, and he nodded cautiously, fearing that if he moved, the knife would hurt him. "I heard," Kanzaki Masago said again. "After we let you out, if you want to escape, you can try it and see if you can escape. If you can escape, then we are considered weak. However, if he escaped and was caught by us, Zheng Guodong swallowed fiercely, only to feel that the smile on Kanzaki Masago's face really resembled the of death and hell. Afterwards, Kanzaki Masago really let Zheng Guodong go and let him leave through the back door of the steel ball shop, but none of his subordinates can come out, but Zheng Guodong can't take care of them anymore. After leaving the steel ball shop, Zheng Guodong immediately took out the phone to contact the other gangs. It's not that he didn't think about running away, but he intuitively felt that behind the people like Kanzaki Masago, there seemed to be an unimaginable force, even more trembling than the Five Lakes gang. So the idea of running away was just raised. Zheng Guodong was obliterated, and honestly followed Kanzaki Masago's words. Ihai Restaurant is a historic hotel in Chinatown. It has been 30 years since it opened. Even at that time, Chinatown hadn't taken shape. Many elderly Chinese in Yokohama like to come to Ihai Restaurant because the Chinese cuisine here is very authentic, which can make those who visit a foreign land feel the taste of hometown. According to Kanzaki Masago's instructions, Zheng Guodong invited those unwilling gang leaders in Chinatown to come here. Of course, the leaders of those gangs are not foolish people, especially on this road today, so on average, everyone has brought about 10 men over, so that no changes will happen and they will not be unprepared. Zheng Guodong booked the big box on the 4th floor of Ihai Restaurant, where there was a large round dining table with 20 seats. However, Zheng Guodong didn't dare to sit on it at this time, only standing respectfully behind the lord, and there was also Kanzaki Masago standing beside him. And sitting on the main seat was a handsome man in his early 20s, leisurely sipping a pot of fragrant tea, and it was Zhou Hao in disguise. Standing behind, looking at Zhou Hao's back, Zheng Guodong's mood has not calmed down yet. Just now, when he was waiting for the master, Kanzaki Masago in this box, he saw that Kanzaki Masago was coming in with this young man, and his expression was very awe-inspiring, which was completely different from his earlier beating and threatening him. Zheng Guodong is also a person who knows how to look at his words, and he knows that his previous guess was correct. Kanzaki Masago is indeed not the last person to manipulate everything. The real big boss should be the young man with a natural look but extraordinary momentum. Kanzaki Masago did not give more introduction, only told Zheng Guodong that Zhou Hao was the master of his own group. With just such a sentence, Zheng Guodong understood Zhou Hao's status, because when Kanzaki Masago said that Zhou Hao was the master of the group, There was no joking in his tone, but it really showed the respect of his servants. After Zhou Hao's big boss appeared on the stage, Zheng Guodong knew the gang leaders who were invited by him today, and the final result was suspended. However, he has no guilt for those gang leaders who are unpredictable, because if he doesn't do this, Kanzaki Masago will definitely not let him go. As the saying goes, the life and death of others is not comparable to his own. Safety. Between the ups and downs of the heart, the door of the box was pushed open, and Zheng Guodong saw the leaders of the gangs coming in one after another. However, when the gang leaders saw Zheng Guodong, the initiator of this hero meeting, stood behind Zhou Hao in awe, and even bowed to his knees, they all felt strange. Especially for Zhou Hao, they had never seen Zhou Hao, nor had they heard of such a person on Yokohama Road. And now the Yokohama underworld is raging, so the leaders of these gangs immediately became vigilant. A short but cold-faced man immediately stared at Zheng Guoqiang and asked, "Old Zheng, who is this kid? Didn't you invite us to discuss things? How come it seems that this kid is the master?" The leader of the other gang also said in a gloomy tone, "Couldn't it be Lao Zheng? You colluded with the Five Lakes gang. Do you want to kill us all?" In the face of everyone's questioning, Zheng Guodong did not respond to a word, still arching his waist and standing behind Zhou Hao. Masago Kanzaki smiled at everyone and said, "Everyone, we are not members of the Five Lakes gang, and like everyone else, we all very much hope to see the collapse of the Five Lakes gang and return a bright future in Chinatown." "You are Japanese." The little gang leader just snorted. "Chinatown has always been our Chinese-owned business. When is it your turn to ask the Japanese?" Masago Kanzaki narrowed his eyes, and his smile remained unchanged. "Everyone, yes, I am Japanese, but my master is Chinese. Come, let me introduce you. This is our master Zhou Hao, chairman of Seven Seas Investment Group." Zhou Hao's eyes swept across the faces of these gang leaders, and then he smiled gently. "Everyone, I actually invited you to this date today. The purpose is to discuss how to clean up the Five Lakes gang, to re-maintain the peace of our Chinatown. After all, Chinatown is the place of our Chinese people. It is especially important here in Japan. Everyone should protect it together. Come, everyone, please sit down." The gang leaders looked at each other, but in the end they sat down around the big round table. The little gang leader gave Zhou Hao a fist. "Boss Zhou, I'm Zheng Daji of the Zhenghong Society. People on the road call me Zheng Xiaozi. Forgive me for being ignorant and ignorant. Before today, I don't seem to have heard of your name, Boss Zhou." Zhou Hao smiled at Zheng Daji. "I'm just a nameless guy. It's normal for you to have never heard of it. But you can rest assured that my position is the same as everyone else. I don't like the Five Lakes gang, and I don't want it to stay in Chinatown. Here harms compatriots. I think everyone should be aware of the conflict between the Five Lakes gang and the Yamaguchi Group and the Inagawa Society. Now the Yamaguchi Group and the Inagawa Guild have been eyeing our Chinatown here. There are even more rumors outside that as long as the Yamaguchi and the Inagawa Guild attack, they will kill all the underworlds in Chinatown, including the Five Lakes gang, for Sato. Junichi avenges Iguchi Naohiro." Speaking of this, Zhou Hao's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the current situation can be said to be caused by the Pu family and his sons. They have caused the dangerous situation in Chinatown. Everyone in the audience agreed with Zhou Hao's words, but heard Zheng Daji say in a deep voice, "That week, the boss, you invited us out this time. Is you want to invite us all to join forces to clean up the Five Lakes gang in Chinatown?" "Yes, I really want everyone to join forces and clean up the Five Lakes gang together." The smile on Zhou Hao's face is still very gentle. "But I hope everyone will make it clear that this is not a request to everyone, but a request." Everyone's expressions changed, and Zheng Daji squinted his eyes and sneered. "Request? Boss Zhou, don't blame me for speaking directly. Even if we all have the heart to deal with the Five Lakes gang, why do you ask us? Huh? The Lake Gang only covers the sky in Chinatown, and it has not been able to drive us to death. Why do you call us?" The leaders of other gangs also responded, very dissatisfied with Zhou Hao's words. Humph! Hearing Zhou Hao's cold snort, there was a bitter aura on his body. He was originally an extremely powerful martial artist, and his unfathomable true energy could exert tremendous pressure on the enemy, just a little bit, and coupled with the unique spiritual power of that extremely top expert, ordinary people could hardly resist it. So Zhou Hao snorted so coldly. Everyone in the box immediately rushed to a huge pressure to swept over them, making them feel a sense of suffocation at this moment, as if even the heartbeat was about to stop. Zhou Hao glanced at the people indifferently, with a narrow smile on his face, and said in a gloomy tone, "Now I give you two choices. One is to completely rely on me and strictly follow my orders. Second, reject me." After a pause, he said again, "It's just that if it's not mine, it's equal to an enemy with me. I will deal with them like the Five Lakes gang, and I won't be merciless." The leaders of the various gangs were confused by Zhou Hao's dominance, but they were all people who rolled over from the storm. Even though they had deeply felt the aura of Zhou Hao just now, they were not from the martial arts, so they didn't pay much attention to this aspect, and it was impossible for them to give up their territory because of Zhou Hao's momentum. And Zheng Daji was the first person to show his attitude. He sneered and looked at Zhou Hao. "There is no need to think about it. I choose the second one. I will reject you. How? You can't help me. With you, a sucker, can you convince me, Zheng Xiaozi?" Others also seemed to stare at Zhou Hao hostilely with Zheng Daji's head. Zhou Hao stopped talking, closed his eyes slightly, and leaned on the back of the chair, looking soothing. "Boy, don't be ashamed, you." Before Zheng Daji finished speaking, everyone saw that his round disclosure suddenly broke away from his neck and flew high. He fell on the turntable in the center of the dining table with a boom, and his eyes were still blinking. Even his expression hasn't changed, and he clearly hasn't even reacted to it himself. The blood sprayed out from Zheng Daji's neck like a fountain, splashing the faces of everyone present, and Zhou Hao, because of his body protection, couldn't get the smelly blood on him. It took a long time for everyone to return to their senses, and then watched Kenzaki Masago, who was holding a small sword, slowly return to Zhou Hao from behind Zheng Tatsuchi, and returned the small sword with expressionless expression. As for the two bodyguards who had been guarding Zheng Daji's back, there was a blood stain on their necks, and they were all silent long ago. Just now he appeared silently behind Zheng Daji and cut off Zheng Daji's head with a single knife. Zhou Hao slowly opened his eyes and saw that everyone's faces were pale, and a few people were still shaking with cold sweat. Then Zhou Hao laughed and said, "Okay, let me ask again. Do you all choose to completely cast under my hands, or choose to become my enemy?" That night, the Yamaguchi group and the people who were temporarily sent to Yokohama to preside over the branch affairs gathered at a club controlled by the Yamaguchi group. The person sent from the Yamaguchi group headquarters was a young cadre in his early 30s named Kobayashi Saha, and the senior cadre Akasaka Junya, who was called the sword in the hands of the chairman, was sent by Inagawa. At this time, Kobayashi Zawa and Akasaka Junya, the two people representing the Yamaguchi group and Inagawa Kai respectively, were sitting on the opposite side of the coffee table with the same grim faces. "Kobayashi-kun, I believe that the task assigned to you by the Yamaguchi team is similar to mine." Akasaka Junya took a sip of Japanese sake and said solemnly, "The president of the council gave me two commands. One is to find Pu Chuanfang and kill him, and the second is to take the Five Lakes gang in Yokohama." I saw Kobayashi Zawaha laughed loudly. "Akasaka-kun, it just so happens that the task assigned to me by the headquarter is also these two. The person from Pu Chuanfang killed the cadres of our Yamaguchi group and the Inagawa Society. Naturally, he deserves 1,000,000 deaths. But how should we allocate the site of the Five Lakes gang better?" Akasaka Junya put down his glass and looked up at Kobayashi Zawa on the opposite side. "We will dispose of the Five Lakes gang in Chinatown and their industry and business outside of Chinatown. Let your Yamaguchi team decide what about this." "No." Kobayashi Saha immediately rejected Akasaka Junya's suggestion and sneered. "Everyone knows how rich the oil and water in Chinatown is. Most of the Chinese who smuggled to Yokohama and even Kanagawa were in Chinatown. Distributors, as long as they manipulate Yokohama's Chinatown, they control the Chinese smuggling business in Kanagawa. This accounts for almost 60% of all the profits of the Five Lakes gang, and the dark web accumulated because of smuggling business is difficult to use money estimate." After a pause, Kobayashi Zia's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Akasaka-kun, You are going to bite off the fattest meat from the Five Lakes gang as soon as you speak. You are too greedy. Because of the hugely profitable smuggling business of the Five Lakes gang, Yamaguchi and Inagawa had long been coveted. It was only because the three parties had maintained a delicate balance in Yokohama that they had no chance. Moreover, as long as they occupy the headquarters of the Five Lakes Group in Chinatown, it will not be easy to control their industries outside of Chinatown. I saw that Akasaka Junya poured himself a glass of wine again and said without rushing, "Now Pu Chuanfang doesn't know where he ran, and Pu Shoging has no idea where he is hiding. The Five Lakes gang is in a group of dragons without a leader, Chinatown. Those small gangs that have been suppressed by the Five Lakes gang for a long time have also come forward. Letting the Five Lakes gang's backyard catch fire is the best opportunity to capture their headquarters." Hearing Akasaka Junia's words and seeing his confident expression again, Kobayashi Ziha changed his expression and exclaimed, "Have you already sent someone to?" Akasaka Junya raised his eyes and glanced at Kobayashi Ziha and smiled slightly. "Yes, I have sent someone there." After saying that, he looked at his watch. From the perspective of time, my people are now the headquarters of the Five Lakes gang in Chinatown should have been captured. Akasaka Junya, our Yamaguchi team, and you in Nagawa will have an appointment beforehand, and no one is allowed to act without authorization until the covenant is made," Kobayashi Ziha said angrily. Akasaka Junya was indifferent and just smiled. "The situation of the battle is changing rapidly. How can we wait for us to negotiate slowly? What's more, you are not allowed to act without authorization before the covenant is made. This is just a unilateral suggestion made by your Yamaguchi team. I don't remember. When will our Inagawa promise?" Kobayashi Saha looked coldly at Junya Akasaka on the opposite side, and then suddenly laughed. "Huh? What are you laughing at?" Akasaka Junya raised his eyes. "I'm laughing. Fortunately, we have never believed in your Inagawa association." Kobayashi Ziha said, "You want to sneak into the headquarters of the Five Lakes gang so that they can occupy all their sites in Yokohama? Hey, let me tell you, it's not that easy. My people have already headed towards Chinatown." Akasaka Junya, who has been calm since just now, finally changed after hearing what Kobayashi Zawaha said. He slapped the coffee table vigorously, pointed at Kobayashi Zawaha, and cursed. "You guys from the Yamaguchi team are really despicable and shameless. While saying something is not allowed to act without authorization, while secretly sending someone to Chinatown. Akasaka Junya, do you think you are qualified to blame us?" Akasaka Junya squinted his eyes and said coldly, "That's good. Then just look at who was the last one." Kobayashi Zibo also hugged his hands and snorted coldly. "If you can't ask for it, we'll just rely on our own ability." As soon as the words fell, the paper door of this room was violently opened. Junya Akasaka and Zawaha Kobayashi turned to look, and they saw their men rushing in from the door at the same time. Their expressions were normal. Anxiety is no different. I saw that the two men's men ran up to them and hurriedly said a few words in their ears, while Akasaka Junya and Kobayashi Zawaha's expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed in unison, "What? From the Five Lakes gang? Has the headquarters been occupied?" Finding that the other party got the same news, Akasaka Junya and Kobayashi Saha both pointed at each other at the same time. Akasaka Junya, Kobayashi Saha, "Did you do it?" At this time, the two of them realized that someone seemed to be quicker and more ruthless than their own, and they had captured the headquarters of the Five Lakes gang before them. Just listen to the subordinate of Junya Akasaka said. "Group leader, when we rushed to the Five Lakes gang headquarters, it was already controlled by other organizations, and we are sure they are not from the Five Lakes gang." Kobayashi Zibo's men also said, "When we arrived, those people had already fought with friends from the Inagawa Society. Those guys not only have strong firepower, but also very strong skills. When we fight in close quarters, our people are not their opponents at all. Then what's the situation now? I don't care who those are. Have we occupied the headquarters of the Five Lakes gang now?" Akasaka Junya said angrily. I saw his subordinate bowed his head fearfully and hesitated. "Team leader, we in the Yamaguchi team can't fight those people together. We also injured many brothers. In the end, it was very difficult to withdraw. It was almost there. The whole army was wiped out inside." Kobayashizua's men over there also knew that they had to unify their caliber at this time. Otherwise, Kobayashizua might not let him go. So he nodded his head hurriedly. Yeah. Team leader Kobayashi, we only have a small number of people to withdraw in the end. Brothers from. Those people seemed to have known beforehand that we were going to attack the headquarters of the Five Lakes gang. They were already in ambush. We were caught off guard, and the casualties were very heavy. Baga, Kobayashizuwa and Akasaka Junya severely slapped their hands. Their faces were very ugly. After a long time, the two people looked at each other, and Akasaka Junya asked, Kobayashi-kun, what do you think? Suddenly, a common enemy appeared, and the strength displayed by the enemy was very powerful. So Junya Akasaka and Zawaha Kobayashi immediately joined together again, and the previous differences seemed to have never happened. Just listen to Kobayashi Zibo said in a deep voice. I suspect that someone wants to catch a fish in muddy water by setting fire to it. At this moment, Junya Akasaka's mobile suit rang suddenly, shocking everyone present. Akasaka Junya immediately picked up the sound, and his complexion quickly changed. When he put the phone away dignifiedly, Kobayashi Ziha anxiously asked, Akasaka-kun, what's the matter? Pu Chuanfong was caught. It's a man from the mountains. Junya Akasaka said astonishingly. What? Kobayashi Saha was also shocked, because after Sato Junichi and Iguchi Naohiro were killed, Pu Chuanfong, the murderer, was ordered by the Yamaguchi Group and the Inagawa Association to kill him. 10 million yen's shadow offers a reward for those who catch Pu Chuanfong. But now, Pu Chuanfong was arrested by the deputy mayor of Shanxiaosun. Kobayashi Zibo said, Shan Ni's son is Pu Shogun's spokesperson. If he finds Pu Chuanfong, he will definitely give it to Pu Shogun. However, I saw Akasaka Junya shook his head. No. After Shan Ningson caught Pu Chuanfong, he immediately transferred him to the task force sent to Yokohama by the Security Council. He himself was also praised by the National Security Council. It turns out, I want to use Pu Chuanfong to attack Shimizu Riko of Shan Ni's son, and now there is nothing to say. Shan Ni's son is completely drawn out. Even if he completely breaks with Pu Shogun, he will at least get rid of the political circles. Pressure. Hearing this news, Kobayashi Ziha's expression changed for a while, and then he quickly took out his mobile suit and reported the news to the Yamaguchi Group headquarters, so that they could discuss the decision. And Akasaka Junya had already ordered people to report the situation to the superior of the Inagawa Association, and at the same time, he was thinking about how sacred the group of people who occupied the headquarters of the Five Lakes Gang was. On the other side, the Five Lakes Gang was located in the headquarters of a commercial building in China Street. Zhou was watching his men clean up the mess. Next to him was Masago Kenzaki and Zheng Guodong, the leader of the Wafutang. At this time, Zheng Guodong's expression on Zhou became more and more respectful. Just now, the Yamaguchi team and Inagawakai attacked, and these gangs who had taken refuge in Zhou joined forces and were beaten steadily. But Zhou's men, when they came out, the situation was completely reversed, and the Yamaguchi team and Inagawa would be cleaned up. Moreover, when Zhou commanded his men to attack the headquarters of the Five Lakes Gang, their thundering methods were also very amazing. Those diehard members of the Five Lakes Gang who were stubbornly resisting were all eliminated by Kenzaki Masago without hesitation. All surrender. Zheng Guodong and the leaders of these small gangs also came to their senses. They really wanted to conquer the headquarters of the Five Lakes Gang, and Zhou would not need them at all. The reason why Zhou recruited Zheng Guodong and the others was to control Chinatown in the shortest possible time and eliminate possible factors of instability. Seeing Zhou's subordinates silently and orderly deal with the bodies of those from the Yamaguchi Group and the Inagawa Association, Zheng Guodong and the leaders of these small gangs couldn't help shivering, feeling the sudden emergence of Zhou. The means are much more fierce and decisive than Pu Shogun. The ordinary residents of Chinatown have not yet known that Chinatown has changed in just one night. But at this moment, Kenzaki Masago received a call. Then his expression was sensational, and he hurriedly moved to Zhou and whispered a few words. Seeing Zhou frowned, he said to Kenzaki Masago, well, you are here to look after. Anyone who dares to change, kill him. You can't let Chinatown change anything. Masago Kenzaki nodded immediately. I see, son. Zheng Guodong was curious and didn't dare to ask Zhou Hao. So he saw Zhou Hao turn around and left with a few of his men. Zheng Guodong, the leaders of these gangs, quickly surrounded Masago Kanzaki, and Zheng Guodong also asked, "Mr. Kanzaki, Mr. Zhou?" Kanzaki Masago glanced at them coldly. "If you shouldn't ask, you better not ask." With a single sentence, he bluffed the curious Zheng Guodong and several people back. He dared not ask any more, and honestly obeyed Kanzaki Masago's orders to do things. In fact, Kanzaki Masago received a message from Hongye Hina saying that Keiru Nanami was eager to see Zhou Hao, so he wanted Zhou Hao to go back immediately. Although what Zhou Hao has done for Chinatown and the Five Lakes Gang is important, it is ultimately only to increase the bargaining chip for Nankai Keiru. Now Nankai Keiru has something important to ask Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao naturally wants to rush back immediately. Returning nonstop to Keiru Nanami's manor, he saw Keiru Nanami was already waiting for Zhou Hao in the room, and there was still some anxiety between his eyebrows. Hongye Hina and Kanhua Shinji were also here with her. Seeing Zhou Hao's return, Hongye Hina's face was suddenly happy. "Madam, the sun is back." "Sister, what's the matter?" Zhou Hao saw the anxiety on Nankai Keiru's face and immediately knew in his heart that something was unusual, because Nankai Keiru had always been calm, and there were few situations that could make her panic. Nanami Keiru usually puts into Zhou Hao's arms, and only in his solid chest can the anxiety calm down. Zhou Hao also hugged her soft and plump body, stroked her hair, and asked softly, "Sister, what's the matter?" Reminiscence. "Do you remember that Naomasa Tokugawa asked me to preside over the development of South China Sea resources by Ishikawa Island Heavy Industries?" Seeing Zhou Hao nodded, Keiru Nankai said, "He was originally to develop South China Sea resources through this time. It's convenient for him to look for the jade seal of the kingdom." Zhou Hao's expression moved. "Why? Could it be that he has found it?" "Not yet," Keiru Nanami said, "but we have already determined that the Chuangwa Yushi was hidden somewhere in the South China Sea. It's just that the area in the South China Sea is too large, with many islands and reefs. Finding one is like finding a needle in a haystack." After a pause, she continued, "But just this morning, there was an earthquake on the bottom of the South China Sea." "Earthquake?" Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows. Nanami Keiru nodded. "Yes, although the magnitude of this earthquake is not high, it has no major impact on any country, but this earthquake also caused a lot of movement in the South China Sea. The most important thing is this. The last earthquake exposed an island that had never appeared on the map. Speaking of this, Keiru Nanami nodded to Kanzuki Shinji, and then saw Kanzuki Shinji and said, "Although there are many islands and reefs in the South China Sea, they can still be found by satellite observation and positioning. However, there are also some very mysterious places in the vast waters of the South China Sea. These places are like the Bermuda Triangle. Electronic instruments such as radar cannot detect the situation inside. Experts generally believe that it is because of Bermuda. For some reasons, the abnormal magnetic field inside the triangle made the electronic equipment malfunction." Zhou Hao frowned and said, "You mean there is such a place in the South China Sea?" Kanzuki Shinji nodded and continued, "Perhaps it is because the submarine earthquake caused a change in the magnetic field in a certain part of the area, and it is because of this fluctuation that a certain special waveband is generated, making a U.S. satellites flying over the South China Sea detected it. That's it. The island that has never been discovered is exposed," Nanami Keiru said. "Judging from the photos taken by the American satellite, the area of the island is not large, and its appearance is no different from other islands. Therefore, the United States does not pay much attention to it. Only a few research institutions want to study why the island has not been detected before. Just listen to Zhou Hao's words. It stands to reason that this island was not detected by satellites or radar because of the magnetic field. There should be no other special place." "It's true," Keiru Nanami said, "but the guy Naomasa Tokugawa suspected that the jade seal was on that island, and he immediately sent Tojo Shun to investigate. Although there is no evidence that the jade seal of the jade on that island, but this possibility is not ruled out." Zhou Hao had heard from Nanami Keiru before that Tojo Shinichi was the most trusted confidant of Tokugawa Naomasa and the actual helm of the Inagawa Kai, helping Tokugawa Naomasa to control the power of the Tokugawa family in the underworld. Nanami Keiru's eyes flashed coldly. We can't let Tokugawa Naomasa find the Chuan Gua Yushi, so as long as it is possible, even if the probability is small, we can't take it lightly. Sister, you're right. If you really let Tokugawa Naojing's luck find the Chuan Gua Yushi, it will be very troublesome. Zhou Hao said in a deep voice, his eyes flickering. In fact, there is one more thing. Zhou Hao didn't tell Nanami Keiru that he had a faint intuition that the island was indeed related to the Jade Seal of the kingdom. But Zhou Hao, who had lost his memory, was not sure whether his instincts worked, after all. The Jade Seal of the state is of great importance, and no one dares to draw conclusions. He said to Nanami Keiru, Sister, since Tokugawa Naomasa has sent Tojo Shun to investigate, we can't waste time anymore. Let's go and take a look in person. If possible, I'll simply take Tao Shinichi also got rid of and cut off one of Tokugawa Naomasa's arms. However, I saw that Karen Nanami's face was a little hesitant, because Naomasa Tokugawa attached great importance to the guide Jade Seal that might be able to rejuvenate him, even to the point of madness, so when Tojo Shun went to investigate this time, he would definitely bring it with him. Strong human and material resources. If Zhou Hao went to compete with him for the Jade Seal of the kingdom, the danger would be not small. Knowing that Keiru Nanami was worried about his own safety, Zhou Hao knew that Namito Tokugawa would never be allowed to obtain the guide Jade Seal, even if it was only a possibility. Therefore, Zhou Hao looked resolute and said, Sister, don't worry, I will be fine, and I must not let the guy Naoto Tokugawa take the lead, otherwise you will be in danger, sister. Looking at the resolute look on Zhou Hao's face, Keiru Nanami knew that he had made up his mind, and he might not be able to dissuade him. Moreover, the Jade Seal of the country is indeed of great importance. If Naomasa Tokugawa finds it first, then my situation is very passive. It's not too late. Elder sister, I will go over now, and you will stay here, just in case the Tokugawa family has any changes. Zhou Hao said. Nanami Keiru looked at him with concern and said, Then I will let Jingushiro Jingushi go with you. Although his martial arts can't match you, he can help after all. Zhou Hao shook his head. No, Mr. Jingong will stay here to protect you, sister. Never mind. Then I will let Hina choose a few of the Shun Gong Yu Feng Lu doormen to follow you. Zhou Hao no longer refused to Nankai Keiru's concern, nodded and agreed. Without further ado, because Tojo Shinichi had already left for the South China Sea, Zhou Hao knew that he would be one step behind if he did not hurry, so he was ready to set off immediately. Nanami Keiru was nervous about Zhou Hao's safety, so the most powerful sects in Jingu Yifengliu, except Jingu Kaishiro and Hongya Hina, were sent to assist Zhou Hao, and Nanami Keiru personally prepared for Zhou Hao. Luggage. When you get there, you must be careful about everything. Nankai Keiru helped Zhou Hao tidy up his neckline, and at the same time he tirelessly exhorted. If you can't do anything, you must not force it. You must put your own safety first in everything, because I'm still waiting for you here. You must come back safely to see me, you know? The big deal, I won't fight for the Tokugawa family side industry anymore. Just go away with you. Zhou Hao held her beautiful face. Sister, even if we are willing to give up, Naoju and Tokugawa will not let us go. What's more, the Tokugawa family is so powerful, unless you hold it in your hands. Otherwise, after all, it still cannot be reassuring. In order not to be noticed, Zhou Hao brought the 18 strongest doormen in the Jingu Yifengliu, including Masago Kanzaki, to the southernmost island in Japan. This island at the southernmost tip of Japan is called Snowsian Island. The whole island has an area of less than 10 hectares. There is a small village on the island, and all villagers live on fishing and hunting. However, the marine fish produced here is very popular in Japan, and the prices are also very good. Therefore, the villagers on the island live a full and prosperous life. The entire island is enveloped in an atmosphere of harmony and tranquility. It is like a paradise. In a temporarily rented village house, Zhou Haojing and Kenzaki Masawu and others are preparing for this operation. At this time, I saw Zhou Hao sitting in front of the central table with a satellite photograph chart lying flat on the table. Masago Kanzaki and another doorman named Jingu Yifengliu named Yutaka Ishida sat on both sides behind Zhou Hao, and the other doorman stood guard outside. Zhou Hao looked at the sea chart on the desktop attentively, and Ishida Yulong said to him, "My son, according to this satellite chart, Penglai Island is located 428 nautical miles southwest of our Shueishan Island. In order not to attract attention, we brought a ship disguised as an ordinary fishing boat. Its performance and speed are not inferior to that of a conventional ship. Starting from the Shueishan Island, I believe you can enter Penglai in about 10 hours. Island's waters." The Penglai Island that Ishida Yulong said was the island that appeared after the undersea earthquake and was suspected of hiding the jade seal of the kingdom. Since the island has not been named yet, and the previous traces are so mysterious, Zhou Hao and the others will call it Penglai Island. Zhou Hao touched his chin and said, "Tojo Shun and the gang. I'm afraid they are already on Penglai Island now. It should be like this, after all. They set off a day earlier than us," Kenzaki said. "But I don't think they can find the thing so easily. After all, is it hidden on the island? There is no one at all, to be sure. Besides, even if things are really there, will they just put them in a cave and wait for others to get them?" Zhou Hao also smiled when he heard the words. "Shogo, what you said is not unreasonable, but, just in case, I think we should rush over immediately, so as not to be taken advantage of by Tojo Shun's group. Yulong, you go and inform the other brothers and prepare to go right away." "Hey." Ishida Yulong knelt on the ground and bowed deeply, got up, and went out to convey Zhou Hao's order. So on the sea in the middle of the night, a ship that looked like an ordinary fishing boat left the Shueishan Island and headed southwest at extremely fast speed. In order to try to land in the best physical condition when they reached Penglai Island, Kenzaki Masago and the others took turns to rest on the boat. Zhou Hao also meditated like an old monk in one of the cabins, and the innocence in the body was quiet and fast. Working. Although he lost his previous memories, his martial arts cultivation base and realm were still there. Even after that near-death experience, Zhou Hao's martial arts strength still advanced a lot without realizing it. At this moment, the moves and artistic conception of White Tiger and Five Emperors Sword and Four Demon Ape Locks appeared in his mind, and mysterious images such as cranes, giant deer, and flying bears flashed faintly. When have I practiced this kind of martial arts? Zhou Hao asked himself in his heart. What a magical martial arts! What an exquisite technique! What kind of martial arts I have practiced before is actually so powerful? He pondered hard, intending to find the memory of the past, but never found anything. But the subtle and mysterious moves became more and more clear. In this deep meditation, time seemed to pass extremely fast. Almost an instant later, Zhou Hao heard the sound of knocking on the door, and then Ishida Yutaka's voice came from outside. "My son, we have entered China's territorial waters are over. Just in case, please be prepared, my son." Although Zhou Hao is Chinese, he now represents the forces of Keiru Nanami, which is a foreign force to Chinese officials. China is very sensitive to foreign forces entering its territorial waters without authorization. In order not to be discovered by the Chinese Navy, this small ship, which looks like an ordinary fishing boat, is equipped with very advanced anti-radar equipment similar to stealth fighters. It can even send out waves used internally by the Chinese Navy, pretending to be a ship of the Chinese Navy in a short time, and confuse the Chinese Navy's audiovisual. However, everything has accidents, and in order to deal with such accidents in advance, Kenzaki and the others reminded all the members of the ship after entering Chinese territorial waters so as not to be caught off guard in case of any accident. Zhou Hao got up and walked out of the room, and saw Ishida Yutaka standing respectfully outside the door, so he asked, "Zhengwu is in the cab now?" "Yes, son, brother, he is up there." Ishida Yulong replied respectfully. Zhou Hao nodded, and walked to the upper driver's cab, and he saw Kenzaki Masago sitting inside, observing the radar on the ship. There are also 2 doormen responsible for driving the ship to keep it sailing in the correct direction. Seeing Zhou Hao coming in, Kenzaki Masago hurriedly got up and bowed. "My son, you have been here all the time. You have worked hard," Zhou Hao said with a smile. "This is my job, and it should be," Kenzaki Masago said seriously. Then Zhou Hao also sat down in that position in the cab. Anyway, his physique was far more comparable. After entering the silence just now, even if he didn't sleep for several days and nights, it would not affect him. And not long after Zhou Hao sat down, one of the doormen in charge of driving suddenly said, The report is that a ship was found in the northeast direction ahead. The speed of the ship is very high. It is probably a destroyer of the Chinese Navy. Have we been discovered? Zhou Hao frowned. It should not be, Kanzaki said. They should have discovered our whereabouts, but it should not be directed against us. It may be a regular patrol. Then he said to the two pilots, send them a Chinese fishing boat. Signal of. The two pilots immediately turned on the communicator and lied to the destroyer of the Chinese Navy that they were fishermen from Fujian in very fluent Chinese. They even spoke with a strong southern Fujian accent. If Zhou Hao hadn't been to them knowing the roots and knowing the bottom, I am afraid that they are pure Fujianese. The Chinese Navy responded quickly, telling Zhou Hao and his ship that this is a military control zone, and fishermen are no longer allowed to fish and hunt, and Zhou Hao and the others leave immediately. Kanzaki Masago looked at Zhou Hao. My son, what shall we do? Zhou Hao knew that the other party was obviously deceived by himself, thinking that his boat was an ordinary fishing boat. But even so, if you don't listen to the warning and move on, then the torpedo or missile will probably be greeted you. So Zhou Hao made a decisive decision. Turn around immediately, bypass them from the front, and move forward in a roundabout way. Following Zhou Hao's order, the ship immediately turned around and left, and soon went out of the detection range of the Chinese warship, and then turned roundabout, bypassing the warship, and proceeded towards Penglai Island. Ishida Yulong said, My son, I've been to this sea before. At that time, it was still a sea area where fishing and hunting were allowed. Why has it suddenly become a military control zone? It's strange. Hearing Ishida Yutaka's words, Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows, and intuitively felt that the abnormal situation was related to the sudden appearance of Penglai Island. Just listen to him muttering to himself. Is the Chinese military also paying attention to Penglai Island? If this is the case, it will be in trouble. Kanzaki Masago said, This is China's territorial waters. There is a lot of risk in our activities in this area. If the Chinese military also notices the Penglai Island, it will be against us. The action caused a lot of constraints. Even so, we can't give up, Zhou Hao resolutely said. This action is of great importance. We can only succeed and not fail. Hey, feeling the bitter aura from Zhou Hao's body, both Kanzaki Masago and Ishida Yutaka's hearts were stunned, and they quickly responded. But at this moment, one of the pilots said again, Report, a Chinese warship was found in the northwest direction ahead. Another one? Zhou Hao frowned. How come there are so many Chinese Navy deployed in this sea area? After a pause, he immediately gave the driver an order. Go around them. Don't let them find us. Yes. The driver responded and immediately adjusted his direction. In this way, Zhou Hao and his ship changed from a straight line to a zigzag, which greatly increased the voyage and doubled the time it took. However, what made Zhou Hao and the others most alarmed was that on the way to Penglai Island, they encountered 3 or 4 waves of the Chinese Navy, whose navy density was far beyond conventional. With great difficulty, they finally reached a place 20 nautical miles east of Penglai Island in the early morning. But they couldn't move on, because the radar on the ship detected a submarine lurking near Penglai Island. Zhou Hao was very surprised by the ship's detection equipment, because it even detected the submarine lurking under the sea. And everyone on board, including Zhou Hao, can be sure that the submarine belongs to the Chinese Navy. Because the submarine is so large, if it were Tojo Shinichi and others, it would be absolutely impossible to escape the eyes of the Chinese warships along the way for such a large target. In this South China Sea with Penglai Island as its center, several groups of Chinese Navy have been deployed in the sea area of hundreds of miles, and now the submarine lurking on the seabed near Penglai Island. Its scale is huge. The super-conventional power submarine, even the Tokugawa family, may not be easy to use such a military force. What's more, it has to pass through the several layers of the Chinese Navy unconsciously. So Zhou Hao and the others immediately determined that it was a submarine belonging to the Chinese Navy, and judging from the scale, it was most likely a nuclear submarine. The reason why this nuclear submarine is moored here, and the Chinese Navy patrolling back and forth on several layers in the periphery, is obviously aimed at the Penglai Island standing on the sea. Isn't it that other people are not interested in Penglai Island? How come there are nuclear submarines parked here, and there are so many navies on the periphery? Zhou Hao frowned. Could the Chinese military also notice the Penglai Island? But why is this? Kanzaki Masago said, "My son, no matter what the purpose of the Chinese military is, we must go to the island. Otherwise, the situation will become more unpredictable and we will become more passive." Zhou Hao was deeply impressed by Kanzaki Masago's words and said, "But how can we avoid that nuclear submarine and dive into the island?" "My son, please rest assured. Our ship is equipped with the latest ultra-small submarine thruster developed by the United States, which can help us get to the Penglai Island," Ishida Yutaka said. "And this submarine thruster is equipped with a very advanced stealth device, can imitate the wave frequency of dolphins and other underwater animals, and can easily fool the sonar radar." "Well, it should not be too late. We will act now." Zhou Hao gave the order without hesitation. Then, Zhou Hao followed Masago Kanzaki and Yutaka Ishida to the bottom of the bilge and put on a special diving suit there. From the bottom of the bilge, Zhou Hao also saw the kind of submarine propeller Ishida Yutaka said. It looked like a bullet the size of a bucket, and it was streamlined as a whole to move forward in the sea. An average subsea thruster can carry 4 people, and there are a total of 4 such subsea thrusters on this ship. So Zhou Hao left 2 people on the ship to make changes, and the remaining 10 people went to the island with him. After changing into the diving suits, Zhou Hao and Kanzaki Masao each grabbed the handrail on the submarine propeller and went from the bottom compartment to the bottom of the ocean outside. It was in the early hours of the morning, and the world was in the darkest time before dawn, and the seabed was even deeper, and being in it was like being imprisoned in a huge, dark, bottomless space. And in order to prevent the nuclear submarine from discovering Zhou Hao, everyone did not turn on the lights on the submarine thrusters. Fortunately, with Zhou Hao's deep internal strength, the dark seabed did not have much impact on vision, and everyone else did equipped with night vision equipment, plus a small radar on the submarine thruster. It is enough to take them to Penglai Island. In this way, Zhou Hao and his group sneaked silently on the bottom of the ocean tens of meters deep, approached Penglai Island quietly and quickly, and finally landed on a cliff on the north shore of Penglai Island. I saw that the cliff was very steep, 100 meters high, and the surface of the cliff was cut like a knife, with very few trees growing. Zhou Hao, Masago Kanzaki, Yutaka Ishida, and others emerged from the bottom of the cliff, looking at the very dangerous cliff in front of them, and their expressions were a bit solemn. The reason why I chose to dock from here was to prevent Shun Tojo and others who had been on the island and the Chinese Navy from discovering it. It seems that I can only go up from here, Zhou Hao said. Kanzaki Masago, Ishida Yutaka, and the others nodded, and they placed the submarine propellers on the bottom of the sea, brought their equipment, and began to climb from the bottom of the cliff. In fact, this very dangerous cliff is an extremely difficult place for ordinary people to climb. But for people like Kanzaki Masago, who has received extremely strict training since childhood, it is not impossible to do. Plus the advanced equipment they carry, this cliff at best creates some obstacles for them to move forward. Not to mention Zhou Hao, he didn't need any equipment at all. He could climb up with bare hands. Seeing his hands strained, 5 fingers were deeply inserted into the hard rock wall on the cliff face. Under his hand, the rocks seemed to be tofu. With such strength in hand, coupled with extremely agile posture, Zhou Hao also walked flat on the cliff, climbed to the top of the cliff in a few minutes, and put down the rope to tie up other people. After climbing to the top of the cliff, Zhou Hao saw that the island was densely covered with majestic mountains and forests, and there were still water and waterfalls on a not-too-high mountain, giving this small Penglai Island freshwater resources. In addition, Penglai Island is deserted and uninhabited, completely maintaining the original natural ecology, with endless screams of insects and birds. Moreover, Zhou Hao discovered that the plants on this island seemed to be particularly luxuriant and sturdy, generally larger than those in other places. The bees I occasionally saw grew to the size of a fist and looked a little more hideous. My son, why are the animals and plants on this island? Why are they a little abnormal? Ishida Yulong and the others also saw these unusual animals and plants after reaching the top of the cliff. Zhou Hao also felt that the situation on this island was a bit strange, and Kanzaki Masago had already taken out a small instrument to detect it. After a while, he frowned and said, "My son, on this island, Our electronic equipment seems to be out of order. You see, our satellite locator is out of order. Don't worry about this. Let's take a look at who is on this island and see if we can find Shun Tojo and the group. Zhou Hao said, leading Kanzaki Masawu and the others down. Because this Penglai Island is located close to the tropics, the climate on the island is humid and hot. Although Zhou Hao has strong internal strength and is not afraid of cold and heat, there is a kind of miasma lingering in this dense forest. There is no toxin, but it is very letting tired of life. Suddenly, Zhou Hao stopped and raised his hand to make a gesture. The others stopped and silenced. Afterwards, everyone heard a few deliberate movements in the distance ahead, and it was clear that someone was approaching here. Zhou Hao made a gesture, and the people behind Kanzaki Masago and Ishida Yutaka immediately slid gently and lightly leaped to the tree to hide their figure, gathered their breath, and slowed their breathing. Zhou Hao also pointed his toes, and the whole person floated like a wind on the high branch of a big tree next to him, quietly paying attention to the movement below. Soon, Zhou Hao and the others saw a few people who were keeping a certain distance from each other slowly walking. They were all wearing military camouflage uniforms, and their faces were also covered in camouflage uniforms. Moreover, these people's footsteps were so light that they stepped on the thick layers of leaves on the ground, didn't make any noise, and they adjusted their breathing to a certain frequency. For such people, I am afraid that they are ordinary masters in the family, and it is difficult to find them in this dense jungle. Zhou Hao and the others knew at a glance that these were people who had received rigorous training and had a certain degree of internal family skills, especially the silent tacit understanding between them that generally only the elites in the army would have. Obviously, these are all members of the Chinese military, and they are not ordinary arms. At this moment, a football-sized object jumped from the grass in front of them and made a creak sound. The person in the front felt tight and subconsciously waved his right hand forward. I saw a silver flying knife swept out of his right hand and pierced the thing with an unusually precise precision. Its huge power also carried the thing on a tree not far behind the knife and nailed it to the trunk. At this time, everyone saw that it was a rodent like a squirrel, but its size is several times larger than an ordinary pine tree, almost the size of a porcupine. Just listen to one of the following people say, "What kind of a ghost place is this here? How come all the animals are several sizes bigger than the outside? This island shouldn't be a secret scientific research base, because the experiment accident caused this area. Have all the animals and plants changed?" Not to mention, this person's speculation made Zhou Hao, who was hiding in the tree, deeply agree, and they felt that this was the most reasonable speculation. After all, many science fiction horror films use this theme as a selling point. And the person who had just thrown the throwing knife was obviously the captain of this team, and said in a stern tone, "Don't guess wildly. The order above is for us to look for anomalies on this island. Isn't this abnormal enough?" The person who spoke just now continued, "I don't know if there will be any biochemical monsters. After all, those Americans have already begun to graduate soldiers. God knows they will not. What other monsters will it create? Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's continue the mission. The above attaches great importance to this operation." The captain said, "Fortunately, this island is in our country's territorial waters. Those unpredictable guys from other countries want coming here is not so easy." The person before said again, "What are you afraid of? Isn't our ZTE-1 guarding outside? If there is something on this island that threatens our national security, let the ZTE-1 launch one. With nuclear missiles, everything is solved." The captain glared at him fiercely. "Just because you talk a lot, if you talk nonsense anymore, it affects our mission this time. Let's see how our fourth boss cleans up you." After annoying for a while, these people continued to move forward, and they did not find Zhou Hao, who was hiding above them. Zhou Hao's expression was a little strange at this time, because when he heard the word for masters just now, he didn't know why he had an unspeakable strange feeling. After the Chinese soldiers walked away, Zhou Hao and others jumped down from the tree in a healthy form. Just listen to Zhou Hao's words. What kind of unit is this? It seems that their military skills are much higher than ordinary soldiers. Just now he saw that the captain killed the unusually big squirrel with a throwing knife. His techniques and strength were far from comparable to ordinary soldiers, and he was clearly a martial arts master with a high level of cultivation. Judging from the slow and steady breathing of the other team members, those people also have practiced internal family skills. If I'm not mistaken, those people just now should be the ace troops in the Chinese army, the First Army. Kanzaki Masago said with a hand in his hand. This is a very mysterious and powerful force with unknown organization. The creation time is unknown, and few people even know about its existence in China. However, in the international arena, this army is very famous because the 4 major intelligence agencies in the world, including the US CIA, follow this army. Having played against each other, but did not have much upper hand, we can see how powerful this army is. Listening to Kanzaki Masago's explanation, Zhou Hao felt a strange feeling in his heart, as if he was not so unfamiliar with this army, as if he had been in contact with it before. Shaking his head and putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Zhou Hao said to Kanzaki Masago and Ishida Yutaka and others, "It seems that the Chinese military has already started operations on this Penglai Island. We must be careful not to let them find out." "I see, son," Ishida Yulong responded in a low voice. They also know that since even nuclear submarines have been sent, the Chinese military must have deployed a lot of troops on this island. Although they are highly skilled Qingyu Fenglu clerks, if they are one the army found and fell into the siege, so even a master like Zhou Hao would have difficulty getting out. "My son, now that the Chinese First Army has already launched operations on this island, will the Tojo Shun and the gang be discovered and captured by the First Army?" Ishida Yutaka asked. Zhou Hao frowned and said, "Although this possibility is not ruled out, Tojo Shinichi is Tokugawa Naomesa's most trusted confidant. His strength should be good. I don't think he will be caught so easily." Then they now. Kanzaki Masago was about to ask Shun Tojo where they would be at this time, and Zhou Hao's heart flashed a little. He suddenly raised his head and looked to the northeast, and saw that there was the highest mountain on Penglai Island, and a silver-white waterfall was pouring down from the mountainside, stirring up wisps of mist. "There," Zhou Hao said, squinting. He intuitively felt that Tojo Shun was there. Although Zhou Hao did not give any reasons, Kanzaki Masago and Ishida Yutaka did not hesitate to choose to obey his orders, because during the time with Zhou Hao's extraordinary strength has already transformed these shrines. The doorman of Yufengliu was completely impressed. Moreover, even Jingushiro, the master of Jingu Yufengliu, admitted that Zhou Hao's strength was too much higher than him. "I am afraid that there are not many martial arts in the world who can compete with him." Kanzaki Masawu and others originally regarded their master as godlike idols. But even this idol of their own admired Zhou Hao so much that they couldn't help but doubt Zhou Hao's strength. At this time, I saw Zhou Hao's feet like the wind, swiping towards the mountain in the northeast very quickly, followed by Kanzaki Masago and Ishida Yutaka. They all knew that Zhou Hao had deliberately slowed down, otherwise they would not be able to keep up. Along the way, Zhou Hao and the others discovered several First Army squads, but the members of those First Army were not aware of their existence. In fact, although the First Army is the strongest of the various squads of the Chinese military, its ordinary members are compared with the Jingu Yufengli masters carefully selected for Zhou Hao, such as Kanzaki Masago, still inferior. It didn't take long before Zhou Hao and the others came to the bottom of this mountain in the center of Penglai Island. This mountain is not considered a high mountain, but the distance between the top and the sea level is only 2 kilometers, and the mountain has no prominent place. But this mountain gives people a deep and mysterious feeling, as if there is an unknown world hidden on it. "Let's go," Zhou Hao said, and then went up the mountain first, and the others quickly followed. They quickly discovered the anomaly on this mountain. Starting from the foot of the mountain and going up, the trees here are taller and thicker than other places on the island, not to mention the ordinary trees outside. Times, or even 10 times. After approaching the mountain, the tall and dense trees covered the sky, leaving no gaps, making the space under the branches and leaves very dark and gloomy. Zhou Hao's brows also frowned, and he reminded the people behind him, "Everyone be careful. My son, the trees here are taller than the giant trees in the Amazon rainforest. It's so unusual," one of them said suddenly. "And not only these trees, but also the shrubs and flowers below are so big. Everyone has discovered this unusual situation a long time ago, and they are more certain of their previous guesses. This is probably a secret biochemical research base. Because of an accident in the research experiment, the animals and plants on the island have changed. It grew so huge. And this speculation can also explain why China's first army appeared here, and why there are so many Navy guards on the waters outside Penglai Island. My son, look, many of the trees here seem to have withered. Ishida Yulong said at this time. Everyone followed the prestige and found that many trees in this dense forest were actually dead, leaving only a huge trunk. Zhou Hao thought for a while, waved it away, threw out a sharp blade of light, and immediately sank into a dead giant tree not far in front. Hey! The giant tree slowly fell backwards and crashed to the ground, startling a swarm of birds and beasts. Kanzaki Masago, Ishida Yutaka, and others didn't know why Zhou Hao wanted to do this, so they saw Zhou Hao stepping up to the cut-off dead tree. Kanzaki Masago and the others followed, and their expressions changed greatly, because they saw that the trunk of this giant tree had only a few more than 10 annual rings. How? How is it possible? Such a giant tree, if it grows naturally, it will probably take thousands of years to grow. Ishida Yutaka said in surprise. Kanzaki Masago said, that's why these trees are not growing normally. Zhou Hao didn't speak and waved down 2 dead trees and found that they also only had more than 10 annual rings. In other words, most of these giant trees have a lifespan of only a dozen years. However, it takes more than 10 years to grow to this level, and it has to be incredible. My son, what is going on? What kind of biochemical tests are being done on this island? Ishida Yulong asked. At this moment, a silver shadow suddenly jumped from a tree next to him and hit the Kanzaki Masago over there. Be careful. Zhou Hao, please shout. And with a wave of his left hand, he flung out a blade of light and swept straight towards the silver shadow. Woo! Zhou Hao's sword light, which was condensed from a strong and unmatched true energy, could even cut the giant tree surrounded by 10 people, but when it hit the object in the air, it could not cut into its body, drive it back, and fall to the ground more than 10 meters away. Everyone could see clearly that it turned out to be a silver giant wolf with a height of more than 1 meter and a body length of more than 2 meters and nearly 3 meters. I saw this giant wolf have dark green eyes. The exposed sharp teeth are as long as human fingers, and its mouth is almost the size of a crocodile, and the jawbone knows that it is infinite power. If bitten by such an animal jaw, I am afraid the whole person will be bitten in half. Moreover, Zhou Hao's sword light hit the giant wolf, and it could only leave a shallow blood mark on it. Its gloomy green eyes still fixed on Zhou Hao, obviously knowing that Zhou Hao was the one who attacked him just now. The people of Kanzaki Masago and Ishida Yutaka were shocked, because they had never seen or heard of a wolf of this size, and even if it weren't for its appearance to be the same as a wolf, everyone could not believe that it was a wolf. Could it be the legendary dog god? Kanzaki Masago murmured. There are many myths about the Inu god in Japanese ghost stories. The image of the Inu god is mostly the head of a dog or an unusually large wolf, just like the one in front of you. But Zhou Hao snorted. Where is the dog god? This is probably also a monster that has been transformed by biochemical experiments. When everyone heard the words, they came back to their senses, and they were even more sure that this island was a secret biochemical research base. Roar! Hearing a long howl from the giant wolf, he leaped high, turning into a silver shadow and rushing towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's eyesight is far incomparable, and he can naturally see the movements of this giant wolf, and at the same time see its open mouth. In an instant, the giant wolf rushed to Zhou Hao and opened his mouth to bite Zhou Hao's neck. If it were an ordinary person, I was afraid that it would bite his head off at this time, but saw Zhou Hao suddenly avoiding it sideways, and then hit the giant wolf's left forehead with a punch. Woo! The giant wolf whispered, and Zhou Hao drove away. Although the giant wolf was beaten by Zhou Hao, the expression on Zhou Hao's face was not easy, because he just hit the giant wolf's skull with a palm, and the first thing he felt was that the bones of the giant wolf were so hard. Surprisingly, it was like hitting a steel plate. This is wrong, because with Zhou Hao's palm strength, even the steel plate can dent, but the bone of the giant wolf is harder than the steel plate. Sure enough, After the giant wolf landed more than 10 meters away, he just shook his head and stood up again. A pair of green and secluded eyes issued more ferocious and ferocious gazes, staring at Zhou Hao. The son, Kanzaki Masago and Ishida Yutaka guarded Zhou Hao and took out the guns. It turned out to be a sniper rifle that can be assembled, with a gun head and a silencer, which is aimed at the giant in front. Wolf. Tweet, twee, twee. Several gunmen shot at the wolf one after another. Seeing a low roar of the giant wolf, the figure disappeared in place. The several bullets fell on the place where it had stood, only arousing pieces of dead leaves and dirt, but it could not hurt it at all. Zhou Hao saw it jump up high, skimmed over the trunks of a few big trees, and then pounced towards him from high down. The lethality of this giant wolf is probably not inferior to that of a first-rate expert, and coupled with its primitive wildness, it is even more difficult to deal with than a first-rate expert. So Zhou Hao didn't want it to attack Kanzaki Masao and others, so he jumped high and rushed towards the giant wolf. Roar! Seeing Zhou Hao flying towards him, the giant wolf became more and more fierce, opening his blood plate and biting towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao stooped slightly to avoid the wolf kiss, and at the same time kicked the giant wolf in the abdomen. The abdomen is the weakest part of the giant wolf. Zhou Hao's kick really hurt him with this blow, and blood immediately overflowed from his mouth and nose. However, the ferocity of this giant wolf was so fierce that it even held back the severe pain. As soon as the two front paws were brought together, they caught Zhou Hao's shoulder, so fell from the air and fell to the ground. My son. When Ishida Yulong and others saw the giant wolf biting Zhou Hao and falling from the sky, they were shocked and rushed over. Don't come. Surround it. Don't let it run away. Zhou Hao's voice came from under the giant wolf, and Ishida Yulong and others stopped for a while. Although they were worried, they followed Zhou Hao's orders. Opened an encirclement to surround the giant wolf and Zhou Hao in the center, and the gunner loaded the gun and was ready to shoot at any time. At this time, Zhou Hao was pressed by the giant wolf, and the jaws of the giant wolf also firmly clamped on his shoulders. Zhou Hao's invulnerable and powerful flesh couldn't help but faintly aches at this time, and there was even blood flowing out of the wound, which shows how terrifying the sharp teeth of this giant wolf are. Zhou Hao didn't move, his palms pressed tightly against the giant wolf's chest and abdomen, urging his chi again and again, hitting the giant wolf's internal organs with penetration. Although this giant wolf is fierce and unmatched, Zhou Hao's superb power is a trifle. With just a few strokes, more and more blood flowed from the wolf's snout, but it bit Zhou Hao. But the mouth on the shoulder is not loose. Seeing Zhou Hao's feet pressed against the giant wolf's abdomen, with a violent kick, the giant wolf flew up under this tremendous force and had to let go of Zhou Hao. Yee! The giant wolf fell heavily to the ground, but within a while, it got up again. Only this time it didn't attack Zhou Hao and others again, but fled over there with a turn. Seeing this, Kanzaki Masao was about to catch up, so he heard Zhou Hao say, "Be careful, don't chase too closely." After saying that, he took the lead and followed the giant wolf not far away. Despite the internal injury, this giant wolf's movements are still very agile. In addition, this deep mountain forest is its sight. It is very familiar with the environment, so it moves very fast. If it weren't for the superb light work, Zhou Hao they will all be thrown away by it. The reason why Zhou Hao pursued this giant wolf was not only because of the weirdness everywhere in the giant wolf, but also because Zhou Hao intuitively felt that the giant wolf could bring him some clues to unlock this Panlai Island secret. Jumping from left to right in the forest, the giant wolf soon came to a pool on the mountainside. This pool is formed by the waterfall on the mountain, and the water flows through this deep pool to the bottom of the mountain. I saw the giant wolf standing by the water pool, swinging his head and looking around. Zhou Hao and everyone hurriedly hid behind the giant trees around, lest the giant wolf find it. However, the giant wolf could clearly perceive the existence of Zhou Hao and others. He turned his head and stared at the direction Zhou Hao was in. He grinned and roared for a while, then turned around and jumped into the water pool. There was a splash of water with a sound of puff. Everyone in Zhou Hao was taken aback by the action of the giant wolf and ran over to check, only to see that there was no trace of the giant wolf in the deep purple pool. Kanzaki Masago said in surprise, "My son, Don't you think this big wolf knows how to snorkel? Zhou Hao looked around here and saw huge trees surrounded by rugged rocks, and the pool looked very quiet. After lowering his head and pondering for a while, he said to the people around Kanzaki Masao, "There must be clues in this pond. Did any of you bring deep water diving equipment?" Two people walked out immediately. "My son, we all brought diving equipment and can dive to the bottom of 100 meters. Without Zhou Hao's order, the two of them immediately put on the equipment, but the electronic instruments in their diving equipment are no longer available on this Penglai Island, and they can only rely on water lamps for lighting. After they changed their equipment, Zhou Hao said to them, "Although the giant wolf was seriously injured and is under the water, you still have to be careful. If you can't do anything, don't force it and come back right away. Do you know?" The two nodded their heads. One of them squeezed the spear gun in his hand and smiled at Zhou Hao. "Don't worry, son, our spear gun is specifically for this. The steel gun contains explosives. If the big wolf if you dare to attack us, we will fry it into meatloaf." Then, the two of them went into the water pool head-to-head, and Zhou Hao's people waited on the shore. Both of them were tied to the shore with a rope, and as long as there was a slight change, Zhou Hao and the others would pull it up. It's a pity that the communication device completely lost its function on the island. Otherwise, Zhou Hao and the others would be able to understand the state of the water bottom at any time. While waiting, Ishida Yutaka said to Zhou Hao, "My son, I think that big wolf has become a demon. Not only is it fierce and hard to tame, but it also seems to be human and cunning. I just don't know what kind of biochemical experiment it actually created such a monster." Kanzaki Masago shook his head. Zhou Hao said solemnly, "We all have to be more careful. There is no guarantee that there are no other monsters here." After half an hour, Zhou Hao and the others saw that the rope was pulled. Obviously, it was the two people under the water that sent the signal. Zhou Hao and others hurriedly pulled the rope and quickly pulled the two people underwater ashore. Fortunately, neither of them suffered any injuries. One of them took off the diving goggles and oxygen nozzle and said to Zhou Hao, "My son, this pool is 70 or 80 meters deep, and we found one at the bottom of the pool. The entrance of the cave can lead to a cave inside. There is a cave under the lake." Zhou Hao squinted his eyes. "Sure enough, there is a cave in here." Kanzaki Masago asked both of them, "Have you ever been in that cave?" The two nodded unanimously, and one of them said, "We tried to go in. The cave is very tortuous, plus the time to dive from the surface. It takes about 10 to 15 minutes to pass through the cave." After hearing the words of the two, Zhou Hao was speculating silently. With the internal breath in his body, there was no problem holding his breath for 15 minutes. Although Kanzaki Masago and the others are also masters of the inner family, they may not be able to stop breathing for such a long time. At a depth of 7 or 80 meters, they had to withstand the huge water pressure. Kanzaki Masago and Ishida Yutaka knew Zhou Hao's concerns and said, "Don't worry, son. We all came to the island by diving before. Everyone brought oxygen cylinders. Although most of them have been used up, we have to go through that. The cave should be fine." Zhou Hao nodded when he heard the words. "It shouldn't be too late. Let's go down now." He has an intuition that what he is looking for is probably in the cave hidden deep under this pool of water. Everyone put on their equipment and got into the water one by one, and the two people behind the palace also erased all the traces they left on the shore, so as not to be discovered by the First Army. After going down to the water pool, Zhou Hao and the others discovered that the bottom of the pool was very dark because the sun was not covered by the big trees. At the same time, perhaps because of the groundwater, the water in this pool is also very cold. Fortunately, Kanzaki Masawu and others are masters with good internal skills. Otherwise, the deeper and more icy water would be good enough for them. Under the leadership of the two people who had come in, Zhou Hao and his party quickly dived to the bottom of the pool and found the cave entrance. The entrance of the cave was not big and only allowed one person to pass through, so Zhou Hao and the others went in one by one. Sure enough, as the two said, the cave was winding, and there was no sunlight. The dark and cold environment was very gloomy. After a long journey, Zhou Hao and the others finally reached the other side of the cave. After drilling out of the water, Kanzaki Masao and others quickly turned on the fluorescent lights, only to see that this was an oval-shaped cave, and there was a natural corridor over there. But seeing Zhou Hao standing in front of a stone wall, his face was full of surprise. Kanzaki Masago hurriedly shone the fluorescent light on the stone wall and saw 4 huge Chinese characters on the stone wall: ordered to heaven, ordered to heaven, ordered to heaven. These 4 words don't mention the traditional Chinese like Zhou Hao. Even Kanzaki Masago and Ishida Yutaka are no strangers, because this is the source of his supreme power proclaimed by the emperor who stands above the people in China's thousands of years of feudal society. That is, he is ordered to heaven. That is, the monarch power is granted by the gods. Therefore, the emperor was called the emperor. What is even more nervous about Kanzaki Masago and the others is that the seal engraved on the jade seal of China's rumored country is the 8 characters, destined to heaven and longevity. Looking at the 4 characters, destined to heaven, on the stone wall, everyone felt the magnificence of the font. Could it be that the jade seal of the kingdom is really kept here? Kanzaki Masago murmured. Zhou Hao shook his head. I don't know. If you want to know the truth, there is only one choice. After that, he stretched his finger to the dark and deep cave on the left. I saw that dark cave with no end in sight, just like a monster with a mouth wide open, waiting for the prey to enter. Let's go, Zhou Hao said lightly, before taking the lead and walking over. Kanzaki Masago and the others quickly followed. Although the cave is located at the other end of the water pool, the rock wall is not as wet and cold as imagined, but very dry. Walking in the cave, you can occasionally feel the breeze blowing by, which shows that the cave is connected to the outside world. I just don't know if it is a natural or artificial ventilation system. The cave is winding and winding, and there are many forks on the way, like a huge maze. Thanks to Zhou Hao's intuition, Ishida, Yutaka, and others followed him. Although they don't know why Zhou Hao chose this path so surely, at least they didn't encounter any fatal traps, which proved Zhou Hao's choice correct. Even Zhou Hao was surprised by his intuitive keenness. Of course, there was no way to tell Kanzaki Masago that they chose to make a difference by intuition every time, but it made Kanzaki Masao and others think that Zhou Hao was the son of God, and they felt a little awe. Because those forks don't know where they lead, and they don't know what traps are arranged inside. It is really dangerous. The group walked for a long time, and finally came to a stone room. This stone chamber is different from the natural cave before. Obviously, it was formed by manual excavation. Because the stone room is rectangular, the floor and walls are very smooth, especially the lifelike stone dragons carved on the flower that day. On the other side of the stone room is a stone ladder leading to another place, and then the whole stone room is empty, without any decorations. Seeing such a scene, Zhou Hao and others were almost certain that this cave was not a biochemical research base, but an underground cave dug by the Chinese. Kanzaki Masago and Ishida Yutaka looked at Zhou Hao, but they dared not go forward recklessly, because no one knew what murder traps were hidden in this seemingly flat stone room. Zhou Hao thought for a while, then went back to the back stone path, waved his palm on the cave wall, hit a circular rock weighing more than 100 kilograms, and then returned to the stone chamber. The rock was placed on the ground, and then pushed hard. Kanzaki Masago saw Zhou Hao's move and understood what he wanted to do. Zhou Hao used a stone about the weight of an ordinary person to test whether the stone room had any mechanism. I saw the rock slowly rolling forward, making a low rumbling sound. When it rolled to the center of the stone room, it saw a stone slab there suddenly fell, and then everyone felt a flash of silver light in front of them. Swish! The rock stopped in the center of the stone chamber, and suddenly it turned into 3 pieces and fell off, and the cuts were very smooth, just like tofu cut by a sharp knife. When Kanzaki Masawu and the others saw this scene, they took a breath of air conditioning. Such a hard rock, like a tofu block, was easily cut apart. Zhou Hao saw exactly what happened just now. When the rock rolled to the center of the stone chamber, it pressed down the stone slab there and touched the mechanism. Then there were 2 huge circular saw blades extending from both sides of the stone chamber. He came out, rotated and cut the hard rock, and then retracted from the other side. The speed was very fast, and the light in the stone room was dim. So Kanzaki Masago and the others couldn't see the situation clearly. They just felt the silver light in front of them. In a flash, the rock was cut into several pieces. Looking up at the stone sculpture of the smallpox, Zhou Hao really saw a gap as thin as nothing. My son, how do we get there? Ishida Yulong swallowed and asked. Just heard Zhou Hao say. You stay here, I will go over. Kanzaki Masago immediately stopped. But son, that is very dangerous. Zhou Hao raised his hand to stop him, ignoring other people's dissuasion, and stepped out. Seeing that Zhou Hao had gone out, Kanzaki Masago and the others knew that it would be useless to say more, so they looked at Zhou Hao worriedly, hoping that he could turn good luck. I saw Zhou Hao walking along the trajectory of the rock just now, so as not to touch other unknown organs. When he came to the rock that was cut into 3 pieces, he stopped. The stone slab in front was the device that touched the mechanism. If a general tomb thief discovers these levels, he might think, just bypass the stone slab and avoid stepping on it. However, no one can guarantee that only this stone slab will touch the mechanism. What if other places can also touch the mechanism? The unknown danger is more deadly than the known danger. Zhou Hao stood in front of the slate, took a deep breath, then lifted his right foot and stepped forward. With a little effort, the stone slab sank as expected, and then Zhou Hao heard a click with a far beyond ordinary human hearing, followed by a small sound of pop squeak squeak from the ceiling. Relying on Zhou Hao's eyesight to see through the trajectory of bullets, he saw 2 huge circular saw blades sliding towards him from the 2 sides of the ceiling respectively, and the extremely sharp blades were shining with a cold light. Zhou Hao immediately stretched out his palms, and the strong and unpredictable Zhenqi immediately gathered on the 2 palms and greeted the 2 saw blades respectively. Boom! The 2 saw blades slammed into Zhou Hao's palm, and Zhou Hao's body shook slightly, but the 2 saw blades did not cut into Zhou Hao's skin, but were hit by the huge force in Zhou Hao's palm, twisted and deformed, making a sharp sound of creaking. In the end, the mechanism was also forcibly stopped by Zhou Hao, and Kanzaki Masawu and others could also hear a rumbling sound of the mechanism from the wall of the stone chamber. Zhou Hao sighed, looked at his palm, and saw a shallow blood stain on his palm. His flesh was already invulnerable, and coupled with the thick protective body's true qi, he was actually broken through by the 2 saw blades and slightly injured his flesh, which shows the sharpness of the saw blade. Look at the 2 saw blades, but they are made of bronze metal, thin as cicada wings and very tough. No wonder they are so sharp. Kanzaki Masao and others also hurried over, looked at the 2 huge saw blades that were distorted and lost their usefulness, and exclaimed, "This should be a mechanism made by the ancients, but I didn't expect the ancients to be able to make this. This kind of knives is amazing." Zhou Hao nodded. Such a mechanism was obviously to guard against uninvited guests like grave robbers. And the more dangerous the trap, the more it shows that the things in this cave are not trivial, and Zhou Hao and the others are more determined to go deeper. If Tojo Shinichi and others have also been here, how did they pass through this stone chamber? Ishida Yulong asked at this time. Hearing this, Zhou Hao was also taken aback. He looked around involuntarily, but saw that there was no trace of damage in the stone chamber. If Tojo Shun came here, it means that he can pass without destroying the stone chamber. Go, how is this done? After thinking for a while without a clue, Zhou Hao didn't think about it anymore, and said to the other people, "The deeper you go into this underground cave, the greater the danger. Everyone must be careful and don't touch Zhou Hao's things casually." Everyone nodded in a hurry, and then followed Zhou Hao to move on. After passing through this stone chamber, Zhou Hao and his party continued on along the stone ladder. And on this stone ladder, Zhou Hao and the others also saw some golden statues on the wall next to them. Obviously, they were made of gold, and the shapes were simple and beautiful, both in terms of materials and historical art. Show that they are expensive, but no one dared to reach out to touch them, because Zhou Hao and they all knew that these golden statues were deadly bait, and they might touch them with terrible traps. Moving on, everyone also encountered many other traps, such as a flap that was disguised as being extremely real. Underneath the seemingly thick and stable stone slab is actually a dangerous flap. As soon as you step on it, the flap will immediately turn over. On the side, the person who stepped on it fell into the pit below, and the pit was filled with sharp blades. Once it fell in, it would be a dead end. There are also huge rocks hidden in the ceiling that will fall down and pat people into meatloaf when touched. However, these deadly organs lost their effectiveness under Zhou Hao's intuition and profound martial arts, allowing Kanzaki Masago and the others to pass safely. and at the same time, they admired Zhou Hao more and more. Finally, the group passed through a stone gate and came to another stone room. However, it is not so much a stone chamber. It is better to say that it is a bottomless cave, and Zhou Hao and the others also saw other visitors here. This stone room is circular in shape and has a huge area, probably half the size of a football field. The ground is a stone pillar with only 1 foot on the ground. It is estimated that there are more than 100 stone pillars. The distance between the stone pillars and the stone pillars is nearly 2 meters. The gap between the stone pillars is not bottomed out, and if it falls, it will definitely be a broken bone. At the same time, the stone pillars are engraved with ancient characters such as Yin, Mao, Mu, Sheng, and Si. The top of the stone room is like an umbrella with a conical shape. The stone wall is smooth and extremely difficult to climb. There is also an obscure ancient text carved on the wall of the stone room. What surprised Zhou Hao and others most was that they finally saw other visitors in this stone room. There were a dozen people in total, all standing on the stone pillars with 1 foot. According to their clothing, these people should belong to 2 camps, because one of them is wearing a black ninja-like costume, and the other is a camouflage military uniform. Zhou Hao kept a close eye on the 2 parties, guessing in his mind that one of them should be Shinichi Tojo, and the other would be a member of the Chinese military, who thought they would be the First Army. Especially in the group of people in black, there is a man of 40 years old with a cold face, with piercing eyes and extraordinary vigor. I am afraid it is Tojo Shun. On the First Army side, most of them were young soldiers in their 20s. One of them was obviously more stable than the others, and was obviously the commander of this force. Zhou Hao could see that Tojo Shuani and the First Army were obviously hostile, but now everyone on both sides is standing alone on the stone pillar, not daring to act rashly, maintaining a temporary confrontation. Like Zhou Hao, the 2 groups of people in the stone room were very surprised by the arrival of Zhou Hao's group. It seemed that they didn't expect anyone to come here. Who are you? Tojo Shuani and the First Army commander asked Zhou Hao and the others in unison, except that Tojo Shuani used Japanese and the First Army commander used Chinese. Who are you? Zhou Hao sneered. Kanzaki Masago approached Zhou Hao's ear at this time and whispered, "Look, my son, those stone pillars are a bit broken." When Zhou Hao heard the words, he took a closer look and found that there were more than 10 stone pillars broken in the stone chamber, and the fractures were both new and old. Zhou Hao moved in his heart and couldn't help but think that if these stone pillars were standing on them at the time, and the stone pillars suddenly broke, those people would naturally fall into the bottomless abyss. He immediately guessed that these stone pillars were probably also mechanisms, and if they were stepped on the wrong way, they would break immediately, causing the people on them to fall into the abyss. As for the old breaks, those who broke in before should have made them, and those new ones, I'm afraid that these 2 people have chosen the wrong foothold and broke them and died in the abyss below. As a result, Zhou Hao guessed that the ancient characters Chun Mao Cho Wei engraved on the stone pillars should be the keys of the agency. Then I heard Ishida Yulong said, "Master, the hexagrams carved on these stone pillars should be the hexagrams of the Book of Changes and the ancient texts on the stone walls. It is probably the key to unlocking the hexagrams." Zhou Hao nodded, but he had no research on the Book of Changes, and he was not good at classical Chinese. If he had to rely on metaphysics to solve these levels, it would be useless if his hair was gray. And he knew that Yutaka Ishida had some research on ancient Chinese culture, so he asked in a deep voice, "Ishida, are you sure to untie the hexagram?" Ishida Yutaka shook his head quickly. "I'm afraid it won't work. This hexagram is too profound, and its derivative meaning has changed. Moreover, Chinese metaphysics is extensive and profound. I only studied a little bit, so I can't help it. These guys probably want to solve the hexagram. The people who stepped on the stone pillars are now stagnant because of their poor skills." Zhou Hao also guessed that even though the 2 parties were in rival camps, they did not dare to act rashly because of the stone pillars that did not know which were the traps. If the stone chamber was an ordinary flat ground, they probably would have started fighting. "Who are you guys?" At this time, the Chinese commander asked Zhou Hao again. Zhou Hao's gaze swept across the commander and Tojo Shun, without speaking, just guarding the entrance of the stone chamber. But when Tojo Shun, who was standing on the stone pillar, quietly touched his right hand on the trousers. Zhou Hao caught this, sneered, and then swiped 2 sword lights at him without saying a word. Shun Tojo's expression changed, and he quickly jumped up to avoid the light of the sword that Zhou Hao was swinging. After seeing Shun Tojo leaping high, the corners of Zhou Hao's mouth rose up. Judging the direction of Shun Tojo's movement in the air, he swung 2 sharp swords. Tojo Shun's expression was gloomy, because he was in the air no longer able to borrow, and it was difficult to avoid Zhou Hao's sword light. Thanks to his high martial arts, facing the 2 sword beams that flew straight towards him, his body was unusually twisted, and he was able to avoid the strength of the sword beam. But he was also cut off a few hairs. It can be said to be dangerous and dangerous. However, Zhou Hao never thought of letting him go. He waved his hands one after another, waved a series of sharp blades, forming a large airtight net, like a sea wave, sweeping Tojo Shun in the air. Away. At the same time, Tojo Shinichi's subordinates saw Zhou Hao suddenly attacked his leader, and they counterattacked one after another, taking out weapons such as guns and darts, and shooting them at Zhou Hao. But they were in the open stone room, and Zhou Hao and the others were at the narrow entrance. As long as they turned a little sideways, they could avoid the hidden weapon shot by the opponent with the stone wall, which can be said to occupy the best location. Besides, Tojo Shinichi, who was in the air, saw Zhou Hao's sword net enveloping him. Knowing that he could not avoid it, he gritted his teeth, pushed both palms out at the same time, bursting out 2 huge chi. It slammed into Zhou Hao's knife net, causing the 2 people's true energy to explode like a shock wave, causing the wind in the stone room to blow on the ground, causing the others standing on the stone pillars to shake. Akira stands unstable. It can be seen that Tojo Shinichi is also a martial arts master with extremely deep cultivation. Otherwise, he would not be able to defeat Zhou Hao's attack with his own strength. However, while he was in the air, he was knocked upside down by the burst of true energy and fell into the abyss between stone pillars and stone pillars. However, he was seen turning over in the air with agility and falling lightly on one of the stone pillars. But the stone pillar was obviously a trap. As soon as Shun Tojo stood up, the stone pillar broke from it, and dozens of sharp arrows were shot from the surrounding stone walls. Tojo Shuni jumped up again and dodged the sharp swords that came in the air again and again, while others had to dodge one after another. Among them, 2 of them belonged to Tojo Shinichi and the First Army because they couldn't avoid it. He was shot through the arm by a sharp arrow. After avoiding the sharp arrow, Tojo Shun fell on another stone pillar, and his luck was better this time. The stone pillar was not broken, and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone in Zhou Hao who was hiding at the entrance took a breath. They didn't expect that the mechanism in this stone chamber was not just the stone pillars. If the stone pillar was broken, it would also touch the surrounding stone walls to launch sharp arrows to attack the people in the stone chamber. No wonder Tojo Shun and the First Army both dared not act rashly. In such a trapped stone room, it is indeed not suitable to be impulsive. And Zhou Hao's purpose was the same as them, to go through this stone chamber and move on. It's just that Zhou Hao has more advantages than them. At least these white rats walking in front of them have found the way for Zhou Hao and also let Zhou Hao know the danger of this stone chamber. Zhou Hao and his party hadn't studied the metaphysics of Zhou Yi, so they didn't have any certainty to pass this stone room, and Zhou Hao didn't want to risk rashly. He looked at the umbrella-shaped roof of the stone chamber and said to Yutaka Ishida beside him, "Ishida, didn't we bring tools? Can you hang the roof of the cave and let us pass through this stone chamber?" Ishida Yulong nodded and took out some tools from his backpack. According to Zhou Hao's idea, he didn't want to touch those stone pillars so as not to touch the mechanism of the stone chamber. So he wanted to drive the rock-climbing steel buckle into the roof of the cave and then put the rope on, and his party could go through by hanging. Of course, if Tojo Shinichi and members of the First Army attacked him during the passage, Zhou Hao would never show mercy. For masters one of the members of the First Army saw Zhou Hao and others come out with tools and immediately notified his commander. However, the commander was paying attention to Zhou Hao and his group's every move, so when Ishida Yulong took out the tools, he had already seen it and immediately said to Zhou Hao, "Hey, you guys don't want to use rock climbing. Past this stone room." since Zhou Hao only attacked Tojo Shinichi and did not actively attack the First Army. Although this commander was not in the same camp as Zhou Hao, he was not in a hostile position. Hearing this question, Zhou Hao nodded and listened to the commander saying, "Don't do this. It's useless. We have tried this method just now, but the stone on the top of the cave does not know what material it is. It's very crunchy, and it will break up with the slightest touch. If it is hit hard, it will probably collapse." Zhou Hao was shocked when he heard the words. He immediately looked at the top of the cave. Sure enough, he saw a few cracks, which should have been made by the First Army when they wanted to hang over with tools. Ishida Yulong also stopped his movements and didn't fiddle with those tools. Zhou Hao looked at the commander and said in confusion, "Are you the fourth master of the First Army?" The four masters of this army gave Zhou Hao suspiciously. "Yes, I am." Originally, his identity and even the existence of the First Army belonged to the state secrets, but in such a dangerous situation, it was his subordinates who had revealed his identity, and the four masters did not deny it anymore. However, Zhou Hao frowned. "Are you really the fourth master of the First Army?" Because in his heart, for some reason, there is an image. The fourth master of the First Army should not be the man in front of him. The four masters did not explain further, but said to Zhou Hao, "I warn you again. Don't try to use that climbing tool to pass this stone chamber. Otherwise, I will kill you first." Zhou Hao sneered. Subconsciously, he never wanted to be an enemy of the Chinese side, so he didn't mean to attack the First Army just now, but this does not mean that he was convinced by the four masters in front of him. However, this is not the time to think about this. If Zhou Hao wants to pass the stone chamber safely, it seems that he has to rely on unlocking the Zhouyi hexagram engraved on the stone wall. At the same time, you have to guard against Tojo Shun's gang. It's best to get rid of them in one fell swoop while passing through this stone chamber. "My son, what should we do?" Ishida Yulong asked in Zhou Hao's ear. Zhou Hao pondered for a while and said to Yutaka Ishida, Masago Kanzaki, and others, "Wait, you will follow my footsteps. Remember that I stepped on that stone pillar, and remember the order. Don't step on the wrong one." After that, Zhou Hao took a deep breath and jumped out of the entrance with a leap, lightly falling onto a stone pillar with the word Kuin in front of him. Both Kanzaki Masago and Ishida Yutaka were taken aback by Zhou Hao's sudden behavior, and they were greatly relieved when they saw Zhou Hao standing on the stone pillar, and the stone pillar was not broken. The four masters in the stone room and Tojo Shun also stared at Zhou Hao with wide eyes, wondering whether he was lucky or really cracked the hexagram on the stone wall. Zhou Hao stood alone on the stone pillar, staring sharply at the other stone pillars in front of him, then jumped up again and landed on the stone pillar engraved with Wei on the left front. The stone pillar was still safe and sound, with no signs of breaking. Zhou Hao heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and leaped again, and at the same time shouted to Kanzaki Masago and the others, "Quickly keep up." Kanzaki Masago, Ishida Yutaka, and others recovered, and hurriedly followed Zhou Hao's route, one by one. At this time, Zhou Hao, who was agile and ghostly, had already arrived in the center of the stone room, and the four masters and other First Army and Tojo Shun and the others were facing each other on the left and right. When Zhou Hao reached the center of the stone room, Shun Tojo and the four masters both took out their pistols at the same time and shot Zhou Hao at the same time. Although Zhou Hao did not attack the four masters just now, the First Army received the order before coming to this Punlai Island. While finding the thing, they couldn't let others get involved with it, so the First Army, I don't want Zhou Hao to be ahead of them. Zhou Hao had already guarded them. He dodged the bullet when he moved in the air. At the same time, he pushed out a palm to the left and the right, sending out a strong palm wind, so that the people on both sides swayed and there was no more energy to come. Attacked Zhou Hao. And while Tojo Shinichi and the four masters were busy stabilizing the space where they did not fall from the stone pillar, Zhou Hao had already steadily arrived at the exit on the other side of the stone room, and Kanzaki Masago and the others were also one. One followed, and it was a surprise. When Kanzaki Masago stepped on the thick ground of the exit, he looked back at the bottomless abyss and then asked Zhou Hao, "My son, how did you do it? How can you solve it in such a short time? The hexagram text? We can all see that it is a very profound knowledge in China's Zhouyi metaphysics. I know the metaphysics of Zhouyi. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded his head. It's all my own intuition. The four masters and Tojo Shun have heard Zhou Hao's words, but they don't believe Zhou Hao at all, because they have been able to come there and have exhausted their wisdom to interpret the hexagram on the stone wall, but they can only interpret half of them, so they can only stay in the center of the stone room, and it is difficult to make further progress. And when Zhou Hao reached the exit, there was a sound of rumbling from the stone chamber for a long time. Tojo Shun, who was about to follow Zhou Hao's route just now, was scared to move by the sound of the organ. Just listen to Zhou Hao smiling at them. The mechanism of this stone room seems to be not fixed, because the hexagrams on the stone wall have different solutions. If someone can step on the stone pillars in the correct order and pass this stone room, the organization inside will change once. The next group of people will have to pass in another order, otherwise, hum. If you don't believe it, just try it. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Tojo Shinichi and the four masters really didn't dare to move. Seeing Zhou Hao suddenly swung out a few sharp fingers and went straight to Tojo Shun. Tojo Shun was shocked and hurriedly jumped to avoid him, but Zhou Hao had already guessed his escape route, and the other three gestures. I was waiting for Tojo Shun in that position long ago. Puff puff. As soon as Tojo Shun was pierced by these three fingers and all the vital parts, blood splattered out immediately, and he didn't have the strength to maintain his figure in the air, and his face fell pale and did not can step on any stone pillar, just fall straight into the abyss. Boss! Shun Tojo hiss, and the group of people shouted. They four masters also stared at Zhou Hao with fear, knowing that this man's martial arts strength is unfathomable. I am afraid that I am not an opponent. I am still on these stone pillars and cannot move casually. If Zhou Hao wants to attack himself, if everyone said, I am afraid that the whole army will be wiped out. Fortunately, Zhou Hao only took a deep look at them. Even Tojo Shun's subordinates were too lazy to clean up, so he turned and walked forward, and Kanzaki Masao and the others quickly followed. The stone room with the metaphysics of Zhou Yi as the organ was obviously the last level of this huge underground cave. After Zhou Hao and everyone passed through the long stone wall corridor, they came to a stone room the size of a basketball court. In addition to the floor of this stone room, the other 5 stone walls are all carved with lifelike dragons, and there are dozens of stone pillars hugged by 2 people in the stone room, and they are also carved with dragons of different shapes. Some are majestic, hideous. In the center of the stone room, surrounded by 9 carved dragon stone pillars, there is a square stone platform, which is also engraved with dragon pictures, revealing a magnificent and solemn atmosphere. That Kanzaki Masao and others were completely stunned. This stone room, full of Chinese feudal dynasty style, and the magnificent carved dragon stone platform in the center of the stone room all means that this place is unusual. Including Zhou Hao, everyone who came to this stone room couldn't help but think of the treasure of the country that the emperors would flock to in every dynasty change in China. Past the country's jade seal. That's right. Zhou Hao's incomparable intuition was also telling him that the jade seal of the Chuan kingdom was here. Slowly, Zhou Hao walked towards the stone platform, as if every step was extremely heavy. On the way to the magnificent stone platform, Zhou Hao's mind came up with various legends about the jade seal of the kingdom. Legend has it that it is a symbol of the emperor's power granted by the heavens, and it is the talent of the emperor recognized by the heavens. Legend has it that it is the representative of the weight of the community, and its importance is no less than that of the ancient geoding that symbolized the world. Legend has it that it contains a set of unpredictable techniques that can make people rejuvenate and rejuvenate. With these distracting thoughts lingering in his mind, Zhou Hao finally came to this stone platform. The stone platform is square, except for the side that is close to the ground. The other 5 sides are all lifelike dragon pictures. Zhou Hao slowly put his hand on it, slowly rubbing it, trying to find the mechanism above. Rumbling. Suddenly there was a sound of a machine on the left wall of the stone room, and then a small stone door was slowly opened to the side there, and then a black shadow flew out from the facade and fell on the ground in front of it. People. I saw this man of medium build, black clothes and black trousers, and a cloth cover on his face, showing only 2 green eyes. Moreover, even though they were far apart, Kanzaki Masawu and others could clearly feel the terrifying aura that came from that person. Zhou Hao also turned his head to look at the person who appeared suddenly, and this person was also looking at Zhou Hao. The eyes of the two fought in the air like this, and Zhou Hao could see an extraordinary murderous intent hidden in this person's eyes. Zhou Hao had never seen this kind of murderous aura, as if this guy was born to kill. "Are you from Nanami, Kaoru?" What Zhou Hao and Kanzaki Masago didn't expect was that this man said in fluent Chinese that he said Zhou Hao's origins all at once. A glimmer of light flashed in Zhou Hao's heart, and then he stared at the man and said, "Tojo Shinichi?" Ishida Yutaka, Kanzaki Masao, and others were shocked. Tojo Shinichi? Didn't Tojo Shinichi just be killed by Zhou Hao in that stone room and fell into the abyss? That guy in that stone room is your stand-in. Zhou Hao continued. The man in black did not deny it, which is equivalent to acquiescing to Zhou Hao's words. "You are all the people sent by Kaoru Nanami," Tojo Shinichi said in fluent Chinese, and those eagle-like eyes shot two sharp gazes, which clasped Zhou Hao tightly. Zhou Hao became vigilant when he heard Tojo Shun's question, because Shun Tojo clearly dared to say that only when he had the definitive evidence. And what made Zhou Hao wary was that Shun Tojo knew that Kaoru Nanami was involved in the battle for the Jade Seal of the Warring States period, and Naoto Kugawa should have done so. Know it in mind. Zhou Hao worries that Naomi Tokugawa will take action against Nankai Kaoru after discovering Nankai's infidelity, especially now that Zhou Hao is not with Nankai Kaoru, and it is difficult to protect her personally. Seeing that neither Zhou Hao nor Kanzaki Masago had spoken, it was tantamount to acquiescence. Shun Tojo coldly snorted. I knew that Kaoru Nanami would not be honest. Now it seems that I guessed it. That's right, I actually cooperated with the Chinese. He stared at Zhou Hao and said, I don't care who you are, what kind of partnership you have reached with Kaoru Nanami, but I can give you a piece of advice right now. Leave me here. Otherwise the entire Tokugawa family will not let you go. However, Zhou Hao placed his hand on the stone platform with dragon carvings in front of him, quietly looking at Tojo Shinichi in black. If I say no. Shun Tojo squinted his eyes. Then don't blame me for rushing to kill. As soon as the words fell, Tojo Shinichi's figure appeared in front of Zhou Hao, as if he had crossed the distance of more than 10 meters between the two in an instant. Neither Kanzaki Masago nor Ishida Yutaka could see how Tojo Junichi moved. Zhou Hao's eyes condensed, and the strength that Tojo Shinichi showed was much higher than that of the substitute just now. After thinking about it, Shun Tojo had already launched an attack. I saw that his right hand was put together with 5 fingers in his palm to replace the knife, and he pierced towards Zhou Hao's throat like a sharp blade. At such a close attack distance, Shinichi Tojo's hand that pierced so directly still carried a sharp sword aura. The aura was just like this sword-drawing technique that the Japanese are most proud of. Tojo Shinichi's attack was fierce and fast, but Zhou Hao was faster than him. Just when Tojo Shinichi's fingertips were about to touch Zhou Hao's throat, Zhou Hao's left hand had appeared under Tojo Shinichi's ribs for some time. As long as Tojo Shun approached him by ascent, Zhou Hao's left palm will be printed on his chest. Perceiving the threat from under his ribs, Shun Tojo's expression changed. His toes were a little on the ground, and his figure suddenly changed from forward to backward. He also gave up the attack against Zhou Hao to avoid Zhou Hao's tricky one. Palm. However, when Tojo Shun thought he had avoided Zhou Hao's blow, Zhou Hao's left palm appeared on his shoulder like an antelope horn, and he didn't know how he made the move. Truly no trace can be found. Tojo Shun was shocked, and it was too late to escape. I also have to admire Tojo Shinichi's extremely rich practical experience. He already knew that Zhou Hao's martial arts strength was not lower than his own. He knew that his left palm on his shoulder only needed to be spit out. At the very least, he had a serious injury to his right shoulder. Once one shoulder was injured and one arm remained, it would be even more difficult to deal with a master like Zhou Hao. So when Tojo Shun found that Zhou Hao's left palm was resting on his shoulder, he immediately made a decision without retreating, and his palms filled Zhou Hao's chest with energy. Zhou Hao was also shocked, secretly saying that this guy was decisive enough to know this trick of drawing money from the bottom. However, Zhou Hao was not afraid. He raised his right palm and pushed out to meet Tojo Shun. Tojo Shinichi's 2 palms slammed into Zhou Hao's right palm, making a dull physical collision, while Tojo Shinichi flew upside down and slammed into the back. On a thick dragon-carved stone pillar, a stone dragon head on it was broken. Knowing that Tojo Shinichi was the #1 confidant of Tokugawa Naomasa and also the confidant of Nanami Kiru, Zhou had no mercy from him since last time. Just now, the palm of his hand was even more successful. Zhou was originally a top-of-the-line master. After experiencing the battle in the United States before, although he was seriously injured, his body skills have also made a lot of breakthroughs and made great progress. But Zhou didn't know it. Clues. But Tojo Shinichi was shocked. At the moment of the match, he knew that Zhou's skill was only higher than his own, but now it seemed that the gap between the two was too big. Being overwhelmed by Zhou's experience like Yuan Yu, Tojo Shun couldn't resist it at all, and after Zhou's strength penetrated into Tojo Shun's body, Tojo Shun felt that his blood was tumbling and the 5 inner parts were burned. Immediately suffered internal injuries. He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, looked at Zhou in surprise, and muttered, "Who? What are you? You are so powerful? Nanami Kiru can find such a master to help out." In fact, Zhou was also a little surprised. Because of this match, he basically understood Tojo Shinichi's strength. Although he hadn't reached the level of the top master, he had clearly exceeded the category of the top master, and he was considered a super master. Although such a master is inferior to the top master in strength, it is also very rare. You know, Jingushiro Jingu, who is known as one of Japan's 3 great masters, can only be regarded as a first-rate master in martial arts, and he is not as good as this Tojo Shinichi. The presence of such a master at Tokugawa Naomasa also made Zhou a little surprised and wary. "It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that you must die today," Zhou snorted coldly. "But I'm very strange. How did you get out of there?" Zhou pointed to the small door on the stone wall that Shinichi Tojo came out just now. It was obviously a secret passage, and the underground cave was densely covered with traps, but Shinichi Tojo was able to follow that secret passage without incident. When he came to this stone room, Zhou was very puzzled. "Or, you deliberately let your double bring a bunch of men. Let them help you lead away from the Chinese military, so that you can safely enter through this secret path." Zhou sneered. He easily figured out Tojo Shinichi's trick, but he didn't understand why Tojo Shinichi knew of such a secret path. But when Tojo Shun gave a hey smile, he didn't mean to answer Zhou at all. When he looked at Zhou, his eyes were full of mockery, as if to say, "Do you think I will tell you? You don't know what to do when you die?" Zhou stretched out his hand and grabbed Tojo Shinichi's collar, then swiped his hand and threw him to the ground. Boom! Zhou's strength was beyond imagination. Seeing Shun, Tojo fell heavily to the ground. The hard floor of the stone room was also blasted out of cracks, showing its strength. Once Tojo Shun was thrown by Zhou like this, the injuries in his body became more serious. Zhou took off the mask on his face again, letting Shun Tojo reveal his true colors. This is a man in his 40s who does not look amazing. If he is placed in the crowd, absolutely no one can think that this is a super master, or Tokugawa Naomasa's #1 confidant, secretly controlling the Inagawa society. Huge Japanese gangster. I saw Shun Tojo vomiting blood at this time, but still staring at Zhou with a sneer, he said, "If there is a kind, kill me, but you don't want to get the jade seal. My master can't get it. Don't even think of it. I'll see if your mouth is still so hard after you die." Zhou raised his hand to kill this person. But at this moment, Tojo Shuani suddenly came out of the small hole on the stone wall just now, and a black shadow suddenly appeared, and he went straight to Zhou over there. Although Zhou faced his back, he also felt the threat coming from behind him and the sharp breaking sound. Without looking back, Zhou jumped straight on the spot, and jumped high, and the fierce shadow also rushed into the air. Zhou saw clearly that this dark shadow was the giant wolf that he had encountered outside. At that time, the giant wolf dived into the pool, but Zhou and others did not see it afterwards, and they moved slowly in this dangerous underground cave. Everyone was also nervous about the sense of instability, and they had forgotten it long ago. This giant wolf exists. Seeing this giant wolf now, everyone was very surprised, wondering how it came here to avoid those organs. You know, the traps in this underground cave are difficult for even cunning tomb robbers to avoid. How does an animal get through? So at this time, everyone in Kanzaki Masawa looked at the giant wolf with huge fangs and dancing claws, thinking in their hearts that this beast might be perfected. Zhou Hao didn't believe this, but he also discovered that the giant wolf had been injured by himself, but now it was gone. Apart from a little blood stain on his body, there were no wounds at all. Suspiciously, the giant wolf below rushed forward again, and even Tojo Shun, who was lying on the ground, ignored him and set the target on Zhou Hao. "You beast, you really are staring at me, right?" Zhou Hao sneered, facing the giant wolf that was rushing straight up with a palm, which really hit its forehead. However, the giant wolf had a hard skin and a stiff face, but Zhou Hao had fought against this beast, so he used Tu Jin as soon as he came up and hit it with a concussion with a scream. Fall back to the ground with a sound. Zhou Hao didn't relax either. He kicked his feet on the rock wall at the top of the cave, and his whole body rushed towards the giant wolf on the ground. He knew that this giant wolf was a lot of trouble, so he was anxious to solve it once and for all. Zhou Hao could see that this giant wolf was not trying to help Tojo Shinichi by clinging to him, but because he had heard it before, making this vengeful wolf always target himself. However, although this giant wolf was tenacious and fierce, Zhou Hao was not afraid of it. Zhou Hao swooped over the giant wolf from top to bottom, then in somersault, accumulating true power on his feet and kicking it on the head fiercely. But this giant wolf seemed to be able to sense danger in advance, and when Zhou Hao stepped out, he avoided it. Zhou Hao slammed into the air and looked at the giant wolf who dodged aside. But he was very surprised, because he found that the giant wolf's movements were much faster than when he was outside before. At the same time, Zhou Hao saw that Tojo Shun, who had been knocked down to the ground by himself, wanted to get up, so he shouted to the Kanzaki Masao and others over there, "Go and kill him. You can't keep this guy." "Yes." Kanzaki Masago responded and immediately surrounded him, surrounding Tojo Shun in the center. Roar! As Ishida Yulong and others surrounded Tojo Shinichi, the giant wolf also roared and attacked Zhou Hao again. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "You annoying beast." After that, his figure has disappeared in place. The giant wolf just rushed over and suddenly found that Zhou Hao was missing. He went around there twice in doubt and then roared angrily. Swipe! At this moment, Zhou Hao's figure reappeared just above the giant wolf. Bang! Zhou Hao stomped on the giant wolf's back and only heard the scream of the giant wolf. He was kicked to the ground by Zhou Hao. His abdomen hit the hard ground with a muffled noise. Zhou Hao still didn't give up. He lifted his foot and kicked it on its abdomen again, kicking it flying like a balloon, and slammed it against the dragon-carved stone platform in the center of the stone room, smashing the stone platform. For a moment, due to deliberately to solve this annoying giant wolf, Zhou Hao has already used his full strength for several consecutive attacks, and its power is not insignificant, and the giant wolf's mouth, nose and eyes continue to overflow with blood, obviously has suffered extremely serious internal injuries. But it still struggled to get up, and it revolved around the carved dragon stone platform, and it made a low roar, which sounded like a kind of pious prayer. Zhou Hao frowned as he watched this giant wolf's unusual behavior, and he was puzzled. And gradually, a look of shock appeared on Zhou Hao's face, because he discovered that when the giant wolf was spinning around the dragon-carved stone platform, its speed became faster and faster, and its movements slowly recovered. The injury seems to be improving quickly. What's going on? Zhou Hao was really surprised. But Tojo Shinichi, who was besieged by Kanzaki Masago and was struggling to resist, also noticed the situation. But his eyes lit up and he fought hard to fend off the joint siege of Kanzaki Masago and Ishida Yutaka. Take the opportunity to get closer here. By the time Zhou Hao discovered Tojo Shinichi was already near the front of the dragon-carving stone platform. Zhou Hao rushed over and gave Tojo Shun a palm without saying anything and hit him on the back. As soon as Tojo Shun was hit by Zhou Hao's palm, he vomited blood, but he rushed toward the dragon-carving stone platform even more quickly, actually borrowing the power of Zhou Hao's palm. However, Zhou Hao's palm strength was too great. When Tojo Shun hit the stone platform, he still went unabated and knocked down the stone platform. Even the giant wolf was taken aback and hurriedly flashed. Next to, when Zhou Hao looked at it, He saw that the dragon-carved stone platform fell apart and shattered, and then a 1-foot square thing fell out of the broken stone platform and just stopped on the ground. Next to Shun Tojo, there was a dark gray box. Zhou Hao's injuries were even worse, and Tojo Shun, who had only a breath left, lit his eyes and reached out to grab the box. Crap! Zhou Hao cried secretly, because he instinctively felt that what was in the dark gray box was probably the world-famous Jade Seal of the Kingdom, and he also sensed that the Jade Seal of the Kingdom seemed to have extremes. Big threat. He immediately rushed to Shun Tojo, only to see that the weak Tojo Shun looked at Zhou Hao, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a sneer. Then, he lifted his palm up and hit the dark gray box with the only strength he had left. The dark gray box seemed to be made of lead. The material was not hard, and it was cracked by Shun Tojo. Then a piece of shining jade was exposed, emitting a light milky light. It was 4 inches in square, creamy white all over, with 5 dragons intertwined on it. It was exactly the same as the ancient jade seal in historical records, except that one corner was not damaged and was replaced with gold, but a complete jade seal. Moreover, as soon as Tojo Shun embraced him on his chest, Zhou Hao and others saw that the Chuan Guoyu seal flashed with 5 brilliance, but it was so dazzling that Zhou Hao had to stop. Step down. Wahaha. This is the Chuan Guoyushi. This is Chuan Guoyushi. In the room full of dazzling light, everyone heard Tojo Shinichi's crazy laugh, and the voice was full of anger. The dying state just now. Zhou Hao was shocked, and looked at him with all his might, and saw that the 5 radiances emitted from the jade seal of the Chuan Kingdom were sucked into his body by Tojo Shun like a gas, and each time he inhaled a strand, Tojo Shun's skin became more and more red, especially his eyes, which gave out bursts of golden light. What's going on? Zhou Hao murmured. After Lenovo's previous giant wolf wandered around the carved dragonstone platform, the injury has improved, and at this time, Tojo Shuani at this time inhaled the gas-like 5 brilliance of the jade seal of the country, and his body was quickly recovering. Zhou Hao believed that the jade seal of Chuanghua had magical power that he had heard before, and it could make people regain their youth and rejuvenate. Roar! The giant wolf saw Tojo Shun's jade seal in his arms. Perhaps because he felt the familiar power in the past, he fiercely rushed towards Tojo Shun, clearly wanting to pass on the kingdom. Yushi took it from Tojo Shun. However, seeing Tojo Shun let out a cold snort, he kicked the giant wolf head just in front of him after turning half a circle. What shocked Zhou Hao and Kenzaki Masago was that at the foot of Tojo Shinichi, the head of the thick-skinned giant wolf burst open on the spot, splashing thick blood and brains, and then it fell out with a pop. Falling to the ground, it just died. Zhou Hao gasped fiercely. The troublesome giant wolf, even if he used 10 success strengths, could only hurt him seriously. At this time, Shun Tojo could kick it in the head with 1 kick. At this time, even though the rumored jade seal still exudes dazzling 5 radiances, Tojo Shinichi's body seems to be saturated. He did not the 5 radiances into his body, but took it out with him. He took a black belt, put the Chuan Guoyushi in it, and tied it around his waist. Zhou Hao noticed that when the Chuan Guoyu seal fell out of contact with the human body and fell on the belt, the 5 brilliance on it immediately disappeared. It can be seen that the 5 brilliance on the Chuan Guoyu seal needs human trigger to appear. However, Zhou Hao now has no time to observe the Chuan Guoyushi, because after Tojo Shinichi absorbed the 5 brilliance of the Chuan Guoyushi, his body showed very obvious changes. I saw that he was originally medium and slightly thin, but now he became tall and straight, and the black clothes on his body became tighter, so that Tojo Shuni's strong muscles were exposed. Moreover, Tojo Shinichi, who originally appeared to be in his 40s, was obviously much younger at this time. At a glance, he was only in his early 20s. This huge change made Zhou Hao also have to believe that there is indeed a magical power in the jade seal of Chuanghua that can restore youth. In addition, although Tojo Shun was still stained with blood on his face, he looked refreshed, and there was no sign of serious injury. Ha ha ha! I feel like I am full of inexhaustible power now. Shun Tojo stared at Zhou Hao and sneered. The master is right. There is really a magical power on the jade seal of the legend. As long as he has him, the master will be able to rejuvenate, and the ambitious and scheming of Nanami will eventually become a plaything of the master. Zhou Hao, who was originally in surprise, heard Tojo Shun's insulting Nanami Caruso. Anger rose in his heart, and said in a cold voice, "That also has to let this Chuangwa Yushi fall to Tokugawa Naojing. Just fine. Why? Do you want it from me? Hee. Then you have to see what you have." Shun Tojo sneered. Zhou Hao didn't say much. When his feet were on the ground, his figure immediately disappeared. The next moment he appeared behind Tojo Shun. In order to get rid of Tojo Shinichi as soon as possible, Zhou Hao didn't mean to be merciful. He punched and palmed it with penetration and attacked Tojo Shinichi at the same time. Tojo Shun turned his back to Zhou Hao and seemed to be motionless. But when Zhou Hao's fist was about to fall on him, he turned to the side very quickly and easily avoided Zhou Hao's attack. Zhou Hao was shocked, but the movements of his hands kept changing. His moves changed, and his hands followed Tojo Shinichi's body like a shadow. But Shun Tojo didn't even need to see Zhou Hao, but he could always avoid Zhou Hao before he hit him. Suddenly, Shun Tojo turned around abruptly to face Zhou Hao, just like that with a straight punch. Zhou Hao felt that it was full of danger, and he didn't dare to underestimate the fist that seemed to be slow and imposing, so he quickly raised his hand to block it. But as soon as he touched, Zhou Hao's body was shocked, and he felt a huge force surging from Tojo Shun's body. He couldn't resist it and flew off the ground suddenly. Steady and standing more than 10 meters away, Zhou Hao still felt his internal organs tumbling with blood, and his heart could not help being shocked. Zhou Hao is aware of his strength, and so far, amnesia until now, has not encountered a master who can persist in 100 moves under his own hands. But at this moment, Tojo Shinichi, who was dying by himself, is absorbing Chuan Gua after the magical energy of Yushi. It became so powerful. Tojo Shinichi also seemed to be a little surprised, staring at his hands in a daze. Then he laughed loudly. "Okay, that's great. This power is so good." As soon as the words fell, his figure disappeared in a flash, but the floor of the stone room was chipped in pieces. With Zhou Hao's eyesight, he could barely see Tojo Shinichi's vague figure. Because Tojo Shinichi was so powerful that he would crush the hard stone slabs every time he stepped on the ground. Those who could not see Tojo Shinichi, Kenzaki Masago, saw the slabs cracking apart for no reason coming. But Zhou Hao didn't have time to think about other things, because Tojo Shun appeared in front of him in an instant, and he banged his fists, and it was also silent and without invigorating surroundings. But Zhou Hao didn't dare anymore. Contemptuous of Tojo Shinichi's attack, he hurriedly mobilized 10 successful forces to resist. Boom! As soon as the fists of the two touched, there was a dull collision sound, and the turbulent true energy spread in all directions, like a shock wave. Kenzaki Masago and the others were unsteady. But in this match, neither of them backed back, just the solemn expression on Zhou Hao's face, while Tojo Shinichi's eyes were full of crazy smiles. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Hao and Tojo Shun did not stop and continued to punch because the speed was too fast. In the eyes of Kenzaki Masago, Ishida Yutaka, and others, the arms of Zhou Hao and Tojo Shun seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. The dull impact sounded suddenly, and the stone slabs under their feet began to crack. On the two dragon-carved stone pillars not far away, the dragon-carved dragons were also scraped to pieces by the violent chi, as if passing by thousands of years of wind and rain are like desertification. Both of them were hit by each other several times, and Zhou Hao's left cheek began to swell, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Tojo Shuni was not much better. His nose was hit by Zhou Hao's fist, and the bridge of his nose snapped off, and blood kept flowing from his nostrils. But Tojo Shun's expression on his face was still so excited, and his cheeks were also unusual. The red rose. White Tiger 5 Emperor's Sword. Zhou Hao couldn't help but yelled out a move. Suddenly, a hideous white tiger appeared on top of his head, and he threw his teeth and claws at Shinichi Tojo. Shun Tojo was stunned, and his spirit was frightened by Zhou Hao's fierce white tiger, and he lost his mind for a while. However, Zhou Hao's palm had already condensed into a fierce sword aura, and the overlap was extremely deep, and then it came straight into Tojo Shinichi's chest. Feeling the slight coldness brought by that sword chi, Shun Tojo came back to his senses and saw that the overlapping sword qi in Zhou Hao's hand was condensing into one, turning into a trace of thinness. The refined sword energy of the silver needle penetrated silently. "By who 5 emperors' sword break," Zhou Hao shouted, and the silver needle-like sword aura directed towards Shinichi Tojo. Tojo Shinichi did not dare to underestimate Zhou Hao's move, and shouted with his arms in front of his chest, "Xuanjiang magical power!" I saw Tojo shun that there was a layer of strong body protection infuriating, and the 5 brilliance of the jade seal of the kingdom was lingering on it. When Zhou Hao's sword gas touched Tojo Shinichi's protective body, it was as if he had entered a thick layer of mud, and it would be difficult to advance half a minute after breaking a few inches. Moreover, behind Tojo Shinichi also condensed into a huge basalt, calmly resisting Zhou Hao's attack by the white tiger. Unexpectedly, actually able to comprehend the transformation of meaning into form, Zhou Hao was shocked looking at the Xuanwu behind Tojo Shuni. He had remembered some memories about martial arts, and realized that after Tojo Shinichi had absorbed the energy of the Chuangwu Yushi, although his strength has broken through the category of supermasters, he has entered the realm of supermasters, and it is only from strength. In terms of it, it's worse than myself. However, Shun Tojo entered the realm of a supermaster in power, but his spirit still stayed at the level of a supermaster. So when Zhou Hao used transformation into form to attack him, he was immediately at a loss. Zhou Hao did not expect that in the midst of the crisis, Tojo Shinichi also understood the martial art realm of transforming meaning into form, and condensed his own spiritual symbol. "Damn it, the magic ape is locked!" Zhou Hao yelled again, and the white tiger on his head immediately disappeared and became a 4-headed vicious giant ape, each throwing out a chain to lock Dongju the Xuanwu above Shani. Being locked by Zhou Hao's 4 giant apes, the Xuanwu was immediately unable to move, and Tojo Shinichi also lost his ability to move. Zhou Hao took advantage of this moment and rushed to Shun Tojo. Without saying anything, both palms were printed on Shinichi Tojo's arm, which was still blocking his chest. Boom! As soon as Shun Tojo, who was unable to dodge due to his actions, was beaten upright by Zhou Hao, he flew out and hit a dragon-carved stone pillar behind, like a cannonball. All broke. Tojo Shinichi, who was vomiting blood, happened to fall among the people of Kanzaki Masago. Kanzaki Masago and Ishida Yutaka attacked him without saying a word, and more than a dozen people surrounded him at the same time. "Quickly go away, you are not his opponent," Zhou Hao shouted from here, and at the same time rushed towards the other side. But Zhou Hao's reminder was still a step slower after all. As soon as Kanzaki Masago and the others surrounded him, Tojo Shun jumped up from the ground, slapped 2 of them on the chest with his palms, and huge power hit the 2. A doorman of the sacred palace Imperial Wind Flow actually caused the upper body of the 2 of them to burst apart. The blood and visceral meat splashed away, and an atmosphere immediately filled the stone chamber. Kanzaki Masago and the others were shocked when Tojo Shun was beaten to death when they saw their 2 fellow apprentice brothers face each other. And Tojo Shinichi's movements didn't stop, and he grabbed the doorman of the Jingyu Yifengli next to him and threw it towards Zhou Hao, who was facing here. Zhou Hao had to catch the person and cleverly put him on the ground before he continued towards Shun Tojo. At this time, Kanzaki Masawu and others also learned well, no longer approached Tojo Shinichi, and kept moving backwards, lest he would be caught by Tojo Shun and would even hurt Zhou Hao. Shun Tojo wanted to catch a few more people, but Yutaka Ishida quickly retreated, and Zhou Hao arrived at this time. Shun Tojo had no choice but to fight. With real luck on his body, his head condensed again. The basalt. However, seeing Zhou Hao's figure paused in the air, his eyes flashed brightly, and he said coldly, "Julu, 8 magic whip." In an instant, a stag with huge horns appeared behind Zhou Hao, and he screamed at Tojo Shun's basalt, and saw a whip-shaped infuriate intertwined into a net. Swept over. Although this whip-shaped infuriating energy is not a sword-shaped chi, it is sharper than the sword-shaped chi. Tojo Shun dodges from left to right, but one of the whip-shaped chi is still swept over his arm, and that arm suddenly the skin was open and fleshy, as if naked in the whip. Moreover, the whip-shaped chi goes to the back. The more it becomes like an antelope with horns, and the attack direction and angle are very tricky. Once hit, even the base martial arts body protection chi is unable to resist, and being broken up, it was a great threat to Tojo Shun. Damn, fight it. Tojo Shuni was attacked by a few whip-shaped innocent chi and rushed in front of Zhou Hao. He pushed out with a punch and a palm full of innocence, trying to defeat Zhou Hao with one blow. Zhou Hao was not afraid, and the same fist in the palm of the hand. The two of them immediately collided with each other, and once again stimulated waves of innocence like a gale. At the same time, Zhou Hao's giant deer and Tojo Shinichi's basalt were also biting together, but they were also inextricable for a while. Even though the two of them didn't retreat half a step like before, Zhou Hao felt that Tojo Shinichi's strength seemed a little weaker than before. At this time, Shun Tojo retracted his hands and then charged again to attack. Zhou Hao also refused. Unexpectedly, as soon as Tojo Shun touched Zhou Hao's palm, he flew out in the opposite direction with Zhou Hao's true power, rushing to the exit of the stone chamber. So he wanted to escape. Zhou Hao cried out, but his figure was already chasing him. It turned out that Tojo Shinichi had also discovered that in the fight against Zhou Hao, who was originally full of power, his Jin Qi had been exhausted as time went by. And looking at Zhou Hao again, he has the momentum of becoming more and more courageous. As soon as Tojo Shun knew that he could not be dragged here, his most important task was to take the Chuanghui Yushi out to Tokugawa Naomi. Therefore, he acted decisively and didn't want to fight. With the help of Zhou Hao's attack power, he fled to the exit. He didn't take the secret path he had just come, but took the exit over there. Zhou Hao chased after him, secretly accusing himself of carelessness, and he didn't even prevent Tojo Shun's move. At this moment, I heard a loud shout from the exit of the stone room. "Who is it?" Then there was a sound of fighting, and Zhou Hao guessed that Tojo Shinichi might have encountered the Masters of the First Army, who just rushed over. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.